że możemy gościć Pana w naszej szkole. Chyba w historii szkoły to po raz pierwszy tak ważna wizyta.
Tak, to bardzo mi przyjemnie.
Tak, serdecznie się cieszę.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry Pani.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Tu dziewczyny przyszły przywitać, zestresowane, uśmiechnięte.
Tak, także
No i?
serdecznie
Ale to jestem pod wrażeniem, proszę Pani.
zapraszam, jeżeli będzie miał Pan Marszałek troszeczkę czasu, to
Taki
jeszcze
widok z
oprowadzę.
okami.
Boję się pokazać środka. Jak w środku wygląda.
Jeszcze piękniej.
Tak to wygląda.
Znakomicie.
To jest ta nowa część dobudowana.
Zimą nie ma problemów?
Nie.
Można dojeżdżać na sankach?
Można dojeżdżać. Trzeba powiedzieć, że faktycznie jesteśmy odśnieżeni.
A,
Tak.
tak myślałem, bo kiedyś zimą mieliśmy tutaj spotkanie i to taką mocną zimą, to wszystkie drogi były czarne.
To w zależności od tego, wiadomo, jak sypnie, kiedy,
No tak.
ale generalnie rzecz biorąc, to trzeba powiedzieć, że tutaj mamy dojazd, bo ja taką informację też mam od nauczycieli, którzy dojeżdżają do nas z Jeleniej Góry na przykład, nie? Także tu jak przyjeżdżają do Karpaczu, to dzięki też właśnie tutaj urzędowi miasta, na pewno tak to właśnie wygląda.
To życzę Państwu, Pani Dyrektor i Państwu, żeby, prawda, po tej prezentacji dzisiejszej laboratorium przyszłości, żeby, prawda, nie tylko z Jeleniej Góry przyjeżdżali do Państwa. Częściej.
Tak jest, przynajmniej zimą. Chociaż u nas jest ten ruch turystyczny non-stop, czy to część letnia, czy zimowa, to mamy faktycznie tych turystów sporo. Także
To co robimy, Pani Minister?
No myślę, że odwiedź do zamyślenia.
zapraszamy Panie Marszałku, serdecznie proszę do...
Słuchajcie, Pani jeszcze naprawdę ma Pani bardzo fajną salę do techniki, widziałam. No, nie, to naprawdę. Chciałabym wrócić do szkoły.
Ale tutaj naprawdę ja jestem pod wrażeniem, bo mogę mieć z Panią Super, z tymi nowymi technologiami się zajmujemy, szkoła jest super przygotowana. Oby więcej takich spółek. Tutaj naprawdę ta sala przez Panią Dyrektor zrobiona w laboratorium jest naprawdę na poziomie. To gratulacje.
Ale z pasji.
Aha.
Zobaczymy, jak tam
dalej.
Bez takich rzeczy całe oprogramowanie powstaje w trzech językach. Aplikacje mamy po ukraińsku, tutaj Katia, tam też po ukraińsku. Mamy cały projekt zrobiony.
Tak, właśnie to jest też ciekawe, że laboratorium przyszłości łączą między narodami. Faktycznie, żeby uczyć się technicznie, manualnie, praktycznie, nie trzeba dużo mówić. Ale dzieci się szybko też uczą, prawda?
I młodzież szybko wakowała z
Ja zapewne miałam bardzo problemy, ja manualnie raczej nie bardzo, nie? Ale młodzież błyskawicznie. To jest chyba jednak dla młodych. Aby tak było.
No tak chcemy właśnie reformować polską szkołę, żeby docierać do ich środkami przekazu, prawda, które są dla nich naturalne. Gry wideo, tak, w podstawie programowej, które no, nie boimy się wprowadzać gier, bo po prostu to jest też, że właśnie, nie wiem, czy słyszeliście, będzie w podstawie programowej w szkole będą gry wideo. Nie słyszeliście o tym? A, no to mamy tutaj media.
Nie robimy tylko pod kontrolą.
Nie, minister powiedział, że mamy tutaj dać dzieciom grać. Ale też dzieła sztuki, dzieła kultury, bo gry wideo to jest tak jak książka, to są dzieła kultury, a zresztą od gier do książki, od dobrych filmów też do książki. Jakbyście ciekawi, to zainteresuje, żeby właśnie przeczytać więcej o czymś, co się właśnie...
Żeby nie zobaczyć, nie zajrzeć do biblioteki, bo na to na pewno nie pozwolę.
Będą komputery, będziemy grać.
Dokładnie.
Przepraszam. Najlepsze jest to, że dzieci mają lekcję taką wprowadzającą, tak? A ciekawe jest to, że na drukarce można drukować kolejną drukarkę. Proszę spojrzeć, to jest wydrukowane.
Ale w jaki sposób to się robi?
Okazuje się, że to jest dysza, plastik jest topiony i przez bardzo małą dyszę jest wyciskany i wkłada się w warstwę. Można to zbudować.
To powstaje tutaj, powstaje.
Tak, to trochę tak jak lukiernik tort składa z warstwy.
A można teraz jakieś...
Tam dziewczyny drukują, to zapraszam. Przepraszam bardzo. Julia, przepraszam bardzo, pan marszałek chciałby zobaczyć.
Nie, to
Proszę popatrzeć. Właśnie drukuje, układa kolejne warstwy, taki kubeczek do espresso będzie wydrukowany.
teraz powstaje kubek do kawy,
Do
tak?
kawy, tak. Dzieci mają do tego aplikację, która powstała tutaj w ramach laboratorium w przyszłości przy ministerstwie i pewnie ona będzie dostępna. Bardzo prosty program, można drukować sobie takie.
Czyli wyklikać, na wyklikanie, bez znajomości
To jest takie, żeby to było wdrożone dziecko może na różnym poziomie wchodzić w ten, albo bardzo uproszczone, czyli tak na start, a potem coraz to bardziej skomplikowane,
Materiał to jest ta linka plastikowa, tak?
Tak, to jest biodegradowalny, jakby się chwytał, to jest plastik, który powstaje z organicznych, więc on się
A dziewczyny, co byście chciały sobie wydrukować w pierwszej kolejności? Kuleczek.
Ale to też do mody może być stosowane, tak naprawdę każdy może znaleźć swój fragment kreatywności.
Materiał to jest
Plastik. Ale też się niektórzy z czekolady drukują, a takie ciekawostki z metalu można drukować, ale to już są profesjonalne.
Można nawet drukować zęby.
Tak, w protetyce też jest stosuje.
Dokładnie tak. Więc jakbyście chciały być prezentaczkami, to wówczas możecie już się nauczyć tej profesji tutaj w szkole.
Ale także te, które na przykład kolczyki, moda. Moja córka też, która jest studentką grafiki, właśnie jakieś kolczyki, takie rzeczy tworzy. Też na drukarkę.
Nie przeszkadzamy w lekcji. Do widzenia.
Do odwiedziny. No i dobra, faktycznie widzicie tutaj już takie
Mieszamy, tak?
tutaj mamy tyle fajną aplikację, że możemy...
Tak, kontynuując może lekcję. Tłumaczę naszym uczniom wykorzystywanie sieci neuronowych bądź sztucznej inteligencji, ponieważ jest to temat już ogólnie dużo znany i coraz bardziej rozwijany na całym świecie. I teraz pokazuję efekty takiej naszej sieci neuronowej. Tu jest kamera i ona obserwuje mnie, tutaj jest prezentacja też z tyłu. Co się dzieje, to cały czas program śledzi moją dłoń, niezależnie gdzie ją poruszam, niezależnie jak ją obrócę, w sumie moje obie dłonie. I to się dzieje za pomocą sieci neuronowej, czyli programu, który powstał na bazie idei naszego mózgu, którego wcześniej w sumie codziennie byliśmy przeuczani o jakieś informacje. Byliśmy uczeni o tym, czym jest telefon, jak posługiwać się techniką mnożenia itd. Naukowcy 40 lat temu stwierdzili, dobra, przełóżmy pewien schemat, ideę, jak działa nasz mózg do komputera, do jakiegoś algorytmu i spróbujmy to powtórzyć. To jest ogólnie o wiele prostszy system niż nasz mózg. Nie ma tego, co my w tym momencie, ale jesteśmy w stanie wykorzystywać go do takich rzeczy jak teraz, czyli na przykład do śledzenia dłoni i w efekcie korzystania z tego w jakiś korzystny dla nas sposób. Zgaduję się, że to dużo rzeczy. Możemy oczywiście też na przykład sterować do przykładu naszym inteligentnym budynkiem i pokazywać.
Ale ważne też jest to, że tak jak nasza ręka jest rozpoznawana po kształtach, po stawach, tak samo tutaj widać na maćka dłoni sieć neuronowa pokazuje, że to jest tak naprawdę matematyka.
To jest matematyka.
To jest tak naprawdę matematyka i cała sztuczna...
To jest zajęcie prowadzone są tutaj same, tak, że każda szkoła przyjęła
żebyście zapamiętali jak najwięcej z tych szczegółów, no i korzystali z tego pozytywnym znaczeniu.
Dziękujemy.
Wiecie, żeby po prostu na przykład mała prosi, żeby posprzątać, to później jakąś sztuczną inteligencję tam sobie po prostu poprosicie, żeby sprzątnęła, nie? Dając komendy. No to może przydać, naprawdę.
Pomysłów wykorzystania sieci neuronowych do sztucznej inteligencji jest generalnie bardzo wiele.
Gromadzimy się tutaj w szkole podstawowej, bardzo interesującej. Ponad 400 dzieci uczy się i to ponad 100 z Ukrainy, czy prawie 100 w Karpaczu, w pięknym Karpaczu, ale z okazji niezwykłej. Otóż mamy dzisiaj forum ekonomiczne, na którym trwa konferencja Europa Karpat, a w jej ramach coś, co już od paru lat realizujemy, czyli wprowadzamy różne formy nowoczesności. Dzisiaj laboratoria przyszłości. To jest coś, do czego warto zachęcić wszystkich, i młodych, i starszych, i dzieci, i rodziców, i dziadków.
Zdecydowanie. Dzisiaj mamy przyjemność prowadzić warsztaty właśnie tutaj w szkole w Karpaczu, szkole podstawowej, która jest świetnym przykładem nie tylko nowoczesnej szkoły, ale też szkoły otwartej na dialog. Tutaj mamy właśnie, tak jak pan marszałek wspomniał, blisko 100 dzieci z Ukrainy. Pani dyrektor stanęła na wysokości zadania. Po wybuchu wojny stworzyła 5 oddziałów przygotowawczych dla tych najmłodszych naszych gości z Ukrainy, a dzisiaj właśnie mogą razem z polskimi dziećmi ręka w rękę realizować nowoczesne projekty przy wykorzystaniu druku 3D, mikrokontrolerów, czy także różnego rodzaju robótek ręcznych. I tutaj to są nasze projekty takie jak Laboratoria Przyszłości, 1 miliard złotych, 200 milionów, które poszły na zakup sprzętu do wszystkich szkół podstawowych w Polsce, ale także polskich szkół za granicą. Tutaj idea, która przyświeca nam, jest to, aby było takie uniwersalny dostęp do nowoczesnych technologii celem tego, żeby najmłodsi mogli się inspirować, odkrywać swoje talenty w taki sposób, który jest dla nich bardzo interesujący i niejako naturalny, bo dzieci rodzą się z technologiami wokół, z technologiami w ręku, wręcz można już powiedzieć. I to, co tutaj przygotowujemy, no to jest nowoczesne technologie, ale także zmiany w podstawie programowej i tutaj chociażby wprowadzona zmiana przez ministra Czarnka do podstawy programowej gry wideo i tutaj nie boimy się takich nowoczesnego podejścia, ponieważ od gier wideo do książki, od gier wideo, od świetnych produkcji na Google VR do poznawania historii, do poznawania różnych interesujących opowieści i interesującej wiedzy. Więc to nie jest oczywiście nasze ostatnie zdanie, ale tutaj cieszymy się, że możemy przyjeżdżać i inspirować młodych ludzi do tego, aby te nowoczesne technologie nie bali się odkrywać swoich talentów przy ich wykorzystaniu i pobudzali swoją kreatywność przy właśnie stosowaniu ich. Dziękuję bardzo.
Pani dyrektor, wrażenia?
Praktycznie rzecz biorąc, to wszystko zostało dopowiedziane. Ja cóż, ja jestem tylko dyrektorem szkoły. Ja tu jestem od zarządzania i stworzenia jak najlepszych warunków nauczania dla moich dzieciaków. Na pewno korzystam, to jest fakt, z wszystkich projektów, jakie ministerstwo ogłasza i między innymi właśnie pozyskałam te środki, bo 93 900 maksymalnie wszystko wydałam na laboratoria przyszłości i wydałam wszystko co do złotówki po to, żeby dzieciaki mogły właśnie poznawać to, o czym mówiła tu pani minister. Ogromnie się cieszę i zapewniam, że zawsze będę korzystała, jeżeli taka oczywiście będzie możliwość, będą te projekty, żeby napisać wniosek i te pieniądze pozyskać.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękujemy.
Pozdrawiamy oczywiście wszystkich uczestników Europy Karpat, od całego naszego zespołu Golec Orkiestra. Mówił Paweł Golec i Łukasz Golec. Do zobaczenia, do usłyszenia, wszystkiego dobrego. Hej!
Dzień dobry. Zapraszamy do zajmowania swoich miejsc. Za 4 minuty zaczynamy nasz kolejny panel. Młodzi Europejczycy, jedna Europa, różne perspektywy. Bardzo proszę o zajmowanie miejsc.
Invite you to taking your seats in the room.
Recording in progress.
Szanowni Państwo, zapraszamy wszystkich na swoje miejsca. Za chwilkę zacznie się.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a very short while we are going to start our panel, so we are
Na swoje miejsce.
going to
Również
invite
prosimy
you.
panelistów o
And
przygotowanie
also
się.
panelists are kindly asked to get prepared.
Dzień dobry. Witamy serdecznie na 34. edycji
Welcome at the 34th edition of the Europe of the Carpathians Conference within the Economic Forum. And we have had 2 very intense days of working days, and today it is the 3rd day of our conference and the 9th panel, Young Europeans,
Jedna Europa.
One Europe,
Różne
different perspectives.
Z wami jestem ja,
And I am with you, Natalia Panaspanin,
krajowy
National Assistant of Euro Parliamentarians Bogdan Żońca, and activist of the Association Women of the Carpathians, as well as the Przemyśl Cultural Association and the Club Europe of the Carpathians. Future belongs to the young people. On their attitudes, our future is dependent. 2022, it is the European Youth Year. Therefore, we are addressing the young European leaders from the era of politics and the media to talk about their involvement in shaping the future of our continent. The moderator for this panel is the young Polish and Belgian journalist Mr. Sebastian Mewisen. And he will introduce his panelists. Sir, please introduce the panelists and chair of the panel. Thank you very much for this introduction, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased, very happy that you have joined us after 2 very dense and tight packed days with packed agenda. I would like to start with introducing our panelists. To my left-hand side, we have got Kacper Płażyński, member of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland and chairman of the European Union Affairs Committee. And then Mr. George Byczyński, editor-in-chief of the British-Polish portal British Polls. And then Ms. Madeleine Enzelberger, who's executive director of Observatory on Intolerance and Discrimination Against Christians in Europe, with the main seat in Vienna, in Austria. Then Anna Menszenina, who's an expert political scientist from Ukraine, from Center for East European Studies, University of Warsaw, and Mr. Dinesh Andras Nagy, Europeist, program leader of the College of Visegrad Plus, Institute of Strategic Studies, Ludowika, National University of Public Service from Hungary. And applause is really, they deserve applause. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me, I would like to start with several words about myself, because as it has been mentioned, I am a Belgian. I was born in Belgium, but I am also Polish because of my mother and because of my heart and sentiments. And I have observed during the 25 years of living in Belgium something which Professor Maciej Szymanowski, director of the Felczak Institute, defines with the wording the mental iron curtain. I have been very interested in that, and I think it is right. I will ask the panelists whether they share my opinion, and I would like to give you a couple of examples to present it to you. I encountered the situation that the Belgians, in my case, had no idea where Poland was located on the map and where for 3 decades, Czechoslovakia is not one state, and they mix Serbia and with Siberia. They do not recognize Serbia between Siberia, grotesque things, but people 20 plus are expressing these opinions. I had not expected such situations, and questions asked proved that they thought that Eastern Europe is located somewhere on the moon, and whether internet is working there. And Anna Menszenina, I would like to ask you, from Ukrainian point of view, how do these things look like? What the Ukrainians identify themselves with? Do they consider themselves to be of Eastern Europe? And how, since the beginning of the war of 2014, the attitude vis-à-vis Western Europe and Central Europe, which we know that many million Ukrainians had to settle down in the west of Europe, in west of Ukraine. Madam, the floor is yours. Anna Menszenina. Thank you very much.
Let me speak English. First of all, I would like to say thank you, all of Europe, all of people of Europe, for your help, for your solidarity with Ukraine. Nowadays, it's very important, not only your economic, military aid, but your cordial support of our country, because we know this war is not only local war between, maybe like somebody wants to say, between Ukraine and Russia, because we know this aggression was unprovoked and it is unjust. Regarding to your question, let me say that our attitude as Ukrainian people, as Ukrainian young people, our attitude to European Union, to Europe, Central Europe and Western Europe is good. What do I mean? We know that our civilization is devoted to Europe. It's Western civilization, not not Russian, like Russian propaganda wants to want to spread this narrative that we are united people of Russian, so it is needed to be spread what is to say Ruski mir, Russian world. For example, the latest sociological data shows that maybe approximately all Ukrainian people now it's maybe 70 or even 80% of Ukrainian people support Ukrainian Euro integration. That the highest rate before Ukrainian gained Ukraine gained its independence. According to these numbers, according to the research of Ukrainian Institute of Sociological of the National Academy of Science of Ukraine. But maybe now we understand that we are a part of Europe, and also we want to build our relations with European Union and with European people based on European values, which we also adhere to. And how about attitude? Maybe now we understand if before war, even before this full-scale war, there were some people who thought that Ukraine must adhere to ambivalent position between Western world and between Eastern world. For example, Russia. Somebody can say that we need to build some good relations with Russia, but before this full-scale war, many people understood that our direction, our civilizational adherence is only Europe. Regarding the question, this correlation between Western Europe and Central Europe, of course, now we understand that we are the part of Central Europe, and because of your help, we also feel this. We feel our similarity to your culture, so our Ukrainian attitude to European people of Central Europe is maybe good. But regarding the Western Europe, in our situation of full-scale war, when most cities and towns and villages of Ukraine are under missiles attack, are suffering from this unprovoked aggression from Russian Federation, so we just only want to see not good words but action. Your real support of Ukraine, not only in words or maybe some political statements, but in action. For example, like your military support, like support of humanitarian support, Ukrainian people. So that's the way we consider now Western Europe and Central Europe. So maybe I haven't seen the research or maybe research of public opinion of this question, but to my mind, we only now can consider truly action. And now we can see that Central Europe is our very good assistant who helps us to win this war. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję za to wyjaśnienie. Chciałem teraz wrócić się do Madeleine, ponieważ...
Explanation. Now I would like to address Madeleine.
I can say in English if you prefer.
Mogę
Więc chciałbym zwrócić się do Madeleine, ponieważ wczoraj...
I would like to address Madeleine because yesterday Madeleine told me about her feeling that in Austria there is conviction that whatever is behind the eastern border, it is Eastern Europe, and we know that Vienna is geographically located very near Bratislava, and from geographical point of view, we also paid attention to the fact that Prague is situated much more to the west than Vienna, but in spite of that, the Austrians, when they travel to Czechia, it seems to them that they are entering the Eastern Europe. So, and it remains, this attitude remains valid. So what are the consequences of that? And Madeleine, I believe that you will confirm that the differences are that some behaviors, differences in behaviors. Madeleine has observed in Western Europe among Austrians, but the trends to execute a kind of self-censorship, censoring their own convictions, like religious convictions. If a person is a Christian, the Christians do not admit they are Christians. They are not willing to admit they are Christians. Can you reflect on that?
Yes, thank you, Sebastian. So I would like to address the first thing that you stated about Austrians thinking of everything that is east to them being Eastern Europe. One thing that really, like a big question that came to my mind, especially this morning, was why do we actually always have this negative connotation when we talk about this label of who is Eastern European or Central European, right? So why is there a negative connotation to that anyway? I mean, you could just say, well, it's just geographical, so that's West, that's Central, that's East, but who really cares, right? So there's something behind that somehow. And we do all know, I think, that is connected to the Iron Curtain. And specifically, I have to be honest, I really don't know why, especially in the younger generation, this narrative is still passed on. So we still have this Iron Curtain thinking somehow, also in a cultural way, I think, which is actually confusing and also historically doesn't really make sense because especially the regions in the northeast of Austria, they have such a long shared history. And if you look into Vienna, there's so many people with Czech last names. I mean, it's part of the culture, right? So, but it is something that hasn't been broken yet. And I do believe that actually the Ukrainian war now is breaking that a bit because, to be honest, and I think that's part of the popular opinion at the moment, or was part of the popular opinion that Ukraine was somehow considered European, but a bit more Russian. I know that's very astounding, but through the war, that public perception changed, and it also made people aware of Ukraine, and it is really European. And also kind of like made us looking into the West as being more central, if that makes sense somehow. So I think that was a positive change of narrative that happened since the war started. And now coming to my work and what you already mentioned. So my organization basically observes cases of intolerance or discrimination against Christians in Europe. And there's two main fields that we look at. The one is hate crimes. So the one where you have actual crimes under national jurisdiction that are combined with a bias. So we have a lot of vandalism. If you look into France, for example, on average, we have 3 cases of vandalism against churches or Christian organizations every day. There is a huge problem also in Germany and other countries. And then the second field that we look at is fundamental freedoms, and one of them is freedom of speech. And we have observed that there is now a big problem among Christians about self-censorship, which has published a study about that, where Christians don't feel safe, not under legal restrictions, even though we already start to see cases like this. So for example, I don't know, you've maybe been familiar with the case of a Finnish MP. She's been accused of hate speech. She was in trial because she was tweeting a Bible verse. And so what we see is that it's not only the legislation, but the social pressure is getting a lot more. And here we can see a clear divide between East and West. So the pressure in the West is a lot higher than in the East, and specifically at universities and among young people who are not yet so established in their faith. Sadly, in the end, for some people, the social pressure and the social cost to keep their faith gets so high that they, in the end, would abandon their faith altogether because they'd say it's just not worth it. And I think that's the worst case in the end. But what is more worrying about all of this is that we kind of like see an eradication of the diversity of thought at universities. So universities are supposed to be platforms of different opinions, and where you actually shape your opinion and learn the accurate ability to debate, and where new ideas are formed. But so the whole Christian or conservative view of things is now just being completely pushed out. And so new elites are actually formed at universities. So this has an effect for the next generations to come, and that is the very dangerous trend of that.
Thanks, Madeleine. I will switch to Polish, so maybe get it back. Madeleine zwróciła uwagę na pewną rzecz.
To certain important aspects, which seems worth emphasizing, that war in Ukraine in a way made many people aware of how close Ukraine is located on the map. That's one thing, but also how the Ukrainians are similar to us, the Europeans. And I would like to get back to this historical motive and asking Member of Parliament, Mr. Kacper Płażyński, about young Germans, because you published several weeks ago, you draw our attention to the fact that about 60% of young Germans below 30 years of age think that or consider that their ancestors, their grandparents were victims of Nazism, and complete ignorance, complete lack of knowledge. So in case of Germans, in your opinion, and according to your knowledge, is it changing? Has the war in Ukraine changed their perception or made them interested in historical issues, or made them, is it a positive aspect of this tragic situation that this will allow for a better understanding of our European history? Will it contribute to better understanding of European history? Yes, there are, that's a result of an official survey of 2019, where a broad survey was carried out by an institution. I forgot the exact name of this institution, but that's the institution which was established in 2002 by the federal government of Germany. It is not just an organization which is not, which is supposed to mislead the public opinion, and it is under control of German government. And 3 years ago, 60% of young Germans thought that their grandfathers did not contribute whatsoever to the Second World War. They were not perpetrators, and 30% believes that they were just victims of the Second World War. And we are in Poland, we do know history, and we do not need to explain how the Social Democratic Hitler's party was, how heavily it was supported by the Germans, and in Gdańsk and Germany, and I would not consider it just ignorance or distortion, but it's like in the case of Russian-German cooperation, but it is historical policy which has been implemented for decades, a policy which is aimed at shaping the German society, which will not accept the demands like for reparations, demand for reparations from Poland will not find response among the German society. In order to attain certain goals, one must have allies in one's own society. So it is consistently carried out activity, and the Germans are presented as Nazis. Angela Merkel, who several years ago, at the anniversary of the descent in Normandy, she said that she was thankful to the Allies for liberating Germany from Nazi occupation. You know, it's really, we must remember that average European doesn't have a faintest idea on what was happening during the Second World War. The World War II is completely alien to the young Europeans, especially young Europeans. They are not educated about that, about real history. There is a huge problem in that, and we, the Polish parliamentarians, we need to emphasize that in a different fora, that the Germans should not learn only about Holocaust, about the Shoah, but about the context of the World War II and what was happening here in Poland, because otherwise, as any dictatorship, any authoritarian regime, it may be repeated one day, you know. If they believe they were victims, we don't know what will happen in 20, 30 years in the future. So Russia, when Russia was the propaganda, Russian propaganda, and the peace in Europe is not something given. You know, we must be prepared for everything. You know, and concerning this general topic and the discussion held previously, it was worthwhile to see that the Central and Eastern Europe is perceived by Western countries also because of hundreds of years of Russian diplomacy. The Russian diplomacy, Russia has paid huge amounts of money to philosophers like Rousseau, to the Western philosophers, to present Poland as something inferior and to create the image of Poland as something inferior, or just not to let the Western Europe treat the countries of Central and Eastern Europe as partners, as real partners to have. And there were different peripherals between Russia and Germany. Children naked and barefooted running along the streets and all white bears in the streets. But it's changing. I'm very happy that there is a consolidation of Central Europe also in the face of this direct and fair and just attack of Russia against Ukraine. And Europe needs that. Europe has been developing from the west to the east. There were transport and trading routes which made richer countries cohesive. And World War II resulted in extreme destruction, not only in Poland, but into the south of Poland as well. But inter mariam, the three C's idea, the Minister of Treasury was invited by the Minister of Romania to meeting with Romanian ambassadors, and it shows, it indicates all these phenomena, these facts show that there is consolidation of our countries of our region, and therefore awareness of the Western Europe will be higher, because where is money, there is interest. You know, we are the poorer part of Europe, but we are making up for the difference, and there are no burdens, hindrances like unwise immigration, and there is no clear demarcating line between the west and the east of Europe, and we need to utilize this window opportunity for the Eastern and Central Europe to the full extent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let's talk about building the image of a retarded region, something that is not so important to. And George, the question is, what is your opinion? How much is it still effective, you know, this presentation of Poland and the whole region in a dark light, in Britain, and how do people see and perceive this region? And on the other hand, I'd like to know, Belgium and Poland are not so far apart on the map, but there are a lot of differences in the way of thinking and mentalities. The Belgians drive the car in a more safe way than those in Poland. And I feel safer there when driving. But in Poland, I think people are more hard-working. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my impression. So I'll try to be a Belgian here in Poland when I drive and a Pole when I work in Belgium. How is your opinion about any more differences, what we can learn from the Brits and vice versa? Thank you very much for this invitation to this important panel. When preparing for this discussion, I asked a couple of people who live in Britain, Polish and British nationals, whether this mental Iron Curtain is still there, it's still in place. Is it something that is new? And what they told me, there were so many different answers, yes and no. These answers were. I was told that in the globalized world, these differences are more diluted. It's not so important what the Minister of Education wants in this country or other, but what the young people watch on the Netflix, for example. Historically speaking, after the Iron Curtain onset, people in Britain did really think those people in Eastern Europe is a kind of Russians, poor people who need some assistance and help, perhaps. But now it has changed to a large extent. Just look at the Ukraine that we've mentioned here so many times already, quite rightly, of course. The British people, not all of them, but some of those who were looking at Eastern Europe as if something, well, inferior and different. But now the solidarity with Ukraine is so strong and high, and in every place, small and big towns, every village, they demonstrate support for Ukraine. So, well, I didn't think that would be the picture. I thought they would offer some help, but quite reluctantly, perhaps. But there are many problems caused by ignorance of Poland and the whole region. For instance, I asked a year ago, I think, I asked somebody, someone from the Boris Johnson's cabinet about his opinion on Nord Stream 2, the gas pipeline that might be used to blackmail Europe in future. Of course, this very respected minister said, if you got a problem with buying gas from Russia, then buy it from someone else. And he just did not understand that after so many years under Soviet rule, you cannot overnight change the supplier and buy it from somewhere else. So that knowledge about culture, economy, politics has to be promoted and spread by everyone who lives in Britain, students and experts and everyone. But the state, the Polish state, has also a great role to play here, because the state is a state. It's got some resources, it's got some promotion tools. Well, I think the Polish state is doing the job, but not everything has been done. Of course, there is still a mammoth work to do.
Polaków, czy o czymś. Natomiast realnym problemem
So
jest wojna.
especially that the war is a real problem now. It is important to push Russia away as far as it is possible, and of course prevent them from moving any closer to Poland. It is extremely important, this mission each of us should assume as a task to do. What we could learn from one another, I mean both nations, I think the British people can certainly learn from Poland, and from Polish people to learn to understand and anticipate threats which are imminent. Wars and similar things used to be closer to us, and we understand it. What we could learn from the British, well, maybe the skill of giving structures to whatever you do, the skill to get organized, the political and other parties of the young people as well. They can do it very skillfully to get organized, and they even pay big money to build such organizations, but they do it. They quickly have an agenda prepared and then covered, discussed, and they keep the time discipline. We tend to talk longer than our time allocated to us in the agenda. Despite the fact that I have been living in Britain so long, I still have that Polish touch.
If British people are European.
That's a debate point.
Bardzo dziękuję za to.
Thank you very much for this explanation. Now, I want to refer to the political activity of the young people. How is it in Hungary? Dinesh, could you... No, just one more thing before that. I am curious to know your opinion whether we can speak of what Sejm or Kundera were writing, that is the emerging new Central European identity. I have mentioned several times that East, West, Eastern, Western Europe, etc., Iron Curtain, but we have also mentioned that Austria is a Central Europe, isn't it? The Austrians believe they are Westerners. When they cross the border to Hungary, they travel to the east. Then the Hungarians tell them, no, it's Central Europe, not East, and so on. So, as I saw it when I traveled to Hungary, I had an impression that Hungarian youth are very strongly involved in politics, and quite successfully. And are there any structurally oriented and talented people in Hungary, especially in the context of Visegrad Plus?
Jó napot, dzień dobry, good day. I could speak in English, ale to konferencja Europy Karpat. Jesteśmy w Polsce, więc będę mówił po polsku.
First of all, I'd like to give my thanks to the head of the committee, Mr. Kuczynski, for his invitation, and great thanks to the organizers, Madam Benderek, Falkrich, Daniluk, Musiał, and Mr. Magisen. Once we are in Central Europe, I will speak Hungarian. When we are thinking about whether Hungary is in Central Europe, then we can look around at our neighbors, Ukraine, for instance. Then we say, no, Hungary is in Central Europe. It's Central Europe. If we accepted the fact that Hungary is in Eastern Europe, it would mean that there is nothing that Europe ends on our border. And where's Ukraine then? Ukraine is in Eastern Europe, but we, Hungarians, are Central Europe. And when we start to think what it means to be a Central European country, well, look, we have a colleague from Vienna here. When Mr. Kuchcinski invited me here, I pulled up my smartphone and I looked how much time it would take me to get to Karpat, 15 hours, and 3 hours to Vienna maximum. Why is that? Yes, because the distance between Budapest and Vienna has a good road and railways, but between Berlin and Warsaw you can move very quickly, but north, south, and the other way around, well, this is not so easy. So, unlike in Western Europe, countries which tended to have colonies in the past, and as the Commissioner said, in the 21st century, we were poorer countries when compared to the Western European countries, but now we are better off in terms of spiritually, because our spirits are not burdened with colonialism. We have no black conscience that we were robbing our neighbor states and nations. You can see it very clearly when you go to see a soccer match. When Central Europe plays against Western Europe, then Western Europe think they have to kneel because they used to have colonies, they had slaves, and we, the Hungarians, we were the slaves sometimes, and we had to kneel sometimes, and this makes a big difference. When we, the young people, think what we could do for Central Europe, as a matter of fact, I have 5 areas where we could work and make real difference. Now back to what the Commissioner said. North, South, yes, connections, communication, transport, roads. Let's think on the Via Carpathia road. We are proud, we Hungarians are proud of it. We have finished it. We've done our part. Yes, we have to connect Central European capital towns together. When we finish the Via Carpathia, let's try to go ahead with westbound roads from Gdańsk down to Budapest. Let's build more roads. Then railways, yes. Yes, we know why you can travel so quickly from Berlin to Warsaw. Before the war, how it is interesting, you know, how quickly you can reach Moscow from Ukraine. But why is that? I, being a Hungarian, when I want to meet my friends in Poland, I had to sit 10 hours in the train while going to Western towns. I just need 2 or 3 hours, that's it. I could get sooner to London than to Krakow from Budapest. The answer is, yes, we need the Central European country, a Visegrad country, we have to get quick railway connections everywhere. Now, corridors or channels. We will restore the channels and travel along waterways will be restored. We will have barges and ships equipped with photovoltaic panels. What can we do? We will now focus on renewable energy. We have to fulfill our long-term, ages-old dream to connect the Odra River and the Donau. And then I would like, well, airfields, right? I'd like to fly from Budapest somewhere to Poland. It will not necessarily be Kraków. It's going to be, because this month we had the first flight from Hungary to the Sejmu, 7 cities area. It's a regional connection. So we can use it now. Of course, we are taking the example of Poland because the Polish airline LOT brings me quickly from Warsaw to Kraków. Less than an hour. Why can't we have such a airline from Warsaw to Budapest? And my last proposal is innovations and discoveries. We here in Central Europe, we've got ingenious discoveries and innovations. The first underground railways was in Budapest. Those in Vienna did not have courage to start building it. So they tried it, they tested it on Budapest, and it was the first in the world. Now in the 21st century, we have similarly ingenious inventors. What I think about Hungarian young people, well, we have a bright future awaiting us. We are the economic driving force in the whole EU. The GDP is much higher. Its growth is much faster than in Western Europe. And it's here, in this region, we can say what our parents would not perhaps be so brave to say. Our parents believe that Western Europe is our future. But here in Central Europe, we are now convinced that the future is here, not there, is here. It's here. We've got to build it here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Quite a lot of questions you've raised, but well, of course I agree 100% with the absence of good connections inside the region. I happened to travel from Budapest to Warsaw on train, and I will never do it again. It was a torture. You know, if you look at the map and see how long you sit in the train, well, I was thinking, how is that still possible? You're right. Now, I'd like to know if our panelists share Dinesh's viewpoint and opinion that those previous generations believed that our future is in the West and with the West. Do you now believe that here is the place to be, that here are the best prospects for innovation, for a better future, for development, and maybe something like a new Europe here? Who of the panelists would like to comment on what Dinesh has said? Madeleine, would you like to? You were smiling all the time when he was speaking.
Well, I mean, that was the only way to somehow not feel the constant attacks on Austria or Vienna. No. I think what, in the end, does not help any of us is if we keep thinking in those categories of us and them. And I think that is actually what what the founding fathers of the European Union and of the unified Europe like to think of, is that we consider ourselves Europeans, but still are strong in our own identity in the region. I don't know if we can really say, you know, this is where the good is and this is where the bad is. I think we should not think in those categories, but have a more thinking of solidarity in that sense. Because we can see that this is what happened in the past. Like, this is what the West did with the East. And it has not led us anywhere good. But in fact, what we see now is that specifically in the ideological battlefield nowadays. The West and the East, I'm just going to say it like that, is drifting apart even more. And this is something that we really need to take care of because it's threatening the common thing that we still have and or that we used to have. And so again, I would refrain from saying, you know, everything lies, the future lies in Central Europe. I think the future should lie in every region of Europe, no matter where it is. So we are all together in this. Maybe that's a very Austrian standpoint of view. But I mean, we all agreed we want to be in this project together, right? So we should address it together. But again, we should make sure that, and that's what we see at my organization very much at the moment, is this huge divide on ideological lines. So, and you can feel the tensions in the EU, which is not good. I mean, luckily through the war, somehow there was some uniformity on opinion, but it's already starting to fall apart somehow. It was only because it was very urgent, but that's also what I heard internally from a lot of people is that sometimes opinions from the Visegrad states would, or specifically Poland or Hungary, would have not been taken too serious at the EU level simply because they have a different ideological standpoint on certain issues. But then just ignoring other warnings about Russia or other topics. So that is something, honestly, I stand before it and I really wonder how we can start to build bridges there again. And that's why we need to start to protect what we already have, what we all stand on, is our liberal democratic freedoms. And so we can't allow any negotiations on that. So if we have free media, if we have good universities where freedom of speech is protected, this is the only way how we can still keep or build those bridges, I believe. But if we keep shutting that out, and also if it gets too polarized, so I think in the West and the East, people are obliged to learn again, to sit on a table and listen to the other and not just discard the other simply because they have a different opinion.
Wiele osób tutaj chce zareagować. Może zaczniemy od
I
George'a.
think many people want to comment on this, so let's go ahead with it.
Bardzo mi się
Yes,
podobało,
I love to hear your idealistic approach and opinion. Yes, I'd love to hear about one united Europe, no differences between East and West, yes, but these differences do exist. And now, Dinesh, we are the spiritualized part of Europe, not in the religious terms, but here, you know, support to your neighbor means still something. But in other societies, they tend to forget what is important. That's bad for the education and upbringing of young ones. And the young people are our focus today. Let's look at some statistics. Where people asked in Poland and in Britain and other countries were asked if they regularly spend time with their families, whether it was once a week, at dinner, or more times. In Poland, the respondents said 93% did so, and so it was in other local countries. 60% in Britain. Then there was the question was also about security. in Central and Eastern Europe, people feel more secure. Well, maybe it's more secure in Belgium, but I don't think only on the roads. Okay, only on the roads. I agree. But I have a Jewish friend who says he would never come out of home in Brussels in the night, and he doesn't have such inhibitions in Warsaw. I was at a meeting once with a British deputy who was responsible for education. He asked me, why don't you have a problem with stabbings among young people? How can you achieve that you have controlled this awful problem? Now, one of Polish members said, no, family means something for us until today. We still have the Christian religion. This religion had some influence on people's mentality. We still have close relations within families. Somebody mentioned colonialism. Well, we have never done something like colonialism and the cruel things related to it. We did not do it. Never. We were victims rather than those who victimized others. So I think this opinion that Poland was right is not sufficiently pronounced in Europe, across Europe. We were right in many things about the mass immigration, which we warned Europe. We were right in many things, and Poland was right, and the Visegrad Group was right. This should be spoken out very loudly to the world.
Just a sec.
Tehát azt szoktuk mondani Magyarországon, csak egy mondat, hogy Magyarországnak nem igaza van, hanem igaza lesz.
The Hungarians are not right today, but they will be right in the future. You're not against that. So you sound like a Frenchman. Well, of course, I'd like to share your opinion, madam, but because Europe should be united, but this seems impossible if there are so basic differences. When Mr. Scholz and the federal government says, yes, we want federal Europe, and Mr. Macron says the same. So, well, this is a result of some kind of communist or post-Soviet tendencies still strong over there. The European Parliament, it's got an emblem on its wall which praises Mr. Spinelli, the very strong Italian communist. So, well, this is kind of suicidal mentality, isn't it? And then confusion in the terms of concepts and ideologies. And that brings us to something we can call a disease in the West. It is multiculturalism, equality, cultural mix, something which sounds nicely, but in fact it leads to uprooting from people from their traditions, from their values, on which each country was built. They are trying to erase Christianity at all from people's mentality. They try to erase many magnificent personalities, individuals, because they are not politically correct today. So this multiculturalism and political correctness tries to identify it with chauvinism, which the communists have always done. So when we have an opinion poll in Poland or in Central Europe, many young people, respondents say, yes, we are ready to die for our country. The further the west you go, if you ask Germans or French, they say, no. Well, one would say, which country? My country is Morocco, right? And the other respondent will say, well, a German would say, no, why should I die for my country? It's funny. My country is Europe, isn't it? I'm not going to die for Europe. I will go to the Hawaii or somewhere, and then I will live there. So they create some false values over there in Europe, and then Ukrainian war happens, and we are surprised, right? Luckily, not all peoples have started to believe in these new ideas. The Ukrainian war helped Poland in a way, because such countries like Lithuania, Poland had quite difficult relations with Lithuania in the recent years, but if anyone would be to help the Lithuanians against Russians potentially, then it will not be Spanish, it will not be the French, but the Poles only. So we look at the future of Europe not as the one state, but as a united countries, sovereign, independent European countries united into a kind of a bloc. And if the French or the German people do not understand it, that we do not want a federalized country, we will keep the tensions will continue, and the end will not be very good for us. Thank you very much. The floor is now with Anna, because Ukrainians are now demonstrating what Mr. Parzyński mentioned, the readiness to die for their land. How much Ukrainians surprised themselves by the attitude, by the ability to stand up in the time, at the difficult time.
Thank you. First of all, while Madeleine was speaking, I also wanted to express that I agree with you, with your idea of crucial role of common sense of to be united is the first. And let me speak Ukrainian, my mother tongue, because maybe to express, to show you the beauty of our language. Now we appreciate this. Добре, перш за все, мені хотілося б зазначити те, що ви щойно казали, українці готові вмерти за свою батьківщину. Так, це дійсно не пусті слова. В умовах загрози ти це усвідомлюєш. Можливо, той світ, безпечний світ, що базується перш за все на одній із цінностей Європейського Союзу як безпека, вона і породжує
security, all that suggests that security is eternal and permanent, and that you do not have to do anything about it. It is there. You take it for granted. That there are procedures in place, good ones, which guarantee security. And people tend to believe that they were feeling safe, and generations of our parents and grandparents, they had a different attitude to security. They understood that sometimes you have to fight for your motherland. And now the Ukraine gives an example to follow to all Europeans and the world, saying that if you do not defend yourself and your country, you will cease to exist tomorrow. We were sure that we were defending our motherland and our future, and at the same time we are building a new free world without a huge force, a grim power, which is Russia. Russia, in all its history, was such a power. You have mentioned the Iron Curtain before, and comparison between the West and the East and the Soviet Union, later Russia. Well, this kind of curtain has never been lifted. In fact, the values are different. European Union's values are universal. They include respect, freedom, universality, but the Russian values are totally different. They are contradictory. Just look at Chechnya and Georgia and the annexation of southern Ossetia and Crimea, the occupation of Donetsk and the Lugansk district. So, and now we've got a full-fledged war. And now look at the Russian propaganda. You will see that they talk about, they describe it as a threat not to Ukraine or Central Europe, but also as they also speak about Western Europe as a target. Some of the rockets and missiles, when they are fired to Ukraine, they write on them Berlin. This, of course, is reference to World War II, and this is where unity should come into scene. We have no problem with knowing which side is good and which is evil. And these good values, the basic core values, provide the basis for building European Union unity. And the national interests are important, of course, but the Ukrainian example shows that when the Ukrainian army had only 3 days given to surrender, then suddenly the values and the united Ukrainians allowed us to withstand this attack, and it allowed us to start building optimistic plans for future. That's how we managed to put off this destructive Russian force. So we now understand how important it is to be united, to start a new world order without any threat of such precedent like Russia is.
Szeretnék válaszolni arra, amit Madeleine mondott.
Responding to what Madeleine has said, it is not unified Europe, but we, the Hungarians, believe in those. But there are some key notions what we are offering to the Western Europe, and what we do respect in Eastern Europe. The most important thing is respect. I would like to give you 3 examples on to what extent we respect the Western Europe and how it is not reciprocated. I learned in the United Kingdom, in London, in the Slavonic and Central and Eastern Europe school. And why are we learning in there? But when I studied there, I was taught every day that I received the teaching that we, the Hungarians, the Czechs, the Slovaks, the Poles, do not understand the notion of democracy because we received democracy or freedom only after 1989. I would like to say that if we get back to the Middle Ages, In Hungary, there were parliamentary associations in Hungary. We had got elected kings. If we look at the traditions of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland, and this tradition existed when in the Western Europe philosophers and politicians just started thinking about whether citizens deserve being involved in ruling processes. And we do not need to be taught democracy, because our contribution to the European culture is as important and the contribution of the Western Union. If we look at the ages 16, 17, 18, and 19, when Western Europe started electing kings and started creating parliamentary assemblies, and we had that much before. And another issue is the language issue. Moi, je parle français, I speak English, I mówię po polsku. When I asked my colleagues, why don't you learn Polish, Czech, Slovak, I received different answers. Why? What for? So, but why do we learn German, French, or English? Because we do respect our neighbors. And I would like to be able to communicate with them directly and to convey my thoughts, my ideas. That's why I try to convince the young people in the Western Europe who think about unified Europe. I encourage them to learn languages of East and Central European nations. If the College Visegrad Plus is concerned with Lodowik University, it offers the possibility to young people of learning, to people who are from from outside of this region, to learn languages like Slavonic languages and Hungarian and other languages. And so how many directors originated from Hungary works in huge capital corporations? If there is expectation that we are to be net payers in the future years, taking into account that GDP of Visegrad countries is above 5%, while in Western Europe it is lowering and remains on the level of 4%. So there is an expectation that we will become the net payer. But in order to build stronger Europe, we expect that on the decision-making level, Hungarians should decide, and people from Central Europe should be given the same voting rights, the same, as those from the Western Europe. It is the basic respect which all Europeans do deserve. And another issue associated with respect. Here in Central Europe, we respect that peoples and nations were treated with respect. Those who struggle to be Europeans, full-fledged Europeans. And because of the fact that we are attending the conference Europe of the Carpathians, and also Serbia and Ukraine participate in this conference, countries which are not members of EU yet. But if we have been able to adopt, if we offer a possibility to those countries to join the huge European family, let Serbia and Ukraine be given the same respect, enabling them to join the European Union. And only then we will be able to speak about a unified single Europe. Thank you very much, Dinesh. And I agree, and I believe that you will agree with me, that you draw our attention to the important fact that, yes, indeed, in our region of Central Europe, we normally learn English, French, German, because these are the languages of communication when we look in broader range. But I personally learn Hungarian language, and my wife is Hungarian, so it is really very encouraging. When I am in Hungary, I am so happy that I can communicate with them, and the Hungarians are so happy with me that I had some crazy idea to learn their language. language. So, but they are so happy, and I am happy, and I feel proud and happy. And those who come to countries of our region, it is a challenge which is not very popular among the youngsters, but it is very interesting. And I think that all the themes, and when I look at our agenda, young Europeans, one Europe, different perspectives. And I must say that I am very pleased with our discussion, because different perspectives mean that we do not necessarily agree on everything. There were some minor disputes showing that not everybody is looking from the same point of view. There is a Polish saying that your point of view depends on the point you are seated at. So, but when you are sitting, then you can see such a horizon. But participating in this Europe of the Carpathians conference, so we want to learn about the point of view of perspectives of other countries, of our partners from regions, from these regions. So it is a key to better mutual understanding, to go together in the same direction. It is worthwhile to explain what we mean, why we understand certain issues like that. And it is worthwhile to listen, very carefully listen, to understand the other party better, and to be able to cooperate in the most effective way, the most as effectively as possible. Our time is almost exhausted, but we have got several minutes for final conclusions. If you would like to say something, please. Benes?
Hogyha csupán tekintettel léve, tisztelettel léve az osztrák kolléganőnk iránt, aki nagyon
And with respect to my colleague from Austria, who is doing a lot of work, who is contributing a lot of work to help all the Christians, persecuted Christians. So I would like to thank you, Madam, for your work on behalf of the Hungarians. And I think it will be a good conclusion to recall the great Polish person, John Paul II. John Paul II said in the year 2019, when he visited, when he visited Hungary, he said, unite the land and unite the process of history, of our history. Do not stand behind. Do not ask the continent to receive us, but go there as those who are bearing huge heritage of Christianity in Europe. Do not wait that somebody will take care of you. Be entrepreneurship. Be of great spirit, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, and dear panelists, I would like to thank you very much for this extremely interesting debate, and thank you very much. And let's continue with Europe of the Carpathians.
Głównym tematem tegorocznego Uniwersytetu Letniego jest przyszłość Europy. Będziecie dyskutować o Europie waszych oczekiwań, marzeń i ambicji.
Okej. A niech tak... Aha. Lila, jaki to jest obrazek? Co tam, Krzysztof? Wiem, Krzysztofa, teraz mam łączenie do Europy Karpat. I to Żońca rzucił z nikim nieustalone. Uważam, że błąd, bo trzeba robić kampanię kroczącą. Najpierw wystawę, seminarium.
Zatań ze mną chociaż raz pod górami. Tutaj właśnie chcecie zabrać miła ma. Niechaj góry bawią się razem z nami. Niech ten taniec, ten nasz taniec ciągle trwa.
Światło bardziej w lewo, tak, z góry, tak, dobra. Proszę o ciszę. Cisza, proszę.
Radio z lufcikiem, ale popieram. Wynalazek w dechę.
Starsi panowie, starsi panowie, starsi panowie.
Starsi panowie, starsi panowie, starsi panowie dwaj. Już szron na głowie, już nie to zdrowia w sercu ciągle ma.
Mnie się w twoim wieku nawet nie śniła.
Wojna domowa od wielu wieków trwa. Proszę państwa, biało-czerwoni walczą z wątkami sprawcami największej sensacji chyba w historii światowego futbolu.
Habemus Papam.
Nekünk magyaroknak nagyon fontos a népművészeti hagyományai megőrzése és továbbadása az ifjabb generációknak. Magyarország legrangosabb folklórfesztiválja a Mesterségek ünnepe nevében üdvözletünket küldjük a világnak. Reméljük, hamarosan találkozunk.
Serdecznie pozdrawiam wszystkich widzów w kraju, za granicą. Patrzcie, jakie nasze hale przepiękne są. Zapraszamy turystów wszystkich, nie do z Polski, bo za granicę. Chyba już pięknych hali nie ma, jak tu jest Ruślowa Polana. No, pozdrawiamy całą Polskę, Warszawę szczególnie, tamte Sejmy, nie Sejmy. Zapraszamy was na wycieczkę, a nie tam siedzieć, kłócić się, a tu trzeba przyjechać góry, rozluźnić głowy.
Szanowni Państwo, zostało nam niewiele czasu do rozpoczęcia panelu Kobiety Karpat. Bardzo bym prosiła o zajmowanie miejsc.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to start the panel. And please take your seats.
Pozdrawiamy oczywiście wszystkich uczestników Europy Karpat, od całego naszego zespołu Golec Orkiestra. Mówił Paweł Golec i Łukasz Golec. Do zobaczenia, do usłyszenia, wszystkiego dobrego. Hej!
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry.
Głównym tematem tegorocznego Uniwersytetu Letniego jest przyszłość Europy. Będziecie dyskutować o Europie waszych oczekiwań, marzeń i ambicji.
Mam wielką przyjemność z
I've got the great pleasure, together with Mr.
Kobiety Karpat.
Luis
Cóż to są kobiety
Noci,
Karpat?
announced the panel on women on the Carpathians. What are the women of the Carpathians? These are women who want to change the world more beautiful. The world is beautiful, but women of the Carpathians want to make it more beautiful. And we want our tradition and our religion to be appreciated by our environment and not to act against us. There are women who are businesswomen, women who are scientists, researchers, and women who want to find fulfillment in their families, because being a mother and wife, or fulfillment in family, is a basic role of every woman. Ladies and gentlemen, in our history there were beautiful figures like Queen Jadwiga, Hedwig in German, Hedwig, Saint Jadwiga, Saint Joanna Molly, and also strong women, Margaret Thatcher, or wonderful women researcher, scientist, and Mother Maria Curie-Skłodowska. And our ladies will tell us about the role of women. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have got 9 women on women of the Carpathians, and the panel is supposed to answer the question of what women can contribute to Europe. And John Paul II expressed the thought during his visit to the Sejm that it also depends on women what shape freedom and democracy will take in Poland. And during this panel, we will speak about the responsibility that rests upon women in the public life, the family life, and professional life. And also, emphasis will be also placed on women's politics as a service, the role of women on taking care of the common good, and women as guardians of the foundational values of democracy, and also the future of women in the face of postmodern trends. And the moderator, Lucja Szymanowska, who's a translator journalist from Czech Republic. The floor is yours, madam. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you at the panel Women of the Carpathians. We are going to discuss with member of European Parliament, Ms. Jadwiga Wiśniewska, who will be with us online, and Ms. Olena Kopanczuk from Ukraine, and also and subsequent guest from Hungary, Ms. Klára Manley, analyst of the Hungarian National Assembly, member of Supervisory Board of Foreign Affairs, responsible for foreign affairs. And would also like to welcome Madam Krystyna Wróblewska, President of Women of the Carpathians Association, and Minister Marlena Maląg will join us in a short while. She's a Minister of Family Issues and for Social Policy. And as it has been said, our panel will be focused on challenges women are faced with in our societies and the sources of their challenges. We live in Central Europe, and I would welcome Madam Minister Marlena Maląg, because we live in a region which is associated or may be considered a cradle of the new feminism, because it was worded by St. John Paul II and also by Edith Stein, who was born very nearly the St. Teresa Benedict of the Cross, who was born very near in Wrocław. John Paul II said in his encyclica Evangelium Vitae about the role of women, about the dignity of women and the genius of women. And he appealed to women to discover their genius and to utilize it in the social life and in all the pathways of life. And he also said about complementary roles of men and women, that these two sexes should not struggle against each other, but should supplement each other. And this approach is not close to hearts of some people at the moment. I don't know whether Ms. Jadwiga Wiśniewska is already with us. Madam? Yes, I am with you. So I would like to ask you, from the perspective of Brussels, how do you assess, how do you evaluate, also based on these discussions which are undertaken by the European Parliament, the understanding of the role of women in the Central and Eastern Europe, the understanding of role of women based on Christian background, counter the modern or postmodern tendencies, radical tendencies of liberalism in approaching to women's issue. What is your experience? Good afternoon. I would like to welcome you cordially and greetings from Brussels, from the European Parliament. My apologies for not being in person in Karpat, but we are getting prepared for the first session of our Parliament, so that's why I need to be in Brussels. And getting back to the question asked by you, whatever you have defined as the modern feminism or new feminism determined my activities when I was entering the European Parliament in the year 2014, and then I took the decision, stemming from such a background, to join the Committee for Women's Issues and Equal Opportunity, because this is how I understood feminism and necessity to undertake activities in support and developing possibilities and capacities of women, because our task should be finding or searching for solutions which would allow women to find fulfillment and develop their abilities, competences, skills, which are the most important for them, and also to make them search for possibilities to combine work life with family life, work-life balance, so possibility of balancing, their both roles in family and in the professional life, because it should be the essence of all the activities the governments should be coping with, the ministries, because through realization of this idea, we can make ladies able to find fulfillment not only in their professions but in families in family life and in professional life. So, into showing and also we counteract the thinking that the women, and also we want to develop the vision of women who stay at home with their families as carrying on very important role, very important task. And let us not get used to the fact that somebody speaks in our presence. Well, she's not working. She just sits at home and raises children. No, there is no other more responsible, more socially valuable and important role than raising children. This is a pillar of society. So on the forum, when I entered European Parliament, I decided that on this committee on equal opportunity, and we will be able to focus on supporting women in their struggle for creating possibilities to combine both roles, role of a mother and role of an employee. And unfortunately, I got profoundly disappointed with this committee, because committee, the nomina dedicated to women, de facto is dedicated to radical promotion of gender ideology and LGBT ideology, and less and less in common. It has got less and less in common with promoting the value and dignity of of women and indicating how important role women play in social life. Of course, we are not released from the necessity to be on the committee and to sit on the committee to give testimony on what the essence of matters is. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we need to strive at equal payment for the same work, same labor. And in Poland, if Poland is concerned, Poland is an example of one of the smallest salary gap or wages gap in the European Union, which stems from the fact that the Polish women are extremely strong and courageous, and they are able to undertake very difficult tasks. And even in the most difficult situations, if we look at our history, historically and economically, the women were able to combine both roles, and they were able to find possibilities of finding employment to realize, to fulfill their dreams, and we are free. It is all about it, you know. We are free. We want to be treated as subjects, and the thinking that it's a weaker sex or beautiful, just beautiful sex, it's just wording which does not bring us anything, nothing good. We want to be treated seriously. When we look at how many women are on the top positions, then for sure Poland is an example that women, especially within the Conservative Party, have got all the possibilities to realize their ambitions in economy, in politics. And we had Prime Minister Beata Szydło, Prime Minister of Polish government, and today the Polish Parliament is headed by Marshal or Speaker Elżbieta Witek, and so from Conservative parties. So in Conservative parties, women are given all the chances for very high promotion also in political circles. When we look at this left-wing and liberal circles, communities, the situation is much worse. They speak a lot about equal opportunity for men and women, but when we look at practical implementation of these nice slogans, it proves that besides the great rumor that they are apparently support women, they do not have too much to offer. And moreover, they promote this struggle of sexes and try to impose the gender ideology. All this results in the fact that they just felt ownership of this notion feminism to the extent that many conservative women are afraid of using the very term feminism, not to be accused of promoting the idea of the crazy revolution, because we are witnessing some social engineering efforts to make the sexes relative, and there is just cultural gender and sex and gender, and you know, the women, conservative women do not like it, do not like this ideology and those acute speeches and brutal language, and the fact that less and less institutions, especially the European Union institutions, speak about the respect for women's rights, and more time is allocated to affirmation of personal selection of sex or gender. Well, just promoting gender, LGBT movements, it is a direction in which Europe should be going, and those who try to claim that the essence of these activities was to give the women the chance for fully fledged development of both social, family development and professional development. All those issues are pushed to the outskirts of the thinking within European Commission. Ms. Helena Dalli from Malta, she's a commissioner for chances, equal opportunity, very rarely speaks about women's rights, and poverty in European Union is female, has got the face of a woman, and women live in poor conditions before men. Women were the first to lose their jobs during the pandemic, and the women are working in the less paid professions, the service professions, lower paid professions. And I speak about that because I want to show you that we are faced with a huge challenge, that we need to build our policy on real circumstances, to create chances in education, to educate women for better paid professions, for better paid jobs. And in the public debate in Brussels, here in Brussels, the issue of not unpaid housework, the time when women are working at home, not working professionally, it is a time of unpaid for work, which is not calculated to the years of employment and based on which retirement pensions are calculated. So, and also maternity period and are very low paid or free or unpaid at all. It results with retirement pensions a lot lower for women compared to men. And the contribution of women is huge in creating well-being for future generations. And maybe we need to consider whether we shouldn't focus on regulations which would cover this aspect, this area of unpaid housework, which should be somehow remunerated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, especially for putting emphasis on this conservative approach to linking the social, professional, and family roles women are playing. And Mrs. Marta Sebastian, a singer from Hungary, a traditional woman in Hungary, and especially mother, has 10 hands, which she's got to use to do all the work. Well, we are living in this part of Europe where women were often forced to, or they had to, by the nature, to assume the men's tasks and responsibilities in Poland and Hungary, and noble wives like Jadwiga Brzozowska or Ilona Zrini from Hungary. They were just taking up their husbands' jobs. They were sometimes even fighting with weapons to defend their property. Now, Mrs. Clara Magni from Hungary, is the role of women in Central Europe, well, historically, is it any different from their role in Western Europe? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Great thanks for inviting me here. I must start from saying that I just hate the word feminism. It was used too often. It was mentioned too often in mass media, on the internet, and that's why I have developed a certain aversion to this word. So I will have to use this word, but I just hate it. The leftist parties abused, I think, or malused the word feminism. It's a kind of the word which was often used in the wrong meaning. In Central Europe, the situation is different, a little bit different, because our governments tend to be rather conservative. But there is a cultural struggle, and the interpretation of feminism is a real problem. Feminism includes extreme values. The left completely do not understand what feminism is. Nobody actually wants women to stay home and only work with their children. No, this is not true. Women do have decision-making roles. They do make decisions, important decisions. The conservatives do not really want to shut their homes and keep the women only occupied with the kitchen work. As John Paul II said on the 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing in 1994, the Pope said, wrote in his letter, he strengthened the equal roles of women and men. Whether you, woman, a mother who are giving birth to a man, you are the smile of God. You are the guide and guidance for us, and a help and support in all our lives. Women are inseparably attached to the destinies and life of their husbands, and they give new lives. Thank you very much. You woman, you a daughter who are building and upkeeping the family, and you are full of sacrifice, endurance, and you working woman. You are taking part in the social, professional, artistic, cultural, and political life. Thank you for your contribution in building the culture, for your emotions, and for helping to build the stable political and social structures. An educated woman, thank you very much for what you have done. Like you helped to thank you for being a woman with your ability to see things, to feel things, and to make your contribution in the relations between people. I love this letter. I must say that the Pope, John Paul II, stressed different roles played by women, but he did not say that women should live this or other way only. We have, of course, examples of women who had to take up the men's roles, but there was Helena Strynik who defended the castle during the war in past ages. She was famous for being highly educated. She spoke several languages and was an excellent manager of her properties. And at the same time, while she was working home, her husband was going to war. In 17th century, the feminism like we have it today did not exist. And Ferenc Kaczynski, his wife of the great Hungarian linguist, she was contributing to his work, scientific work. Madame Teleki and Löbei was the early leader of a feminist movement, conservative movement in Hungary, because at that time feminism was also put stress on education for women. and they established in Peć, they established the first secondary school in Hungary for women, and they were one of the most bravely fighting women during the uprising after Peć was conquered by the Austrian. They had to close the school, but both these women were first women to fight for education for women and also in other fields. Thank you very much for recalling to us some historical examples, well, from Hungary, but of course such examples could be found in each of the Central European countries. Women who played a great role in shaping the cultures and social life of those nations. But history is now being born, and now Minister Malong, this history today has started to run faster, and we can see Ukrainian women who come to Poland. We can see the Polish people and Polish women who take care of them, help them, offering them humanitarian help. So now my question is, how during the last months of the Ukrainian war, how has the role and position of Polish women changed in relation to the war? And you being a government member, how have you discovered your special vocation? And because in a letter of John Paul's letter, did you discover such a genius like the Pope mentioned in you? And what kind of tasks would you envisage for this time? Dear Madam, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, I am extremely happy to be invited to this exceptional panel, because when we discuss the special role of women, none of us would say that we are doing something very special, something unusual. We just do what we should do, what our hearts tell us to do. And our main role, the main role of every woman, is to build the warmth of the family so that our families can develop well. And the words of John Paul II, I agree with that. Every woman in her vocation, in her mission, is implementing that mission every day from morning to the night. We do not have a sense of being burdened and saddled by these things. No, we do it because we love to do it. And referring to the situation in Ukraine, in the war over there, as a matter of fact, the Polish state, Polish families, and for Polish women have stood the test. We opened our doors, our homes, our hearts. Nobody demanded some extra support in exchange of that help. No, we were ready and quick with helping. Yes, the government came up with certain programs, but we have successfully done the test of humanity. The efforts the Polish government and people and parliament make, I'm happy that our female Sejm deputies are with us here. We are, first of all, trying and taking care of doing the job as best we can. The help must be delivered, and that's the main thing. Poland has opened its door and heart and made the Ukrainians' time here legal, and more than 5 million Ukrainians crossed the Polish border. About 300,000 were given their PESEL identity numbers so that they can join the labor market. The unemployment in Poland is quite low. Well, this is not a very optimistic thing, but because the inflation and the open war in Ukraine and sanctions, all that affects the economic situation and slows down the economy. But we want to build strong and independent Poland that will demonstrate to the EU its determination, its force and strength. We are not a nation that can be told to do this, do that, stay there, sit there. No, we want to take part in joint development and building joint solutions. So today, when we are helping Ukraine in a humanitarian and military way and giving them shelter, we also try to open the labor market for them with the special solutions we have offered to Ukrainians so that they can be legally employed. Now we have 450,000 women from Ukraine who do work in Poland. Those thousands of PESEL identity numbers give us the chance to know how many of them are working here. It's mostly women who want to work so that they can feed their children. And of course, they also they work legally, therefore. And Ukrainian women in Poland can start their own businesses, and they do so. So they, by doing this, they provide new job opportunities for other people. So, and we want them to be able to do housework and the professional jobs. All that is done for them to help the Ukrainians in trouble, and we also help them by benefits, by giving them benefits. The benefits the Poles are getting are very similar to those the Ukrainians are offered. All the time, we, both sides, Polish and Ukrainian authorities, are working together on giving the Ukrainians the same support as best as we can. This support will be extended if necessary and if possible, but we keep stressing the exceptional role of women. When we look at the situation of women in Poland, we can see that statistically, the situation is better than in the West. They are very active in professional life. Over 70% of Polish women are in professional jobs. This rate is growing every year. The gap between men's and women's salaries is 4.5%. While this beautiful Western European Union, which is not so conservative as Poland, the difference is 13%. See, the Polish women, when we compare the education, they are better educated than those in the West. So by combining professional life and family life, we rely on cherishing our traditions. So our conservative pro-family policy produces these results. When our party took power years ago, we implemented a consistent and dynamic pro-family policy because the young people must know very clearly what they can expect from the state, from the government. The Family Plus and other benefits were provided. Then some new benefits like the Good Start was also provided. Now, after the COVID pandemic and under the wartime conditions, we are now offering the family capital, and subsidies for the kindergartens have been added to these benefits. Of course, it's a support for mothers. It's maternity benefit for women who have more than 4 children, but still did not have the chance for a decent retirement. They can benefit from that. So the strength of women who are staying at home is huge, because the pro-family policy includes strong financial transfers and a coalition with local governments, which also have their local pro-family policies in place. And we also provided support in the form of encouraging women to go to the labor market. Many women with families must have a chance to decide whether they want to choose whether stay home with children and housework or go to work outside. A woman who stays at home, as Madam Wiśniewska said, a woman at home, she does many professions, many jobs of different types. When she upbrings her children, she does a very difficult job, very responsible job, and many different types of work. So they deserve great thanks and respect for what they do. And the state, the government, should just provide systemic, comprehensive programs of support to them. And perhaps we should also seek some mental changes. Young people tend to start their families in a little bit, not as very young people, but later on. That is a trend, and we want to change mentality. When I mentioned the strong coalitions, I also meant NGOs and coalitions with other ministries. We had a competition titled Family First. We will also modify the labor code so that women can do flexible time jobs, to find it easier to work outside and at home. We will introduce further changes in extending the paternity leaves, because we want to elevate the role of fathers in the family. So women must be enabled to implement their ambitions as professionals and as mothers and housewives. We want these things to be balanced, and women must be able to choose within the family. The married couples must be able to choose, and they have to get support from the state. Being the Minister of Family and Social Policy, I am honored to be in the position to continue that pro-family policy, which has been implemented a long time ago by our government. the pro-family policy and family, it's first. There was family first before any state emerged in the old times. So the state, when it develops and invests in different areas, it must first invest in the family. Family is the foundation of the society. On April 1, 2016, when the Family Plus program was introduced, transferred over 200 billion zlotys to Polish families. So we have no children suffering poverty anymore. So it is possible. It is possible to do work outside and be a mother at home, but it is possible, and women can combine these two roles. But first of all, women are mothers and wives. So after, even when they come back from factory or from their businesses back home, they become mothers again. And they, of course, it was a challenge for the government, for our party, but we are quite successfully doing this policy, and we will never drop it. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I think this brings us to a conclusion that standing on the side of certain values can produce very concrete, palpable solutions in government policy. And it is also reflected in the mentality which comes from the axiological sources, from the tradition, and tradition also related to the teaching of John Paul II. Now I address you, Deputy Krystyna Wróblewska. You are head of the Association of Carpathian Women. So I think this association is associated with this very moment and the wartime in Ukraine. What is the purpose of your association? Thank you very much for the question, but before answering it, I want to express my thanks to Mr. Marek Kuchciński, because it's his merit that our association can take part in this panel. My association can be represented here. When I listened to the previous panel about young Europeans, I've become convinced as a wife, a mother and grandmother that we are just bringing up an excellent young generation, because young Europeans, when they refer to John Paul II's teaching, we can be proud of them. As you said, Deputy Teresa Pamuła is also with us here. I want to welcome my colleagues from my association who accompany me here. The Provincial Marshal of Podkarpacie is with us too. So when we were starting the association, we knew what was important. Minister Malong mentioned that. It is good and worthwhile to start associations which have some concrete objective to tackle. So we did not imagine that the war would, when we are starting our association, we did not know that a war would break out soon. So we had some goals, of course, the roles related to the support for women, conservative support, support for women in different fields of life. We had a lot of such goals, and suddenly a war. What my association women did first, they said we have to help the women in Ukraine. And as we meet the Hungarian ambassador here, not for the first time, of course, we have a lot of joint actions. But the first thought was, how can we support the mothers and wives who come from Ukraine to Poland? Okay, so we have conferences, among other things, that will support children's homes in Ukraine. Our excellent members, including Madam Minister and Madam Deputy and Ambassador, took part in it. So great thanks for that. You did contribute to the effort of our association. The family picnics in Horinec-Zdrój, not far from here, it attracted thousands of people, and it was organized to support women in Ukraine. Natalia is here with us. She went to a 10-day tour with Ukrainian moms and children who were supported, and they were women who had to experience the death of their parents and children. So these actions to support women were undertaken by our association, and they are continued quite efficiently. We could do nothing without being organized, without having this structure of association. These educational days gave an opportunity for Ukrainian women to just take a rest, a deeper breath. We, women, as the Euro Deputy Minister said, we know our position and we know our importance. Our conservatism is also built on the strong intention to cooperate with our husbands and our colleagues in the parliament. We all together make a community. The people from Hungary often quote John Paul II. They often do it, and we've heard the letter of the Pope from Peking, which speaks about multiple roles of women. And thank you, Madam Ambassador of Hungary, because you always quote John Paul II. You do it more often than we in Poland do. I think so. So I'm grateful for that. Thank you, Madam Minister, for all the programs that have been provided. They definitely help our foundations and our associations to develop. Otherwise, we couldn't go ahead. So not just women, but young people and the seniors get their programs. All that is done in the other way around. We also support the government and parliament in these activities. Thank you very much, especially that you mentioned Ukraine several times again, because Ukraine is the main topic of the whole conference. This is a signum temporis here, and another signum temporis is our guest, Deputy to the Supreme Board of Ukraine, Madam Deputy. We can see the women, Ukrainian women who come to Poland. They are mothers, grandmothers, and daughters who had to find their position in totally new conditions. What is the relation of the Ukrainian state towards these women? Will they get any systemic support? And how do you see the role of Poles who have welcomed them in my country, and how could that be continued from now on?
Дякую bardzo za zaproszenie na taką гарну панель і на таку гарну дискусію.
Thank you very much for the invitation to this panel, especially because women talk about women here. Women very well understand what is justice, and they very well understand what are the real values in life. Yes, we have personally experienced the war, and many women had to decide whether to stay home or flee to away to save their lives. Some women stayed despite all risks, and they are supporting their husbands, their soldiers every day, and continuing to work for the families. All that shows how strong women are. Most men went to war, and women do kind of voluntary work. They feed children. They do all that has to be done. Women, of course, they are active in political and social life, because we understand and we can see certain differences. In the previous times, there were certain restrictions here, but women are strong, and being strong, they must get equal rights, the same treatment. When a woman is active in a public life, more people will follow them. People will follow such women, and Ukraine is interested in allowing the Ukrainians to live in their own country.
It is a value that people live in a given country. So there is no country, no state without the nation. So, and children and teachers, well, we have got school with 1,700 students, and we have got counter missile attack. We have got shelters, anti-bombing shelters, and some people say that there is a huge risk of missile attack. But we must take brave decisions, and we must take into account any possible option of activities and any possible challenge. Women are perfect fighters. We need to speak about that women should be present in both in public life, in parliament, because women do know very well how to equalize different values and of justice and human approach to different things, to different issues. And if this Ministry of Social Policy, it is the most difficult ministry, because how to assess people when money is in shortage. So our ministry will, our country has offered many schemes, financial schemes to support women, and women can cope thanks to those solutions, governmental solutions. But please support this platform. The women of 21st century are ready to work in parliaments equally with men, not based on some quota, 50 by 50. No, it's not based on their values, based on their personal abilities, capabilities, and women are able of doing everything. Women are indispensable, especially in politics, because only women can balance and equalize different values, different rights, and may lead to, may attain justice. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have got Ambassador of Hungary with us, and in reference to what Madam Member of European Parliament said. So Hungary has offered huge humanitarian aid to Ukraine, and that's one topic I would like to ask you about. How does this assistance look like, and how many refugees Hungary has received? And another question, how many refugees? And the other question concerning family policy, in reference to what Minister Malong said, it seems that many inspirations in Hungarian and Polish family policy is similar. So what solutions would you emphasize from stemming from mutual inspirations, and what solutions of Hungarian family policy are most important? Thank you very much for the invitation, and I appreciate it very much that yet another time we can meet within between women, and one statement to Ms. Wróblewska. Why are we quoting John Paul II so frequently? My generation was getting mature when the first Pope we heard about was John Paul II. My youth was in the 80s, and we always kept saying it was our Pope, our Pope. And for some time I thought he was Hungarian. If people say our Pope, he must be Hungarian. So for our generation, he is a figure we frequently refer to, and we quote him very willingly. And if the issue of humanitarian assistance is concerned, from the moment of outburst of war, we were aware that we must offer this assistance. We 10 million country, and about 10,000 refugees were received in Hungary. For 10 million country, it is really many refugees, and the women played a role. Our Madam President is a woman who has got 3 children, and she has not, before she was elected, she went to the struggling Ukraine to offer assistance, and our Minister of Justice also is a woman, mother of 3 children. I remember that in the first week of war, she received the family of refugees at her own house, and we, embassy in Warsaw, we also initiated collecting money for foundation from Zamość, who received children, handicapped children from Ukraine. And I visited their mothers, and I will never forget the talks, how if they were fleeing with disabled, handicapped children without doctors, medical assistance, under bombardings, missile attacks. So we are in touch with this foundation. And humanitarian assistance is similar, like the ones offered in Poland. So, and the largest percentage of the refugees are women and children. So We have got program for treating children in Hungarian hospitals, but integration of Ukrainian children to schools is more difficult because the Ukrainian language is much more difficult for the Ukrainian children, so they face it more difficult to understand Hungarian compared to Polish, which is pretty similar to Ukrainian. So in this situation, we must have open hearts to the needs of the refugees until the need exists, until the humanitarian aid is needed. So, and then pro-family assistance. And we know that it is a long-term process. And from 2010, when the conservative government came to ruling Hungary, and we decided that Szeged Party cannot be strengthened without pro-family policy. We cannot detach the role of women from the role of men or from the issues of family. And we must offer the chance to women. If you have got such and such capabilities, if you wish, you may stay with your children with 3 or 4. It is as valuable or more valuable when you raise children. But if you want go back to work, the system is so flexible. You may either have family benefits, or you may work. You may go to work, the professional life, and or husbands are also entitled to receive some benefits. So, in 10 years, it exceeded 5% of GDP support for family. 5% GDP, the highest figure in the European Union in terms of family assistance. France was leading for a long time, but because of generous support for housing policy, we exceeded the threshold of 5%. And another very important issue is mentality, that every child could be born as when parents wish that. So to let the young people have children sooner, because if the first child is born sooner in the family, then the second and third child will be born. There is better chance that the second and third child will be born. So the government declares that family means a man and a woman, and mother and the father. This is there is no mentality. Well, there is the change of mentality is a long-term process. But quoting John Paul II, that a child is a treasury, is a treasure, and whoever raises such treasure deserves utmost support and respect. And pro-family policy is the area where Polish-Hungarian cooperation has functioned in a very good way. We have got a model of supporting young people below 21 of age, and if the housing support for young families is concerned, we offered many ideas to Poland, and I also appreciate a lot that we can cooperate so effectively in this respect as well. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, for your contribution, for your intervention. We have exhausted the time allocated to our panel. So to summarize, I would like to quote the words by Edith Stein. She was mentioned at the very beginning of our panel. She said, Edith Stein said that every woman is not just a woman. So our meeting has confirmed that beside being a woman and recognizing her vocation as a child of God, she may realize also this her role she may fulfill her role in the social life. And I wish that the recognition of real vocation, human vocation, was rendered possible for women. And let us mutually cooperate within our region, and let us stick to the values which we stand for. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, the panelists and the audience.
Bardziej w lewo, tak, z góry, tak, dobra. Proszę o ciszę. Cisza, proszę.
Radio z lufcikiem, ale popieram, wynalazek w dechę.
Starsi panowie, starsi panowie, starsi panowie. Starsi panowie, starsi panowie, starsi panowie dwaj. Już szron na głowie, już nie to zdrowia w sercu ciągle maj.
Mnie się w twoim wieku nawet nie śniła telewizja.
Wojna domowa od wielu wieków trwa.
Proszę państwa, biało-czerwoni walczą z fantastycznymi sprawcami największej sensacji chyba w historii światowego futbolu.
Habemus Papam!
Szanowni Państwo, prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc. Za chwilę kolejny panel.
Cześć, dokąd tu ptasz? Dla nas życie to podróż składająca się z małych kroków. Świat zmienia się szybciej niż nam się wydaje, ciągle zaskakując. My robimy energię na okrągło. Wrzucamy wyższy bieg i przyspieszamy zielony zwrot. A ty, co robisz dla Ziemi?
Z Karpatami to jest fajnie, że one się nazywają Zielone Karpaty. Pięknie, fajnie, super zielone, ale to stwierdzenie faktu. Ja bym chciał, żeby były Karpaty czyste, żeby nie było plastiku, żeby coś takiego zrobili, żeby tu ludzie nie zostawiali, w ogóle żeby nie było, zlikwidowali plastik. Dowiedziałem się niedawno, że Nowy Jork wprowadził zakaz plastiku. Można? Można. Ruanda też, taki mały kraj afrykański, w ogóle nie wolno wjeżdżać z plastikiem. Można? Można.
Europe of the Carpathians is not just a formal conference. It is the framework that made the cooperation in the Carpathian region true and actual, and Collegium Carpathicum project is proof of this. A special greeting goes to our close academic collaborators from Warsaw, Przemyśl, Ivano-Frankivsk, Ostrava, Budapest, and Preso.
Światło bardziej w lewo, tak, z góry, tak, dobra. Proszę o ciszę, cisza proszę.
Radio z lufcikiem, ale popieram, wynalazek w dechę.
Starsi panowie, starsi panowie, starsi panowie. Starsi panowie, starsi panowie, starsi panowie dwaj. Już szron na głowie, już nie to zdrowia w sercu ciągle ma.
Mnie się w twoim wieku nawet nie śniła telewizja. Wojna domowa od wielu wieków trwa.
Proszę państwa! Biało-czerwoni walczą fantastycznie. Sprawcami największej sensacji chyba w historii światowego futbolu. Habemus Papa!
Szanowni Państwo, studio konferencji Europa Karpat, witamy. Wracamy po krótkiej przerwie. Przypomnijmy, to jest trzeci dzień 34. konferencji Europa Karpat. Mamy 8 września, czwartek, jesteśmy w Karpaczu. To wszystko odbywa się w ramach 31. Forum Ekonomicznego. Jesteśmy tu, gdzie jest serce debaty o sprawach najistotniejszych dla regionu Europy Środkowo-Wschodniej. Za nami dwa panele tego dnia. Dwa panele, w których wybrzmiał głos po pierwsze młodego pokolenia, po drugie głos kobiet z tej części Starego Kontynentu. Bardzo dziękujemy za te głosy. Jest ze mną Denesz Andras Nagy. Przepraszam, jeżeli robię tutaj jakieś błędy, czytając twoje nazwisko. Reprezentujesz Ludwika, Narodowy Uniwersytet.
So, welcome at the panel. National. And we are going to have the third panel of today's, the Collegium Carpathicum. We keep saying or repeating that the mountains are uniting people, and the region of Carpathians, so the Carpathians, has got not only economic and cultural dimension, but also intellectual dimension. And here we are going to listen to the panel, which is devoted to cooperation and the academic in the academic area. So the time has come to create the Carpathian University, which is mentioned in the Carpathian Memorandum of the 8th of September 2011. Primarily, there was a vision to carry out research and popularization in the academic and educational communities. The starting point could be creating Collegium Carpathicum, the University of the Carpathians, associating the leading universities of our region in order to tighten the links of educational and research links. And yes, and the consortium of the universities has been established, and our guests of the third panel will tell us about that. Collegium Carpathicum University Cooperation, Professor Jan Malicki, Director of the Center for East European Studies, University of Warsaw, will be the moderator. Professor Jan Malicki, thank you very much. My name is Jan Malicki. I have been entrusted task to carry on the panel during the Forum Europe of the Carpathians and panel on the Carpaticum, Collegium Carpaticum, the University of the Carpathians. Just to supplement the introduction, I would like to say that this wonderful idea has been a victim of general problems which hit all the elements of international cooperation in the recent years, which was the COVID pandemic, which stopped our activities and many other activities in the region. And secondly, let us not hide the fact that we were not developing our cooperation and our work as well as we could stems from the fact that we have not received funds which are needed for good organization, for good international cooperation. And the plan of today's panel initially was such that to let us have a group of rectors of the Collegium Carpaticum. Because of the scarcity of time, we were not able to organize such meeting between the rectors, a group of rectors. But after the COVID time, I also contacted rectors, respective rectors, and there is always the huge willingness to undertake cooperation, continue cooperation, and I'm very optimistic concerning the future, and the chances emerged concerning the budgetary budgetary issues, and we have got the following guests at Palling. I've got the honor and pleasure to be host, to be chairing. We have got Paweł Trefler, rector of the East European State High School in Przemyśl, but since the 1st of October it will be officially named differently. And we have got Igor Cependa, rector of the National University in Ivano-Frankivsk, and also Colonel Włodzimierz Czarnacki, the head of the regional, of the district SNS, and we hope that, depending on the flow of discussion, we hope to have Mr. Jan Figel at our table from Mr. Jan, because intelligence gave me the information that he will not be with us on this panel. Okay, so just to continue, I would like to say that Colonel Czarnecki does not make us change the topic of our panel to the issues of security or defense. There is a very important theme which makes the presence of Colonel Czarnecki very valid and very important to us. And I would like to start with both rectors. As I mentioned, the responses of rectors on the Collegium Carpaticum, and I will repeat after Dr. Norwich has read, and that Collegium Carpaticum collects one university from each of the Visegrad countries, University of Ostrava in Czechia, University in Kresów from Slovakia, Tasmania University from Budapest, and also the State High School, East European State Higher School from Poland, and also one of the schools from the eastern flank, University of Suceava in Romania and University in Ivano-Frankivsk in Ukraine. And previously in our plans, there were, and we are going to try to realize that, to have two universities represented from each country to extend the scope of cooperation. But having said that, I would like to get back to the statement that the rectors of Collegium Carpaticum, since CC. The CC rectors, we use this abbreviation, are ready to get back to cooperation, to undertake the cooperation and extend the cooperation. And so I would like to ask the two rectors, how do you see the issues after the 2 years break because of COVID and also war, because of war, and because the war changes the point of view and changes the perspective. So what is your opinion concerning the chances for cooperation? Because let us start with Mr. Paweł Trefler, the rector of the East European State Higher School, and he is closest to the threat from the East. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I represent the East European State Higher School in Przemyśl, and since the 1st of October, we will have the change of name into State Academy of Applied Sciences in Przemyśl. And because of our mission, it is not only educating students for labor market, but also the Eastern mission, East European mission, but we are going to continue with our mission allocated to concerning East European dimension, and we will continue teaching refugees. We will offering language courses of Polish to students from Ukraine, and we also have got students from Moldova, and of course we cooperate with universities included in the composition of Collegium Carpaticum. And this initiative is very valuable, and I want it to be continued, and I want subsequent universities to join us. I wish that they could join us, and just to have this cooperation extended.
We also want more cooperation in research, especially the networks of university-level schools is being built at the moment, and there are joint research results also, but we are a teaching institution. So for us, it is important to spread the scientific theories, history, and heritage, historical and social heritage. Here in the Collegium Carpaticum, we have a special approach to it because we not only teach arts, but also sciences like biology, of course, and all that is important for this region of Carpathians. The lectures and the exchange of lecturers between our schools and befriended schools will draw a high interest, not just among our faculty and students, but also we try to involve school students to take part in these events, because building the Central European identity, learning about the cultural attainments and heritage of this region is very important to us, and we consider it a very important thing. We must know who we are. We must understand that we are an important material force, and our attainments, our achievements, our history should be spread outside Central Europe. I expect that this project will go on and the cooperation will be expanded by adding new schools to it. Thank you very much. As regards the change of name, I have read a very interesting statement by Rector Trefler, who justified this move. Very briefly speaking, we have the author of the words here, so he can say if I'm right. Let us deeper humanistic and scientific research be done by the biggest classical universities. Let's leave it to them, but let it be our task to educate people for labor market, because professionals, there's a shortage of professionals on that market. We have enough university professors, but we are short of professionals who do more practical jobs. Now, as regards the interpretation of teaching education, well, much stress is put now on popularization of science, on spreading it. And now our second speaker, I think, will be Mr. Cependa. What is your perception of the chance to come back? The missiles that hit Yavorov, I said once that they just woke up, Mr. Cependa. There were one or two missile attack alarms in Ivano-Frankivsk. So now, considering the fact that if they do not intervene, if they do not come here, what will be your opinion on ways to restore regional cooperation? Yes, you're right. These 2 years of pandemic very strongly disturbed the situation in our work, because these projects need personal contacts. Without personal contact, you will never do any profound project, because they are done on platforms that have to be operating years. And of course, if you want to have exchange of lecturers, universities, and knowledge, and if you want to involve and attract wider groups to it, it was impossible. But first it worked nicely, but then our joy was short because the pandemic interrupted all these processes. Then, after it, the most dangerous thing is in the Ukraine, because there is a war against Russia there, and logistically some projects are not possible because of the hostilities. We know where, in which area, which place the battles are most fierce, and where the biggest danger of a rocket missile is. But what we are trying to do is to continue university operation of the university, the post-Humboldt universities, those classical universities with research, education. It stays in place, but universities are beginning to play an important role in expanding over the region and in helping the states during these difficult times, and even helping the business. When we look at the history of wars, every occupier or invader was always reluctant to move up into the mountains, especially Carpathians, because military operations are difficult there. It's a difficult terrain. Logistics is not easy. It's difficult to show your presence there in such areas. But now we should think about how to build a new platform of relations within the Collegium Carpathicum, which, whatever the pandemic impact, whatever the war impact, they have to develop a model which will guarantee that we will not slow down our pace, which had been planned before. Without the support from our friends, Poland in the first place, we would never manage to go ahead with the Collegium Carpaticum projects like Collegium Carpaticum in the first place. The main headquarters of the Collegium Carpaticum is symbolically in the Pop Ivan, the prominent peak in the Ukrainian Carpathians. It's not just a symbol. If some years ago we were talking about symbolism, but today we and the University of Warsaw and our other colleagues, the mountain rescuers, we are just about to finish the trans-border project, Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, 2022, and this project in fact allows us to conclude that we have managed to jointly prepare for a very important stage in the development of our Collegium Carpaticum cooperation in research. Some few weeks from now, this observatory on the mountain will have installed a contemporary space observation instruments, which will allow very serious scientific research. It's going to become a Polish-Ukrainian research center over there. It's the third highest elevation observation center like that. After one in the Alps, the second one is atop the Lomnica peak in Slovakia, and this is the third. And it will radiate to the Carpathian University. So, for one thing, we are carrying out meteorological research, ecological research, studies directly connected with the environment and biodiversity, which we find in the Bieszczady National Park. That allows us to, to go ahead with wide-scale research projects. Because, of course, we have to educate people for labor market. And universities, other universities do it too. Like the Warsaw University has more than 50,000 students. You cannot produce so many biochemistry or mathematicians, highly educated researchers in these fields, but we must produce talented researchers who will make good partners for Western European science. We, together with Mr. Malicki and the Warsaw University Chancellor, we agreed that by building this Collegium Carpaticum platform, which will focus in this Carpathian region, because when we talk about Mr. Kuchciński's Europe of Carpathians, we now have to build a Carpathian strategy and to follow the Alpine model, which is to provide a legal framework for the European League, so that we have the same approach here as they have in the Alps. It's especially important for Ukraine, because Ukraine's joining the European Union is across the Carpathians. All the union members in the Carpathians are there, but Ukraine is not yet in the union. We are thinking about the experience, this comparative analysis that we have. It allows us to to talk to our colleagues from Grenoble and Innsbruck to show them that we are doing very important, interesting joint studies that will allow us to expand this initiative and because the Carpathians and the Alps, these mountain ranges are quite of the same age, some 25 million years old. So we have not lost our dynamics, we have not lost our partners. Conversely, we have more partners now, and we also take our cooperation beyond universities. Mr. Malicki stressed that just next to us we have Colonel Czarnecki. This is also an important component. I was just afraid that you will become the moderator here for a second, and I will ask a question of the colonel. But before I ask the colonel to take floor, I want to refer to what you said, sir, about the renovation of the observatory. This is the second stage of the work. It was supported by the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, the Polish, and the Foreign Ministry, Polish Ministry, and our allies from, especially the Provincial Marshal's Office of Podkarpacie province and the Bieszczady Mountain Rescue Division. All they helped to open the mountain rescue station over there in the building of the observatory. On the Ukrainian side of the border, they have installed a DSNS post, which is an extraordinary emergency services. And Colonel Czarnecki, who is in charge of the local DSNS, he is our ally because the observatory, apart from being a symbolic place and a research place, but still safety in the mountains is also part of the game. So would you, Colonel, would you tell us how do you find, after 5 years, how do you find the operation of this mountain rescue station and their cooperation, Ukrainian cooperation with the Polish mountain rescuers? How do you see the development of that post? Good afternoon, gentlemen. You know that the cooperation between mountain rescuers was never interrupted by pandemics, wars, etc. We always keep rescuing people in the mountains. Yes, of course, these mountains, the Czarnohora and the eastern part of the Carpathians, this is a normal thing. But since last May, we have seen more tourists visiting the area, and we had to carry out more rescuing missions, of course. So, as a matter of fact, looking from the 5 years perspective, I can say that our rescuers keep working all the time. We have saved quite a few people so far. We've done more than 80 rescuing missions, saving several lives, really. These missions were carried out when tourists, hikers, sometimes lose their way in bad weather conditions. Then a group of rescuers goes out to a mission. They always have a medical doctor with them. The post you mentioned is localized at the top of the mountain, of the Popivan. It's quite a unique thing because it is located on the most popular hiking trail in our mountains. Just next to it, which is a good thing in terms of the rescue time. Because, you know, there's something like a golden hour. This is the hour in which the rescuer should reach the victim of some accident in the mountain. And this post is in the middle of very special ecological and environmental place, because we have very steep cliffs. We have very unstable weather. We have snowfalls, flash snowfalls, very, very heavy, sometimes from November until June. The mountains can be covered with snow. So we use this post also as a training place for other rescuers, some of them coming from Poland too. These trainings are possible only thanks to this project, because the project paid for our rescuing equipment, we developed our procedures, and so we are training our rescuers who want to work in the mountains. Of course, we cooperate with a number of NGOs which take part not just in the training, but sometimes they take part in rescue missions. We cooperate with the University of Warsaw and the Podkarpacki University, and cooperation with the Polish rescuers, mountain rescuers. We have managed to prove that cooperation between a variety of institutions is possible, is necessary, and is fruitful. We are not supposed to lose partners. You should increase the number of partners you have. And those who were with us before, they are still with us. And such partners are partners you can plan some future with. And we are expanding our circle of partners. And here I want to voice my thanks to Polish fire brigades, to Polish mountain rescuers who keep helping us before and today. When we were in a very difficult situation, members of our rescuers' families often went to Poland, where they were received by their counterparts. Now, as regards the work of the rescue post, it is part of the European network system of testing the avalanches, snow avalanches. And we do these tests using European technologies. All that information goes to the database, and that is how we are estimating the Carpathian avalanche warnings. We use a number of research methods. We are using more and more electronic equipment, but some methods require that people go there to measure the strength of the wind, or to see what is the snow temperature, and some of that information is released to tourists who are then in a better position to plan their hikes. And there are applications available on Android and iOS systems, so the hikers can use the applications, and we can see online where those people are in case something happens to them. and tourists can also beam SOS alarms, and so long as we see his position from GPS, we can be more sure of saving their life and health. Some of those saved came from Poland, of course. Our plans are supposed to be implemented with the universities in Poland. We want to restore the transborder trail as it was before 1939. It starts in Poland. It was running through Ukraine mountains down to Montenegro. Okay. You can see that the project and the observatory thing, when it starts to work together with the Collegium Carpaticum platform, it will not confine just to the lectures or training or even exchange of lectures. It is much more. But, well, I have mentioned before that the first stage of observatory renovation was finished in 2017. This year, just 2 weeks from now, the technical, the second stage will be completed technically, not in which the core part of the observatory will be, its renovation will be finished, thanks to the Transborder Poland-Belarus-Ukraine Fund. So my congratulations to Mr. Tzapenda, who is there on site, and during the COVID and war time, he managed to complete the second stage of renovation. And there was one more extraordinary factor to it, the budgetary crisis in Ukraine, etc. It's still there, right? But, well, back to the very project. The consortium, of the platform of Collegium Carpaticum originally was about the cooperation of 6 higher education schools and exchange of lectures. But if we manage to restore our active life as Collegium Carpaticum, we will certainly see summer schools joining us so that we can get the students involved in the summer schools. And Mr. Kuchcinski mentioned here about 300 times so far. He is one of the fathers of the project called Europe of Carpathians in the town of Przemyśl. I was involved in it because well, my job, my commitments would include the organization of a school that would quickly educate and train personnel for state administration work in Ukraine to start with, and later on, depending on the other needs, but Ukraine first. But so long as we do not have funding and budget, well, my experience is that until we've got it, it's wiser not to announce and publicize the start of the project very, very loudly. But the Eastern European Studium is an institution that will cooperate with the Collegium Carpaticum schools and under some strong patronage of lecturers normally working for our universities in Poland. But that is future. So long as we do not have a budget, I will be more careful with statements. But there is something very concrete we can mention. Not far from the place called Jaremcze, I said it at another panel, that we had planned Europe of Carpathians planned scheduled for last March. It could not be held, by the way, but very close to Jaremcze there is a Mikulicin, and they are building a huge building called the Center of the Exchange of University Students between Poland and Ukraine. When it's completed, it will be another venue for cooperation between countries of the whole region. This is not a very well-known thing in Poland, but the building is under construction, quite advanced, so let us talk about that. Well, this is a second home of Collegium Carpaticum, but we must focus on what is most important today. This is building a new generation of this region, and the cooperation, Polish-Ukrainian cooperation, that will be joined by other countries from the European Union, but also from the post-Soviet space. We have to build a community that will not only think in terms of the territory, how to grab somebody's land. No, they need to think about what links us and how to prevent the domination rule of those who can interrupt our democratic and peaceful development. In cooperation with the Warsaw University, we started that long time ago, this cooperation, this concept, and we have come to a conclusion that owing to the support from the Ukrainian president and the government, the university received a grant program which allows to come to the beautiful part of Carpathians, the Mikulicin, and start the construction of a building over 6,000 square meters in area, at modern architecture, modern equipment inside, but the most important, the idea and the concepts that we have prepared for it together with the University of Warsaw, because we want to rely on what other similar institutions were built in the other parts of Europe, in countries which used to be in conflicts, but stopped that and started to talk together, started to discuss sensitive historical facts so as to restore good relations, and then to discuss how to prevent future conflicts and how to plan their mutual future. And these things usually stay with us. They must stay with us, because without them we cannot educate new elites in those countries, new generations that will share these values, European democratic values. And on the other hand, we understand that in today's world of digitization, we have to provide them conditions for some technological relaxation. want to build hubs in which young leaders from Poland, the Czech Republic, Ukraine, they will simulate a contemporary government, a crisis situation, and they will jointly work on how to solve them. In that way, young people, whichever country they come from, they will have an opportunity to jointly cope with the challenges that they face. The second area is startups. Nothing brings young people and students so close as the implementation of joint research projects. So we are also going to provide them conditions for startups to emerge. So when they go back to their universities, they could create and build new projects that will survive for years. We also want to use the beautiful landscape values the Carpathians offer to us and to those young people, so that they can also do some hiking, first of all to the observatory and to other places and mountains. Anyone who hiked to the top of some mountain in a company knows that nothing brings people as close as such ventures.
And these are elements we are going to work on. We keep observing it because since the creation is pending and the ideas are growing, and we want to implement them together with the young people. There will be construction, beautiful constructed building, but it needs to be filled in with spirits, with cooperation, with the spirit of community. The community which has got its values and wants to stand for their values and wants to convey the values to further generations. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And just for the listeners, as the only one on the Economic Forum in Karpat and in Krynica in the 30 years, I got the only case of luxury that we only have got 3 panelists, because usually there are 7, 8 panelists, and my luxury is that I have got 3 panelists. So being in such a luxurious position, I would like to appeal to the audience. If you have got any questions, so in a short while you will be able to ask your questions. And now I would like to ask Paweł Trefler, Director Trefler, a short question. How has the war influenced the activities of your school and the life of Przemyśl? Well, since the very first day, when in the morning we learned about Russian aggression against Ukraine, we undertook activities aimed at, first and foremost, on support, mental support, and also we wrote letters to the friendly universities. We wrote to Rector Cependa letter with supporting him. It was very essential. And then we started concrete actions, concrete activities. And all our academic community was involved in these operations, and we opened the center, this warehouse for humanitarian aid. So we supported in this effort all the grassroots initiatives which were born in Przemyśl spontaneously, and then they were supported by the activities of the city. There were several communities in Przemyśl which were very strongly involved in those activities, in this support, because Przemyśl is the nearest city, nearest town located on the border, in the border area, and we could feel very shortly after the huge wave of refugees. So we felt the effects of the war. So I, being director of the school, of this university, and also being a man committed to activities of non-governmental organizations, I was not only helping the Ukrainian refugees, but also there were other nations represented among those who flew away from Ukraine, including students who studied in Ukraine. And because I am a Latin American expert based on education, and I also got involved in helping students from Ecuador, because there was a huge number of students from Ecuador who were transferred via Przemyśl by humanitarian flights to Ecuador or other European countries. It was very interesting experience at Przemyśl. Out of a sudden, from the city which was located, I don't want to say in the provincial but in the peripherals, but the Przemyśl, no, don't say that, because you will not be let into Przemyśl again. No, being from Przemyśl myself, I can speak openly. Out of a sudden, Przemyśl became international center. Televisions came, reporters came, from journalists, volunteers from all over the world. What was happening in front of the main center, two centers of humanitarian aid, be it Tesco store or railway station, and it was really a huge challenge to all of us. And I've got to say that the Przemyśl people got very much committed to this effort, and it was appreciated, because the title of city helper, or I don't exactly remember the exact name, the title of Przemyśl was given, but our school, our university, using our international contacts, was receiving the international aid to transfer it to Ukraine, but aid not only from Poland, but within our network of our vocational schools, other university schools of this type from Włocławek, for example, or from Łomża, organized themselves in such a way that after 2 or 3 days, huge transports were sent from there, but also people from all over Europe, from Spain, Italy, Germany, Benelux countries. And it was an extremely interesting experience, which also made our university community united, and also students got very much involved in these actions in aid, and also students who originated from Ukraine. They, from the very first day, were needed as translators, as interpreters at reception point. It was really, there was huge need for interpreters, and in all the tragic situation, the possibility of gaining some practice, which in the future will be very useful, and they will benefit from these experiences. So our commitment and involvement was very huge, and we said a lot in terms of aid for Ukraine, and we also kept helping in the reception points. And we are going to continue these activities, and of course it is done on a smaller scale, but should the need arise, we are going to strengthen our activities. We are pretty ready for that. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would like to conclude this Przemyśl theme, stating that at this opportunity of meetings on the future University of Carpathians, the Carpathians, I met the mayor of Przemyśl, who became the Poland-wide figure, nationwide figure, if not Europeanly renowned figure, in the most positive meaning of the word. And when we met personally, I told him, Mr. Mayor, they tried to frighten with you, and it is just the opposite. And he said the same was said about you. That one needs to fear you, but it's just the opposite. And again, if there are no questions from the audience, I would like to get back to the Collegium Carpathicum, and then I would like to raise some issue, political issue, and another issue which is more political one. I will start with the issue associated with Collegium Carpaticum because it is the main theme of our panel. So exchange of lecturers between universities, of course, it should be maintained. Undoubtedly, the new theme, there should be summer schools for students, summer camps, preferably organized in different locations, because lectures and students, well, it is so important because getting, sending lecturers to different universities provides the real, not only technical internationalization, real individualization, because as Mr. Rector has said rightly, it is not true that one may educate in a remote mode, because although COVID has brought in unbelievable development of audiovisual technologies. Okay, I could have a lecturer from New York and I didn't have to pay for his ticket, you know, but the most important element of universities, since the very beginning of universities, are people, interpersonal contacts, direct contacts between professors and students. It cannot be done via the screen. You cannot tell the student just what he should read, what books he should read, and what to pay attention to. And one cannot create the situation in which the student will be able to discuss with his colleagues or the promoter. There is also a social aspect to it. And as everybody in this room who is listening to us and who is going to look at our panel via technology. So the most important friendships and loves and marriages are from the times of studies, you know, because then there is the strongest personal contacts period, you know. So that's the period which shapes the whole social life. It's not all, it's very important for maturity, personal and social maturity. And so it is why it is so important to maintain and extend this these contacts. If Rector Treffler is concerned, our ally, if we are able to create this school for professionalists, well, I will I publicly announce that it will not be taking lecturers, but free of charge. But we will have plan of exchange of lecturers, and one very personal issue. It is rather for Polish listeners, but maybe you will be interested in that, Mr. Rector. I have been honored with many very prestigious awards and dignities in Ukraine, not only in Ukraine, but we speak about Ukraine in this case, and doctorates, honoris causa, and honorable professorship. And during these years which lapsed, it resulted in a feeling of being greatly honored, and I felt greatly honored, and I felt that I belong to this community, and I have been recognized and honored. I'm not going to lie that it is not important for a person, because person feels that in a very cordial manner. But when the war was started, so besides feeling this being honored and recognized, the fear and uncertainty was added to that about all the friends and acquaintances whom I met, whom I contacted. I was terribly worried about them, the lecturers and also students, whether they will leave this war with healthy and alive, because the task of the university and the student is to continue education. When there is time to defend one's fatherland, it's good that they defend it, but the goal of university is to educate students, and the goal of lecturer is to work at the university. And during this month, we kept thinking about it from completely different perspective. And the University of Kharkiv, I visited so many times. It doesn't exist. It exists as a skeleton, not a living or institution. And so I fear whether the places I've been to, whether they will be maintained, whether they will survive, and like the people. And concerning friends of Poland and our neighbors, it is the role of the university. There is a Latin proverb, repetitio mater studiorum est, and repetition is a mother of studies. So we, the Polish people, must be aware that somewhere there in the Severodonetsk, somewhere there, after 102 years, new battle on the Vistula River is carried on, and somewhere there in Ukraine there is Radzymin, the famous for the battle of 1920. So if they survive, then for 2 generations we have got peace guaranteed for Poland and for Europe. But if they fail, if they fall down, if these places in Ukraine do not stand, then in a very short while we will have war here, and we will have what our neighbors and our Ukrainian allies have at this moment. So thank you very much, dear colleagues. My concluding phrase was not concerning the cooperation in research, but in academic area, but it stems from my personal profound feelings of compassion and fear of the fate of this academic
Europe
community.
of the Carpathians is not just a
Thank you very much.
conference. It is the framework that made the cooperation in the Carpathian region true and actual, and Collegium Carpathicum project is proof of this. A special greeting goes to our close academic collaborators from Warsaw, Przemyśl, Ivano-Frankivsk, Ostrawa, Budapest and Presto.
W dniu naszego święta od wszystkich ratowników Grupy Bieszczadzkiej serdeczne pozdrowienia dla całej społeczności miłośników, ale przede wszystkim dla wszystkich obradujących na Europie Karpat. Serdecznie pozdrawiamy.
Cześć, dokąd tuptasz? Dla nas życie to podróż składająca się z małych kroków. Świat zmienia się szybciej niż nam się wydaje, ciągle zaskakując. My robimy energię na okrągło. Wrzucamy wyższy bieg i przyspieszamy zielony zwrot. A ty, co robisz dla Ziemi?
Bieszczadzcy żeglarze pozdrawiają uczestników konferencji Europa Karpat.
Zapraszamy wszystkich na nasze piękne solińskie morze i zachęcamy do współpracy na żeglarskiej niwie. Ahoj!
W imieniu ratowników górskich tutaj z dnia święta, Dnia Ratowników Grupy Bieszczadzkiego chcemy złożyć najszczersze życzenia udanych i owocnych obrad, wszystkiego dobrego dla wszystkich uczestników Forum Karpackiego.
To świadki mogą zostać. Tylko do którego to doniesiemy?
Nie wiem, który będzie jechał, albo tam w kupie gdzieś to trzyma.
Nowa strategia Grupy Tauron jest odpowiedzią na wyzwania wynikające z aktualnej i prognozowanej sytuacji na rynku, w szczególności związanej z transformacją branży elektroenergetycznej oraz nowymi rozwiązaniami wspierającymi tę transformację. procesie opracowywania strategii dokonano gruntownej analizy otoczenia makroekonomicznego, rynkowego i regulacyjnego oraz prognoz i kierunków rozwoju sektora, przekładając je na szanse i ryzyka dla grupy Tauron do 2030 roku z perspektywą osiągnięcia neutralności klimatycznej do 2050 roku. Strategia oparta została na 3 priorytetach, których realizacja pozwoli na dalszy rozwój grupy Tauron. Priorytet pierwszy to zrównoważona działalność. Pozwoli na transformację w kierunku neutralności klimatycznej oraz obniżenie emisyjności i osiągnięcie neutralności klimatycznej do 2050 roku. Działania skoncentrowane będą na zwiększeniu mocy zainstalowanej w OZE, w tym zaangażowaniu w rozwój farm wiatrowych na Morzu Bałtyckim oraz poprawie efektywności elektrowni wodnych, a także wyjściu z energetyki węglowej i działalności związanej z wydobyciem węgla kamiennego oraz dekarbonizacji ciepłownictwa. Priorytet drugi, wzrost w oparciu o największą bazę klientów, pozwoli pozostać wiodącą na rynku krajowym grupą energetyczną w zakresie niezawodności dostarczania energii elektrycznej i ciepła oraz sprzedaży energii elektrycznej i obsługi klienta. Priorytet trzeci to rozwój w kierunku organizacji podążającej za zmianami. Pozwoli na utrzymanie stabilnej sytuacji finansowej dzięki poprawie efektywności i coraz bardziej elastycznej, dostosowującej się do potrzeb nowych klientów organizacji. Działania skoncentrują się na pozyskiwaniu środków finansowych na realizację programu inwestycyjnego, utrzymaniu bezpiecznego poziomu zadłużenia, optymalizacji struktury grupy Tauron oraz poprawie efektywności operacyjnej. Cel grupy Taurona to budowa wartości grupy poprzez nowoczesne rozwiązania dla klientów i klimatu przy utrzymaniu stabilności finansowej.
Dzień dobry, nazywam się Przemysław Śleszyński. Jestem profesorem w Instytucie Geografii i Przestrzennego Zagospodarowania Polskiej Akademii Nauk. Jestem także członkiem Polskiego Towarzystwa Geograficznego, a jestem tutaj, żeby zaprezentować Państwu Atlas Wyszehradzki. Jest to wspólne dzieło 2 instytucji. Instytucji Współpracy Polsko-Węgierskiej im. Wacława Felczaka i Polskiego Towarzystwa Geograficznego. Jest to dzieło, które zostało wydane na 30-lecie współpracy, która oczywiście jest dużo dłuższa. Pamiętamy z historii, że były zjazdy wyszehradzkie. To już są setki lat. Ale ja bym chciał bardziej mówić o czasach współczesnych i sprawach wyzwań. A więc istotne dla mnie jest to, że ten temat zdobył zainteresowanie i potrafiliśmy ten atlas wydać. Atlas, tutaj wspomnę, jest wspólnym dziełem 40 kilku osób. Miałem go przyjemność wspólnie redagować z panem profesorem Czapiewskim z mojego instytutu. Atlas składa się z około 50 rozdziałów, w których prezentujemy różne zagadnienia społeczne, ekonomiczne, przyrodnicze, ale także i historyczne i geopolityczne. W tych 50 rozdziałach znajdziecie Państwo zagadnienia dotyczące uwarunkowań przyrodniczych, uwarunkowań demograficznych, uwarunkowań społecznych, kulturalnych, ekonomicznych, religijnych i różnych innych. To, co stoi przed tymi państwami, to przede wszystkim rysująca się duża możliwość jeszcze większego pogłębienia współpracy. Jesteśmy w tym miejscu kontynentu europejskiego, gdzie działo się bardzo wiele. I ja myślę, że jeśli powstają takie związki współpracy jak Grupa Wyszehradzka, to one dobrze wpisują się w to, co w tej chwili dzieje się w Unii Europejskiej, o czym mówi się, o tym, żeby te związki takie powiedzmy regionalne, obejmujące części kontynentu, żeby je wypełniać. Druga sprawa wiąże się ze sprawą bardzo aktualną i bardzo dla wszystkich dla nas dramatyczną. Mam tu na myśli oczywiście pandemię SARS-CoV-2, epidemię COVID. Otóż mówi się coraz częściej, że po pandemii, kiedy już ją zwalczymy, prawdopodobnie będą bardzo ważne takie zacieśnienia współpracy wewnątrzregionalnej, chodzi tutaj o to, że będziemy musieli skracać łańcuchy dostaw, będziemy musieli bardziej patrzeć na rynki lokalne, ekonomia będzie tutaj bardzo ważna. Z pewnością taką rzeczą szczególnie ważną są kwestie powiązań funkcjonalnych, opierających się na transporcie. I diagnozujemy, że ten region wciąż nie jest jeszcze dobrze skomunikowany. Są połączenia równoleżnikowe, niestety połączenia południkowe, głównie z uwagi na barierę geograficzną Karpat, nie są jeszcze do końca w pełni wykształcone. Dlatego poświęcamy kilka rozdziałów naszej monografii, na przykład takim kwestiom jak wpłynie budowa szlaku Via Carpatia, jak zmieniają się zagadnienia dostępnościowe, jak zmieniają się układy transportu i w jakim kierunku powinny ewoluować. Niewątpliwie dużym wyzwaniem są sprawy demograficzne. One w tej części Europy są bardzo ważne, dlatego że wszystkie właściwie państwa Grupy Wyszehradzkiej zmagają się z depopulacją. Niewątpliwie dużym atutem krajów wyszehradzkich jest bardzo duża różnorodność. Różnorodność ekonomiczna, demograficzna, społeczna, ale także kulturowa. I sprawom kultury i sprawom generalnie takich, powiedzmy, kwestii historyczno-secesyjnych poświęcamy kilka rozdziałów. Wierzę, że ten atlas może przyczynić się do jeszcze większego pogłębienia współpracy.
Halo, halo. Ważne ogłoszenie dla Państwa. Dla Państwa, którzy nie mieli okazji zabrać swoich rzeczy z hotelu Śnieżka.
Ladies and gentlemen, to those of you who were not able to take your belongings from the Śnieżka Hotel, there will be 3 transports at 4, at 5 and 6 p.m. Should the need arise. So at the main entrance, there will be vehicles and buses, on the bus stop from Forum. Forum bus stops, so there will be transports at 4, 5 and 6 to Śnieżka Hotel. And we would like to ask the panelists to take your seats.
Cześć, dokąd tu ptasz? Dla nas życie to podróż składająca się z małych kroków. Świat zmienia się szybciej niż nam się wydaje, ciągle zaskakując. My robimy energię na okrągło. Wrzucamy wyższy bieg i przyspieszamy zielony zwrot. A ty, co robisz dla Ziemi?
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo serdecznie witam wszystkich i mam wielką przyjemność zaprosić Państwa na panel, który będzie dotyczył Trójmorza, Polski, Europy. Wspólnie z kolegą Sebastianem Mełwicenem zapraszam bardzo serdecznie na ten panel. Nazywam się Teresa Pamuła, jestem posłem na Sejm Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej. Europa to 740 milionów ludności. Państwa Trójmorza to prawie 120 milionów. Polska 40 milionów. Potencjał społeczny mamy bardzo duży. Czy ten potencjał wykorzystujemy w odpowiedni sposób? Czy rozwój jest zrównoważony? Czy stare państwa Unii Europejskiej są odpowiedzialne za rozwój państw Trójmorza? Szczególnie to jest ważne dlatego, że my jak Polska, Łotwa, Estonia, Ukraina byliśmy przez dziesięciolecia zniewoleni przez imperializm, który nie pozwolił nam się rozwijać odpowiednio.
Which should not allow us to develop respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, are we able to answer these questions? Can we, as representatives of those states, what can we offer to our citizens and our communities? What can we offer? What can we tell our citizens? Thank you very much for this introduction. And it seems that Europe is faced with different type of crises, and the crises are never-ending story. We were faced with a financial crisis in 2008, and then there was the migration crisis in 2015, then COVID crisis and epidemic crisis, and now war in Ukraine has assumed a greater dimension, and it shows it's dangerous. During the panel, we are going to discuss, to talk about on how to most effectively cope with those challenges in our region and how to make cooperation, regional cooperation within the 3 Cs initiative to lead us, all of us, to solving these issues, solving these problems. So we cordially invite you to this panel. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michał Łuczewski. I represent the Polish Foundation Poland Great Project. It's a great pleasure and honor to be a host for today's panel, and thank you very much for having arrived so numerously to our panel. And that's the art of standing, till the very end. So I would like to thank you very much for being able to wait till the very to work till the end. So this. So we have got very differentiated composition of our panel, not only geographically, but we have got special guests from Slovakia and persons representing different sectors, key sectors, and what is linking all of our panelists, each of our panelists, one common feature of our panelists is that each of the panelists combines many different areas, many different worlds in one person. So I would like to make a promise that during the 60 or 56 minutes, we will create the model of leadership for the future, for cooperation within the 3 Cs initiative, the leadership beyond borders. And I see that Professor does not completely believe me, but we will see whether we are able to do that, to create this model for leadership. And for this 3 Cs initiative, we are within a wonderful, unique composition, unique place, but unique time, and time of crisis. And we said that we are coping with crisis management, ongoing crisis management, but maybe only during crisis the real leadership is being created, and hard way. And the experience of leadership, well, that's the main topic. But I would like to ask the panelists about the image of most recent years. And what is your general perception? And I've got one image in my mind, which showing me my academic field after the attack of Russia against Ukraine. When I started in my lectures at the University of Warsaw, I looked at my students. They were not only tired and with COVID, with the pandemic, and sad faces, and the question in their eyes. Nobody was prepared for the war and what will happen. And that image showed me what does it mean, this academic field, and how can I explain to the poor students going from one apocalypse to another? How can I accompany them? So being with them was very important experience for me. So what is the image accompanying you when you think about the current situation? What is accompanying you? And so I would like to start with Professor Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Culture, who couldn't believe that we are able to create this model for leadership for the 3 Cs initiative. Prime Minister, is there any image you are accompanied with? This question is difficult, for a politician. It is difficult to speak about images stemming from direct personal experience and which get translated to the wider horizon and wider array of matters. During the war, I visited Ukraine several times. I went to Kyiv, to Rozhanka, to Lviv, and because we are politicians who have gained a mandate for ruling, for being in power, being the authority. So we are hard-working people, several dozen or more hours every day of our commitment. We have got thousands of images and individual experiences, but I think that the strongest experience, and which also can be interpreted within this topic we are discussing today, in search for leadership, new political formats, because I understand that it is obvious that all the crises we have discussed stem from what has happened in Ukraine, which is obvious. War in Ukraine is the reference point for every discussions held here also here, and analysis concerning new political formats, new format of leadership for Europe, because war is the reference point which we can hardly say that the end has been predicted. It can be predicted, but unfortunately there is a pressure of strong forces, strong powers, and nobody knows what will emerge from this war. And all of us would agree that a new geopolitical order, a new geopolitical deal will be created after that, and we hope that a new Europe will emerge from that, because discussions have it that Europe must search for new identity, and in my opinion it is new old identity, because the new formula must refer to the old traditions, the roots, because we cannot say that that European Union has been yet another failed utopia. I got personally involved in assisting Ukraine in many different dimensions, and I was provoked by the mayor of Lviv, and out of a sudden, I attended in the funeral ceremony of Ukrainian soldier, first and foremost with his family. I stand in the first row together with his family members, and it was very strong personal experience, the strongest in most recent 7 years of my political for 7 years of my political service for Poland, and we had many strong experiences. But because the political world of Poland is not peaceful, we are in constant, struggle and for better Poland, for dignity, for honesty of Polish democracy and Polish deal. It was for sure the strongest experience and the image I will never ever forget. Shall I tell what it does teach me and how I interpret it right now, or shall I just convey my personal experience? And let's translate it. What are the conclusions stemming from this image? Well, it confirms that we are in a completely new situation, because the war in Ukraine introduced many factors of change, political changes, and here for the region, and directly from this experience there is an extreme chance for new relationships with Ukraine. It is a huge chance both nations were given, and we know how fragile these chances are and how strongly we need to work to make full use of this chance. And the new opening means a new European configuration, a new European structure, and overcoming the past, the bad experiences of the past. It's not easy. There are many risks, and I would like to speak about broader perspective which the war in Ukraine brought in. This brutal aggression of Russia against independent and sovereign country. So irrespective of how we perceive that contemporary world, and especially those who had always considered that Russia is something else, now the East European and Central European awareness was completely different, and it confirms that we need to create alternative formats compared to the dominant formats in Europe.
this is not quite clear if all European nations are able to defend themselves and sacrifice their life for their motherland. Well, historical texts speak about that very often, but not necessarily today. The war in Ukraine proves that there still is some readiness to sacrifice lives for people's motherland. Ukraine has not surrendered, neither during 3 days, but it hasn't surrendered during 6 months, and it will not surrender in future. It is very typical, the Western Europe's response to all this. We know pretty well that Western Europe was unprepared for such a development like war in Ukraine, but other countries were prepared. Poland was. We had our independent energy policy, security policy, and all other things were prepared in Poland, because we knew that there is this real threat. So we took a more politically mature approach, unlike those in Western Europe. And the last thing I want to say is that we clearly see now how Europe fails the test under crisis situation. We do not have we have those packages, 7th, 8th, and 9th, but there's no efficient one. There are no good European policies, including the climate policy. It's just crazy. It cannot be implemented. It's unrealistic. Maybe someone will one day understand it. There are no climate changes. There are different phases and fluctuations of the climate. That's what is actually happening. And we do not have any badly needed decisions like regulated energy prices, because this energy crisis was caused by Putin's Russia. And the last assertion is that we can clearly see a difference in approach to this, the main factor of change in Central Europe, and these differences between Central Europe and Western Europe, with Germany in the head. There are a number of meetings of European boards and councils. Sometimes it's even strange to see how unprepared Western elites are for an efficient response and counter action. So our participation in this war has to be recognized, and what they do in the West. The new European leadership must emerge from Eastern Europe. Well, it's not just the Intermarium, it's not just the Visegrad group. The Visegrad group has its own good prospects. The Lublin Triangle is a new format, and it had stood the test immediately by extending quick support to Ukraine. I and Lithuanian Minister of Culture, we were the first to go to Ukraine. So the Lublin Triangle has stood the test very, very nicely, but the Three Seas alliance is important in cultural terms and political terms. So let me stress once again, the war in Ukraine and what is connected with this Russian invasion of Ukraine requires the increasing the role and the strength of Central European formats and its leadership and the kind of new Europe that should be born, therefore, should also take part in the leadership of Europe. Thank you very much. So this brings us to a geopolitical vision of the 3 Seas zone and the formats that should be implemented by European countries. And we have now heard the ambition of Central Europe to take the leadership and leading role. And what should a leader do? The leader should be skilled in building relations, especially in sudden new situations. A leader should be always in the first line, in the front line, perhaps. But finally, a leader must be able to judge the situation in a proper way. Now, Professor Muzyczka, you have had a great career in business, but you also took part in building infrastructures. So you could perhaps try to give us some picture, describe it to us, and then after it add some more concrete and specific examples. So what is this picture that you could give to us? A very happy time in which part of the people were living, and suddenly an unexpected thing, the destruction of the World Trade Center. That's what we have seen, the destruction of the comfort zone. And here, for the Europe and for the whole world, we had a similar effect. The war, the day before the war, nobody believed it would break out. And suddenly we have found ourselves in a situation that there is no comfort zone, and we have to find some new place for ourselves. Mainly in Europe, but in the world too. And so the destruction of this comfort zone, well, this crisis cannot be compared to anything else. And neither the financial crisis or the crisis after Second World War cannot be compared to it, because the world is different now, because we now have the crisis of security and leadership crisis. And this crisis hits on the cyber security, energy security, food security, and the leadership crisis, because it spoils decision making. Leadership is the ability to take quick, clear, right decisions to guide and to lead the nation in the right direction, but also decisions of economic type. Well, how quickly such decisions can be made in the United States, Europe, and China. There is a study on that. So the same situation requiring a decision at the level of the country president is up to month and a half in the States. In the European Union, this decision takes 14 up to 18 months, and in China it's 3-4 days only. So these are the indications of how we should build the right and good leadership, because leadership is decision making. So if we want to make a decision that needs to be approved, we are never sure if they manage to adopt the decision finally before the end of the war. If it takes 18 months, you know, some wars are shorter than that. So we must now consider very well what actually the European Union is, and this how to fight for the European Union. Maybe the 3 C's zone this initiative is perhaps calling for a new leadership in Europe. And of course, we know what Russia is, what kind of danger comes from that direction. If we're not united, the single countries of this region will never win conflict against Russia. We've discussed here a lot of things, but this image of destroyed zone of comfort. So just let me give you just one quotation. An excellent physicist, Niels Bohr, of Denmark, it's physics, not economy, but he said once that if you have learned the quantum physics and was not scared, it means that you have not understood it at all. I have an impression that we've got a crisis, but we can hardly understand what it is, actually. Thank you very much, madam, for this intervention and for your vision, which is based on some modesty, because I thought that leaders would tend to boast that they know everything, rather than saying how little we know. So at the meeting that we know little is, I think, should be stressed. But of course, I know you know how to make quick decisions. Could you describe to us some of the quick decisions you had to make? Not quite recently, and perhaps not very economic decision it was, but when I joined the BGK Bank in a historical building which survived the war, when I saw how much renovation has to be done, I said, yes, we've got to renovate it to give the building a new look and to express the strength of Polish economy. That bank did a lot in building new Poland after 1918, when we gained independence. So that was a strong, quick decision involving millions to spend. But I said, we have to do it, no question about that. And now this building is under a profound renovation, and we will move to that building to celebrate our 100th anniversary. Yes, those World Trade Center towers were destroyed, after which, well, look, your bank is being restored, so we always have some destruction and reconstruction. Sorry to interrupt you, but as far as I know, this is a reference to pre-war Poland, because in the communist Poland brought much destruction to that building anyway, not just the war, but that's the price of being a communist Poland. Right. And our special guest, Jan Chudacki, will you please tell us, because you know consulting, engineering, and politics and leadership in your career. You did it all. So you are also a great friend of Poland as the honorary consul in Prešov. So would you please give us some other point of view, Slovak perspective, what kind of vision or image or a picture of the situation is special to you? Could you give us your point of view and prospects for cooperation according to your opinion? Thank you very much for giving me this honor of taking part in this conference. I come back here every year. Now, as regards the picture, yes, what I was shocked with this year, it was that nonsensical war in Ukraine, the suffering of the people. We must find a way to stop that crazy action over there as soon as possible. But from the long-term perspective, I must say that there is a kind of a morality crisis of modern times, the 21st century. It is the moral crisis, the crisis of morality as such, which shows up in different forms and ways. Maybe we do, most of us realize that this is just an incidental, or the consumerism predominates and we forget about our fundamental values gradually. But unfortunately, as time flies, I have a stronger and stronger impression that the global networks and globalized interests are pushing us in this direction as a tool to implement ultra-liberal politics in the world. And that gradually gets into our region of Central and Eastern Europe, which is still standing out its Christian foundation, which came from God, which was given to us by God, which helped us to survive very difficult times. Our history proves that. But today, what we see today, well, I believe we have to do something to stop the dictatorship of relativization of values. You know, those gender ideology or the death culture, these are not our values. They are alien to us. Well, I am an economist, I'm an engineer. I used to be a member of European Parliament and Slovak Parliament. I used to be the deputy minister in our government. But all the time, over years, I am frustrated by what I see around me, and I'm trying to find some way to avoid these things. So first of all, we have to realize what happens around us, and then we need to invent some methods or procedures to prevent it. And leadership is very important in doing so. Because the European Union institutionalizes these new projects and legislations which usually support these unwanted ideas. And what can we do? Well, I was proposed to become an honorary consul in Slovakia. And now I can see that Poland, not individuals, but country, Poland, could be a true leader who would defend these values. And that would be perhaps a basis for the conservation of these values and spreading them. So maybe I cannot imagine a society, a nation that would be bonded only by consumer values, and without this national and Christian and traditional identity and family traditions. That would be equal to the fall of traditional society. So at this point, I would try to explain my opinion in this way, as I just have. But it depends on us. It's up to us to find the best method to cooperate within Central and Eastern Europe. We have to understand that we do need the world of values.
Cały czas mam przed oczami ten obraz, który zarysowała pani prezes.
Thank you. Again, I want to mention your comments on those two World Trade Center towers which were attacked. They collapsed. But on the other hand, then we can reconstruct other things. But on the other hand, the foundations you mentioned seem to become weaker as time goes on. Thank you, sir, for suggesting that Poland might become the true leader in the head of the Central Europe. Yes, Poland might be a kind of driving force, bringing about changes, but we need to do it together. Poland will not do it alone, of course. We have also mentioned, from the external point of view, I would like to ask Mr. Ruczaj, who works in Prague, in Polish Institute. Sir, do you have any image that would show us what you're doing there as a Polish citizen who knows the Czech Republic very well? And maybe you could suggest what Poland could do as a leader in this part of Europe. When thinking about my personal images I have in mind, I can give you two stories, brief stories, which show what bonds us here, all here in this region. Just days after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I was giving an interview to a Czech journalist about Poland's reaction to the war. And I said that the Poles understood Ukrainians, that they feel very well what they experience, that we've got those slogans, God, honor, and motherland, and fight for your and our freedom. And I suddenly start to weep. I don't know why, but funnily enough, the Czech journalists started to cry too. What happened? We actually understood at the same moment, the same second, that these slogans are slogans of real weight and importance. It was an experience that helped me to look at these developments in the recent months as something that creates unity and community here. It's a dramatic things happening there, but it also lights up a small light of hope. So that was one picture of mine. The second one, just days ago, we had a meeting of a group of diplomats attended by our Ukrainian colleague from the embassy, and she said it's all right in August. It's okay because we are getting free Sundays, because by that time they were working 7 days a week. And one of the friends coming from the country I will not name, Western country, she asked, well, so you had to change the regulations, your labor code, so that they could make you work Sundays too. Well, she said, well, we never thought about it. We just had no time to it. We had more important things to cope with. So, well, there are things and questions that a Pole, a Lithuanian, or Estonian, or whoever, they would never think to ask a question of that type. So, well, these two pictures I gave you were important to me in the recent time because they helped me to understand that the basic key values, fundamental values, and the sense of unity and community among countries which have a better understanding of what's going on. Thank you very much. I must say that I was close to just nearly starting to cry because I understand you perfectly. One of my experiences is that when the first Maidan started, I was in Vienna, and my wife says, look, people are struggling there, fighting in the street. You should go there. Well, she was pregnant at the time, and I had an impression that, like in the January uprising, he was a wife who told me, go to the front line, I will stay here. These pictures, we've seen them in our past, and we see them today. Thank you, sir. Now, I'm looking at Wojciech Kaczmarczyk, who has a political career and academic career, but also a career as a man of culture who manages perhaps the biggest institution supporting the civic society in Poland. What is your picture to share with us? Picture of leadership. You are active in many fields, full of many institutions, so you must have a good insight in what we should do. Very briefly, March 2020, my conversation with the Prime Minister. The first days after COVID was diagnosed in Poland, the first lockdowns were ordered. The minister started to work on the first guidelines and those protection shields for business. And I think that unlike in other smaller crises when business was getting state support, at that time when this dramatic situation just started to develop, we understood that NGOs should also get government support. Especially, I thought about two of those in Mazowsze and in Podkarpacie, and I told that to the Prime Minister. Did he pick up the phone immediately or not? Well, sometimes, if not, he then calls back. So our conversation was ended with a very brief statement. Come up with your proposals. Come back with your proposals. So we have included the NGOs in the anti-crisis programs of supporting during the COVID pandemic. We had more such conversations after the outbreak of the war in Ukraine. We just needed several days to organize consultation meetings of many representatives of many ministries, sometimes up to 100 of NGO representatives, NGOs which helped Ukrainians just to be on the current basis implement an interactive support in a situation which is difficult to describe, to comprehend. And the lesson I took from that was that being a public officer, you must adopt decisions now, immediately, tomorrow. It may be too late for your decisions because somebody else may make totally different decisions for you. So in the years 2013-14, we started cooperation of a larger group, within a larger group guided by the Prime Minister here, the program which is going on since 2016, and its key word was, it was the main target to reach, was the balancing the civil sector. For 3 decades, some parts of that sector developed, owing to American money, European money, but the large areas in this non-government sector, especially the conservative one, Christian regional things, the think tanks, which did not rely on the concepts of open society of Mr. Soros, they were behind. They were not developing as they should. So when we talk about civic society in a serious way, it's got to be balanced, this civic society. It has to be balanced, and I think that the challenge for us, our challenge today, is that Poland must take advantage of its long time experience in balancing this society, that Poland should share that experience with the region, with the three C's countries, neighbor countries, because we have much more dominating role in organizing NGOs which stem from the Soros concepts, but the conservative organizations can speak with only a weak voice. So we could offer an example to follow for these countries of the 3 C's zone. Thank you. Yes, I think it is important to see the big picture, because leadership must not look on one side of the problem only. Good leadership should see all aspects of any problem they have to cope with. And now let's discuss what we need to do. I'm motivated by Madam President here to do so. So, Mr. Ferru, we have mentioned the support for NGOs, but the inspiration probably came from what the PFR fund organized and mobilized. So what is your picture? You were in the heart of the whole situation, and a part of your business career, you also have ample experience as the participant in the Woodrow Wilson Center grants, so you could have an aerial view of all that. Thank you very much. Yes, when the COVID crisis broke out, I had my leadership experience in my head already. After 10 years of work for the Prime Minister's Chancellery, I went to business and I started to work for Arthur Andersen in 2021. And then the Enron crisis occurred, and 3 months later, we thought it was just a problem for Houston people, but 3 months later, our boss in Poland said something that was like a religion for us. It was shock. He said, Arthur Andersen will not survive this crisis. We have no leadership, he said, because the headquarters in Chicago are unable to react to what happens now. You could just see the faces of those people who spent their lives with Arthur Andersen. And the second shocking thing he said was, if you want to keep our clients with us, we have to find the weakest competition of us and take it over. A year after, we were all in Ernst & Young. The Polish team, Arthur Andersen team, was the only which was not fired, was not bought out, did not lose a single employee and customer. But what Mr. Dulip said at that memorable meeting, he said, well, look, you are Polish. You will survive that somehow. You will improvise something. He knew he had a team of 1,000 people who were very well prepared, extremely motivated, and we have all done well. He knew he wouldn't do it without us. And when the COVID crisis came on, I understood that the leadership crisis consists in the leadership is good leadership is when you have a good team and you can bet all your resources on that team. You always need some screening programs. A program like 100 billion zlotys. You, Bartek, must get the money. The program must be buttoned up 3 weeks from now. We were shocked again. Something like that was never done. We are not supposed to do things like that. And especially when that program was designed for 450,000 Polish companies, well, that was a shock for us all. Because we had to start doing something from scratch, something new, only within 3 weeks, and we were all working from home. That was absolutely unprecedented. It was very constructive for me because we spent that, between the middle of March and middle of April, 30, then 50, and then 70 people worked on that program. Without those people, those slogans we've heard here would be just empty words. So what matters is the good team, the distribution of tasks and work, our ability to be a lonely leader, and our ability and skill to work in a group, in a team. And that was highly motivating to me. When I look at some slogans today on billboards, Poland, start believing in itself, I have such experience. When we were talking about the quick decisions, how quick they are in the States, in China, in Poland, just imagine when we were about to issue bonds, I went to the bank to learn how to do it. Banks operating in Poland responded to this bond project within just 3 weeks, and they helped us to do it. All banks helped us, 7 banks. And we wanted our bonds to be covered by the European Investment Bank. It took them 9 months, and they don't work in August because it's holiday time. And that was a quick pass for them. And they did all they could to do it quick, but still they did their best, of course. So this shows how we can cope with crisis situations which are coming on us ever now and again. There is no fear that we will not manage, because we are in the front line of those who can get mobilized, who can, well, accept 2 million of people to our homes without procedures, without the legislation, without the help of the state and government. No, we just did it just like that. 2 million people in the first days. So this multitude of crises that we are facing now will not do much harm to us. We will survive, we'll cope with it, just like our neighbor countries can do it. And we are going to play a greater role in all Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you said, you will be able to cope somehow. You need to improvise, but everybody understood that there is something. I don't know whether it's a good definition of leadership. You are going to cope somehow, somehow. But anyway. You know what you are supposed to do, what you ought to do, and that's the matter of improvisation and flexibility, of finding your ways in what is new. And as President said that he was out of a sudden at the funeral conduct, at the head of the funeral conduct of that soldier. So slowly we are moving to an end. And I would like to ask you well, I keep working on this leadership model, but let us conclude. Everybody said that Central Europe, Eastern Europe, and 3Cs initiative are more ambitious, but other should be more ambitious. So I will ask Maciej Ruczaj, Director, being an observator of Poland, by heart, the Pole, but looking from outside, how can Poland or this region of Europe can cooperate in order to have a stronger and stronger leadership in Europe? To understand the difference, searching for common denominators, but to understand the difference, because in a 3Cs initiative, 3Cs countries it is not a monolith. If we treated those countries as a monolith, it would lead to problems, because then we might be accused of Polish cultural imperialism. We are different, which does not mean that we are not going to find common points on which we can create, construct. And the same to Director Wojciech Karczmarczyk. Well, dialogue and enter in different dialogue spaces, dialogue areas with organizations, different organizations of other countries, creating these spaces for dialogue via conferences and creating European interest groups, and especially NGOs, Polish NGOs, especially conservative ones, are not very visible. So they need to be more visible, and creating a space for dialogue, entering into cooperation with different and with full respect to differences and different cultural heritage and historic heritage in other countries. So dialogue and participating in the groups where we are not very much wanted in a way. So, but not to resign, not to give up. And Director Chudacki, do you see any hopes associated with Poland? What Poland should be doing, and what this part of Europe should be doing to gain greater impact on situation in Europe? Well, I think that the period of proclamations or statements on cooperation has already been concluded. So what we are going to do and how we are going to do it, well, and we are going to meet at conferences. No, we need to start acting, start really doing things. When we speak about the 3Cs initiative, and we take into account certain experiences within Visegrad V4 group cooperation. It's time to prepare the specific concrete concept for this cooperation. Here I mean economic cooperation, which can be translated to other areas as well. In practice, we may think about the Benelux model, in order to do something in a form of a union. It is not about integrating to the format like the European Union, but no. But on the other hand, we do not need to compete with the European Union at any price or ruin its foundations. No, it should be the supplementary element, complementary element, which would definitely strengthen the Union itself and the economy of Central and Eastern Europe. And because we are considered a younger brother of this other Europe, from the point of view of Western countries, we are kind of younger siblings. And it is essential to prove that we should be able to prove that we are able to operate. We can be responsible for our doing, for doing. It's time for doing. So to translate the statements and declarations, my words for deeds, for active actions. And when we see about the 3 C's initiative, the initiative of President Duda and Prime Minister of Croatia, I believe that the Polish people are a leader. Poland is a leader, and the other countries, if we do know specifically what we want to achieve, if we know what we want to go for, the easier it will be for these countries to get included in this project. Thank you very much. So for the first time, as far as I recall, I don't remember the formula. We had Benelux as well. So we don't need to create a Benelux. So, Madam, what shall we be doing, Madam President? The 3 C's initiative is a great chance within the common Europe. So creating the community spirit is developing very well. That's cooperation on many levels, starting with a presidential initiative, but this cooperation started developing on governmental initiative, on financial level. BGK represents this group together with all the supporting institutions, but it is a huge space for cooperation on cultural level, touristic level, the huge area for providing incentive for cooperation on the level of businessmen, of business people, because all the eyes after our joining Europe was, all the eyes were directed at the West. But today we can see many chances and opening of these huge gates in the form of Baltic Sea, the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. It's a chance to create a competitive advantage and strengthen. And this is what we need this area for. And brief anecdote, I would like every one of you have seen the film Apollo 13, culture and creating social capital based on trust and strong leadership. It is the real competitive advantage. Investments, of course, investments in social capital, but creating strong leadership is also very important. Apollo 13 has been saved as the only case of in the universe, although after simulations, what has happened in Challenger and Discovery, which were broken, these 2 cases could have been saved. But the only case which was it was not possible to save was Apollo 13. But thanks to strong leadership and thanks to strong social capital, it was saved. That's a best example of how strong leadership and strong social capital may provide a competitive advantage. And as you were responsible for creating culture of organizations in your bank, and now you are responsible for creating organizational culture of the 3 C's, getting from the bank area to the area of huge geopolitical vision. I don't know what happens when the time is over. Maybe somebody will come and take the microphone from me, but Mr. President, what to do? Just one sentence to allocate more time to Prime Minister. Well, cascading of cooperation is very important. We spoke about NGOs. It's very essential not to create this cooperation only at this table, but we have got many other organizations behind us. And Prime Minister, at the very end, to conclude. Unfortunately, I've got to answer. I will utilize this time against you. I would like to kind of correct the statement that the state is not present during the war and vis-à-vis the refugees. The state was there and was prepared, and also both in the long run and in the short-term run. However, it was not sufficient because of the intensity of this phenomenon. But the state was present. But we are repeating the false thesis that the state was not prepared for that. No, I participated in that. I can give you thousands of examples. But if it was not because of these preparations, like creating a non-governmental sector, for 5 years we have been working on that. And first money allocated either to scouting or to fire brigades for other institutions, we wouldn't be able to respond in the way we responded to the situation. I will agree that it was not sufficient, of course, but we had to take strong and difficult and tough decisions. Somebody yesterday was saying, the Prime Minister could be in the midnight at Central Railway Station in Warsaw. We needed to respond to this, inflow of refugees, and also the strength of local authorities was too weak because the Polish, no country would be prepared for that. But we were creating a response ad hoc. We have got to build the crisis service because we don't have the crisis service. The officials who kept working in their offices with foreigners, they are not able to receive thousands of people, trains with thousands of people, of which half of them are women with children and the other half handicapped people and children. But the Polish state responded fantastically, together with a wonderful society. And getting back to the leadership, we passed the exam, and all the world is praising us for that. And I'm speaking on what the world is praising us for, Polish society and Polish government. It's good that the world has understood that very soon, and also the vision and courage. I will only say law and justice. If we didn't have the strong leader who had the vision and was courageous enough, we wouldn't realize the program both economically and the area of social programs. It was feasible. There was money for it, and your courage. In COVID, 230 billion went to Polish business communities. So altogether, it was more than 200 billion zlotys and saved jobs and 236 billion. So sometimes it was worth to correct professors. Well, it was a huge work and great success of decision-making process and courage and vision that it is possible that one must operate like that. This is our credibility in politics. If I may say that in this politics I have done something good, I can give you thousands of examples because I was on the team. But besides vision and courage, we didn't mention about institutions, creating institutions which are absolutely indispensable because they bring in the values, they carry the values, and only the solid institutions may carry this work and also association with the feeling of mission, because there must be some motivation, some mission behind that. There was yesterday a wonderful panel where wonderful intellectuals were speaking, not only politicians, who spoke about the connection of the values with political realism. It is a simple example. Only stupid media speak about, it's a problem of the environment, how to create good things in such an environment if we have got the media like that or communication like that. And institutions and mission based on values, it is also indispensable component of what of leadership which we want to attain. Thank you very much. And I see that nobody runs towards me to take microphone from me, so I will still 1 more minute. But if I need to finish, then please be assertive. I promised you a model, so we need to put a comma here because the discussion has just been started. You forgot how different our panelists are. They were speaking with one voice. We forgot that they were wonderful. They are wonderful presidents and representatives of non-governmental sector and politicians of politics. Everybody spoke with the same tone, in the same tone. The model which I see here is a model of radical diagnosis of crisis of leadership, of safety, lack of knowledge, loss of foundations, and not being aware of the depth of the crisis. And the depth of the crisis should be healed by strong leadership. The strong leadership which sees more, which is aware with critical heart, which understands differences, which creates dialogue and creates vision and courage. Now I will put comma on it, and wherever there is destruction, there must be construction. So I would like to thank you very much for this construction and for the decision making. I would like to thank you very much for being able to cope with those crises, and thank you very much for your opinions and sharing with us your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Zaletą pioruna to jest tak zwana reprogramowalność. Grom tego nie miał, czyli zadanie przed startem, z jakim celem będzie miał do czynienia, bo z każdym trochę inaczej trzeba walczyć. Reprogramowalność ułatwia podejście rakiety do celu i tym samym skuteczniejsze zwalczenie. Największą zaletą pioruna jest jego manewrowość i bardzo duża moc rażenia i przez to, że ma czujnik zbliżeniowy, bardzo łatwo może podchodzić cel, którego na pewno zniszczy. Czyli może mniej dokładnie podchodzić do celu, a i tak go będzie zwalczał. Bo grom musiał bezpośrednio trafić w cel, a ten może go
Szanowni Państwo, za chwilę kolejny panel, 16:05, także już
zaleta.
naprawdę minuta. Prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc, prosimy przede wszystkim panelistów o zajęcie miejsc.
Największymi zaletami pioruna są jego parametry techniczne i osiągi. Zwiększono w stosunku do rakiety Grom jego zasięg i pułap osiągania celów.
Serdecznie zapraszamy panelistów do zajęcia miejsc.
Zasięg przekracza groma o kilometr. Mówię o skutecznym rażeniu celu, nie locie takim bezpośrednim, tylko skutecznym rażeniu. A to dzięki temu, że wcześniej może z większej odległości wykryć cel i z nim walczyć.
Szanowni Państwo, prosimy o sprawne zajmowanie miejsc. Musimy niedługo ruszyć. Czas nas goni. 16:05.
Rakieta jest odporna na zakłócenia. Wielokrotne badania i próby to potwierdzały.
porównaniu z innymi rakietami tej klasy, systemami tej klasy, on przenosi największą moc rażenia w części bojowej. Największą. I dysponuje nieco większą manewrowością niż inne porównywalne zagraniczne rakiety. A to wszystko oznacza, że jest lepiej przygotowany do skutecznego zwalczania rozmaitych celów.
і всі дубинчани, і всі біженці, і наші військові щиро дякують Шефу Журавлінському і всій громаді Хелма за таку посильну допомогу. Разом ми сила, разом переможемо. І ми захистимо вас, а ви допомагаєте нам. Слава Україні! Героям дякуємо!
І Польща, дякуємо вам!
Дякуємо, щиро дякуємо.
Дякую поліцейській соціальній асоціації Польщі за надану нам допомогу, які ми допомагаємо біженцям, воєнним і всім. Дуже дякую.
Witamy Państwa po krótkiej przerwie. Studio Europa Karpat znowu z Państwem, Sebastian Meuysen.
Europe of the Carpathians and Sebastian Wilson and Marta. We have had the panel at the end of the world. We knew it, and very interesting discussion, very interesting group of panelists, and the end of world we used to know is defined and described by the persons who are wherever the fundamental things are happening, the most important things are occurring. So getting back to the panel, the previous panel, I would like to use a certain metaphor of the image. Michał Łuczewski, who carried out the previous panel, the most moderator, asked about the images, and I think we are going to speak about images. We will refer to images in this panel. So, Sebastian, yes, we need, in situations like this war in Ukraine, we need reliable information. We need a group of people who are on site, who are feeling what is happening and who can listen to the sounds and are physically there, who can convey the information to us. And Jacek Przybylski is the moderator of next panel and author of correspondences from USA and from Iraq, from Afghanistan and Chad, and he's journalist of the weekly Do Rzeczy and the Courier Plus from Poland. So, and please be the moderator. Thank you very much. Jacek Przybylski is our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much that you decided to spend the last minutes on this panel here in Karpat. The war in Ukraine does not leave the first front pages of newspapers and does not leave the front pages of newspapers all over the world. The information is from the first, hand, eyewitnessed information. Our panelists take risks of going to the war and to convey the message, most credible information, being eyewitnesses of what is happening in war situations. We are not the complete composition, but I will introduce the panelists. Mr. Paweł Babołowicz, head of the Eastern editorial board of the Radio Wnet, he's been dealing with Polish-Ukrainian cooperation, correspondent in Kiev, and Ron Haviv, co-founder of a photo agency in USA, photo reporter and filmmaker, and he was showing conflicts all over the world almost. And also we have got Matthias Zerno, editor-in-chief of Konserwatywnej Nowiny from Prima, television Prima from Czech Republic, and also and first question to Ron Haviv. How the war in Ukraine is different to other conflicts?
Well, like many conflicts, there are similarities, but as well, I think one of the main differences, and I don't think we've seen a world reaction to a conflict like this in many, many years, the amount of support, not obviously from the entire world, but from much of the world on the Ukrainian side. Often the war in Ukraine is compared to the war in Bosnia. And having covered that, I've been asked what are the differences, and the differences are, of course, that the Bosnians did not have world support for many, many years, certainly not official government support like the Ukrainians. And so this war, which is essentially a proxy war, as we know, between the West, led by NATO, against the Russians on Ukrainian territory, is probably, certainly for myself, one of the most important stories that I've ever documented.
Po co jeździć na wojnę? Co sprawia, że był pan w 30...
To the war areas, war zones. So what made you, being a reporter or journalist, relating about the war events for 30 years in many countries of the world? Is it a naivety? Do you think that your presence may change anything?
I don't believe that journalism on its own, photography on its own, can stop war, but I certainly believe that it can have impact. And having done this for more than 30 years, there are photographs that I've been taken that have had impact on foreign policy, that have indicted and convicted people for war crimes, and have changed opinions. And I think that my contribution, my colleagues' contribution, anything that we can do, even just a little bit to hopefully help, to hopefully communicate, to hopefully give you, the audience, information for you to vote in a different way, to donate in a different way, to be better globally educated citizens is a positive, and is the reason why I think that there's always going to be a need for people like us to go and be independent and verifiable and truthful reporters, photographers, etc.
Mówiąc o wiarygodności, pytanie do redaktora Babołowicza.
Editor Babołowicz, being presenting such a near conflict, the conflict which is held so nearly, so near, which is so near to Poland. Can you stay emotionless? Can you stay peaceful, seeing the Russians shooting at civilians, at civilian girls, raping children, and committing atrocities and unbelieved of crimes? Well, in a sense, it is a continuation of the previous speech. Yes, indeed, for the journalists from Poland, this conflict is completely different because it is so near. We are aware, not only we, the journalists, but we, the society, perceive this war as something very near us. This is a war in our friends' country. The nearest, closest people, those who live next to us, whom we have received in our homes. And if the objectivism is concerned, and I got very radical approach vis-a-vis, I don't like and I do not believe in objectivism in journalism, even in the work of a photographer, a photo reporter. It is hard to be objective. You see the photo reporters who are taking photographs of one place, not the other place. And I think that a lot better idea presenting work of a reporter, of journalists, is reliability. We need to be trustworthy. We need to be reliable. We need to be credit-worthy. And it is very essential for us, for the Polish journalists who present this conflict, because we know that we are very near this conflict. Our state does not deceive anyone, and we do not try to we speak about a community of interest with Ukraine. We don't search for a community of interest with Russia. We don't ask Russian soldiers why they committed crimes in Bucha or Cherpień. We adopt a Ukrainian point of view, and it requires us to be reliable, to be trustworthy, and also reliability. The reporter, the journalists are not deprived of emotions, and I'm not deprived of emotions or sympathy for Ukraine. And I am telling my listeners, my readers, I have lived in Ukraine for several years, and I am in a relationship with the Ukrainian women, and Ukraine is very dear to my heart, and also because of the historical connections, of huge commonwealth of both nations, I can be reliable, I can be creditworthy, I admit my weaknesses, but I also refer what I see, what I observe. We need to have a system of values we can rely upon, because otherwise we would have a problem with relating or reporting on anything which happens in war. And even defining, we would find it difficult to define what is a war crime.
Would it be possible at all to ask the Russian soldiers what is their version of the facts? Well, I haven't had such an opportunity since February 24, but I can just give you some personal experience. I was in a situation that missiles were fired on my house, because I live in Kiev, and for the first time I was visited by war, and not me was going to see war. So the war in Ukraine is not 197 days, but 9 years. And the Russian invasion continues all that time, all those years. But when I did talk to Russian soldiers in 2014 and in Georgia in 2008, these are difficult conversations, complicated, because when you understand that you have to force yourself to distance yourself from what they say, unlike my conversation with a Ukrainian, where this distance does not need to be such big. Well, not everything we see, we identify with. Sometimes there are difficult scenes, even when this mentally closer side would like to conceal something, we have to speak about that. How do you control your emotions? How do you find these atrocities committed by the Russians? How can you cope with that? Well, this must be a difficult thing to speak about because it's highly personal, individual. Like what David Wilstein said in 2008, just after the Maidan riots, he said, "We've come to Kiev not as war correspondents, but just as ordinary journalists, just to cover the conflict involving bloody and dangerous situations." So it was the first anticipation of what would happen later. Well, I do not think I am a typical war correspondent. Maybe I am not one at all, because the war came to me, not me going to see and to cover war developments. So sometimes it's difficult with your emotions, because of course you think about what you see, but then you must think about your friends. For example, my friends are in Ukrainian army, they're serving there, and I've got friends who live in Mariupol, and when that town is shelled, you must think about them, right? Of course you've got this journalist's instinct. You want to get information to give insight in what is actually going on. On February 24, I and perhaps millions of other people in the world, we opened a week in which we were waking up and trying to find out what happens in Ukraine and is Mr. Zelensky still alive. Now, when will that conflict be moved to third or fourth page of the dailies? Just like Syria or Iraq, we do not talk about that very much now.
Well, it's sadly already happening. I mean, it's half a year, and attention of people, it's sadly declining. A friend of mine who is, a bit of crazy into statistics, he made statistics of Ukraine-related tweets by the big media organization, including BBC, including Czech public broadcasting service, my own, private TV news channel, and it's rapidly declining. At the beginning of the war, it was like 90% of the news it was all about Ukraine. The first few weeks were really tremendous. But then, obviously, it is changing. Again, there are peaks, like now, the offensive in Kherson. You are moving slightly up, in the media coverage, but then, it will be again, and especially when we will move to some sort of front stabilization now in the autumn, when the autumn rains comes, and which pretty much excludes any sort of offensive operations, we will see a steady decline of it. Maybe if I may say a few words also to the previous topics of objectivity and emotions and so on, because it's, old journalistic debate, how objective you can be facing tremendous atrocities. And to be frank, I doubt that there were journalists, especially from the Western media in Ukraine, who were not in their heart supporting Ukraine. I think 95% probably. I guess it was similar, as Ron knows it better than me because he's slightly older. I came to the Yugoslav wars in the later phases, but at the beginning of the war in Bosnia, that was probably the same. Pretty much everyone supported the Bosnian side. And this is also something what somehow challenges your, really objective reporting. Let's say you can be really objective, coldly objective when you are, for example, working for agency for AP. You can be AP and you can be embedded to the Russians, you can be embedded to the Ukrainians, you can be on both sides on the front lines, and you write really not stories, but you just, it's not a emotional story, just really you say what you see. Most of us normal journalists, we are covering stories, human stories and so on, and it's hard to be without emotions. And also we have our own, let's say, political views. We have our own geopolitical views. When you are Polish, when you are from the Baltic states, when you are from Finland, when you are from Czech Republic, then obviously your heart is on the side of the Ukrainians. I have to say that, you know, there's an example. Let's say it's a theoretical example. You come to Azov battalions, not the Azov regiment that was fighting so bravely in Azovstal, but you know, there were several other territorial defense Azov battalions around Ukraine. You are with these guys embedded, and you know that one of the main topics of Russian propaganda is these are the Nazis. That's why we need to liberate Ukraine from this Nazi oppression. And you see that 98% of these guys are absolutely normal, but you may find someone really who has a tattoo with swastika. Well, if you will be absolutely objective, you may report this, but you should also think that the next day you will be on Russia Today as example, look, even the Czech TV shows that there are Nazis in the Ukraine. So is it objective to report this story, which is absolutely true? There might be some people, but on the other hand, you totally destroy the broader picture. That, of course, is that in Ukraine, as in any other country, there are some neo-Nazis, but there are very few of them, and it definitely doesn't justify the invasion to Ukraine. So these are the challenges that you are facing as a journalist, but I truly believe that there are moments when you should keep this for a later time. I mean, we are from democratic countries with free press, and I'm sure there will be enough time to cover even stories from Ukraine. I'm sure there will be also war atrocities done by the Ukrainian troops, because that happens all the time. But, you know, to focus on it at this moment will be probably like make a story on September the 5th, 1939, focusing on bad behavior of some retreating Polish troops towards some local German civilians in Silesia. But that obviously show a totally false picture of the war, even that in that particular moment and particular time this may be true.
Czy w warunkach wojny informacyjnej nie jest tak, że
Isn't this information war generating a way of thinking that, well, the truth is in the middle? There are both sides to the conflict, but the real true situation is 50-50. What would you say to that?
That's, of course, one of the typical Russian narratives, you know, to, if not directly convince the people that Russia is right in invading Ukraine, then, you know, somehow meddling it, that, you know, it's nothing is absolutely sure. These are bad guys, but these are also bad guys. They are bombing Kiev, but they are also bombing Donetsk. There are the children here, but there are the children on the other side of the front line as well. And I think we should definitely combat this, at least because we all know who have been in the wars, know that, you know, bad things happen. There are many young, stressed soldiers. When you are 18, 19, 20 years old, and you are suddenly under the combat stress and so on, you can make atrocities. But there's very big difference between localized event when some soldier loses his nerves, and between a systematic destruction of whole cities and a systematic murder and rape. I mean, that's what happened in Bucha or Irpin, when you had, like, I think, almost 500 people being killed in Bucha. You know, this is not just some crazy guy who ran mad because of shell shock and started to shoot people. I mean, this was obviously something that was either planned or at least very tolerated by the Russian military leadership, and probably encouraged.
A jak na ten wyścig po prawdę wpływa
How is that
media społecznościowe?
hunt for truth look like in public social media? Perhaps something has already showed up in social media. Well, but you were there as a reporter, and you are late with your news. Doesn't it motivate you sometimes to cut corners, do something, write something, and report something which you are not quite sure, or avoid something that would be good for the Russian propaganda?
If I may start. Absolutely, especially at the beginning, with very few reliable news. We all took, I think we all took, at least in the TV news, because you need to be quick, stories from social medias that you are just not capable to absolutely verify. You have some, sense of what is true, what is false. You have some experience. So most of the time you are right. But of course, it can happen that you took some false information. But the more experienced you are, the more good, the better sense you have to pick up what is good or what is bad. By the way, one more remark to the war and what is very much different from the previous wars, especially in the Balkans, is the very effective control of the information environment by Ukrainian government, which makes our work sometimes quite hard. I'm sure you know it from Kiev in the first weeks. I mean, it basically took 2 to 3 minutes for any sort of armed people to come to you once you step out of your car with a camera. I mean, there was immediately control. Where are you? Impossible to shoot any sort of military environment. Even that there were like 2 sandbags on the street, and you were not able to shoot it because it's a military position, blah blah. So the Ukrainians were very strict. They were fine. I mean, they were nice, but very strict. It was very complicated to report on anything. And they very much control the information environment. It's getting much better now. I mean, the first weeks were really chaotic, but I also have to admit that how surprised I was how organized and disciplined they were. I mean, when you compare it to the Balkans, for example, where it pretty much depends on the mood of every commander on the checkpoint. He could invite you for a drink of rakia, but he could also shoot you in the nearest forest. But here, after the first week, the system was established, and they make picture of your passport. They send it immediately to the Secret Service, and in 3 minutes they got back a message: "Okay, leave these guys to go." I was really surprised how an effective police system the Ukrainians established. Probably the combination of good old KGB tactics and new Western technology and equipment they got, and also training.
Poprosimy Rona Habiba o.
Mr. Habib, would you please continue this topic? How the Ukrainians are doing in this information war now?
Well, I think now, I disagree a little bit with what he just said, was that now with this offensive, there's essentially a media blackout, that it is almost impossible now certainly to photograph, to get to a front line. Obviously, they're saying it's operational security, which is, of course, understandable, but at the same time, I have colleagues there on the ground trying to photograph displaced people, and they're pretty much frozen. And I think that, and I actually had a conversation with President Zelensky about this very thing, saying that the Russian strategy will be for this to fall off the front pages. And if you stop allowing media to have access, I'm not saying the most secret or having to be in battle all the time, but if you make it more and more difficult to tell the Ukrainian story, you're going to do a great deal of damage for yourself. And at the same time, the separatist Russian side is making a very similar mistake to what the Serbians did during the Bosnian War, where no Western media is allowed, only media that they think is favorable to them. And then at the same time, they complain that nobody is paying attention to children being killed in Donetsk or anything like that. And I get attacked all the time in social media. Yes, you're showing this side, but why don't you show the other side? And my answer is because they won't give me permission. I'm not allowed to go there. I'm not saying that it's balanced. I'm not saying there are war atrocities on both sides, but there needs to be independent eyes, not just pro-Russian supporters, or the international organizations that are working with Russian journalists on the Russian side are very limited on what they can do. And so this information is always going to be incredibly important, because you, the people, need to understand, the Polish government needs to understand, the US needs to understand what exactly is happening with their supplies, with their support, and so on. And I think, again, going back to what makes Ukraine so unique is this incredible amount of world support. But the media is a big conduit to that. And through social media or regular traditional media, that if the story dies and other things happening and the winter gets tough and people are suffering from energy and so on, it's connected to Ukraine, but they're going to be more and more concerned about themselves. And it could fare badly for the Ukrainian side.
w jednym z wywiadów, Ron, powiedziałeś o tym, że będąc na Bałkanach, nie spodziewałeś się, że będziesz jeszcze kiedykolwiek relacjonował tak straszne rzeczy, jakie w tej chwili się dzieją na Ukrainie. Czy nie macie panowie wrażenia, że mimo tego, że wojna w Iraku, w Syrii, w Afganistanie i w wielu innych miejscach jednoznacznie pokazuje, jakie są skutki tego typu konfliktów, i tych informacji nie brakuje, to ludzie wciąż nie uczą się na błędach?
I think that's true. I think yesterday a colleague from CNN said that we don't have education in our DNA, and therefore we continue to make the same mistakes. Obviously, it's my hope that the work that we do gets taught and people learn lessons and so on. But no, it's still incredible. And I was incredibly amazed in Bucha. One of the war crime scenes I found was they decapitated one of the Ukrainian civilians, which is something that we were only associating with ISIS in the most extreme barbarity. And now, all of a sudden, the Russians have adopted that to some degree. And I think that it is, once again, it's things are really out of control in a way that continuously surprises us, that we think when we spoke about the Balkans, we can't believe there's another war in the 20th century, another genocide, and now we're saying with Ukraine, I can't believe that there's a war in Europe in the 21st century.
Pytanie do redaktora Wołowicza odnośnie Irpina, Buczy. Po tak wielkich zbrodniach i tak pojawiały się informacje, czy komentarze internautów, czy komentarze nieprzychylnych Ukraińcom polityków, że tak naprawdę tej zbrodni nie było, że być może coś się tam wydarzyło, ale Ukraińcy na pewno udają, albo przynajmniej podkolorowali to, co się tam wydarzyło. Co w takiej sytuacji czujecie, jeśli byliście tam na miejscu?
Zanim odpowiem, to jeszcze takie króciutkie odniesienia do tych poprzednich tematów, bo one są bardzo ważne. Rzeczywiście, jeśli chodzi o media społecznościowe, dzisiaj to jest bardzo poważna dyskusja, czym jest dziennikarstwo w dobie mediów społecznościowych. I podążając i próbując być tak szybcy jak...
And when we try to be as quick as them, we are trapped by the fact that we may be not reliable enough. On the other hand, we have some tools to use which they don't, because the war is in its 9th year already. And the attention went away from the war gradually, and that is awful, because when attention goes down, general attention, then it invites new crimes, new atrocities, and later on these crimes become somehow accepted by public opinions. And then discussions, well, what happened? It's just 40 people were killed. Well, that's nothing, that's not a headline news. Let's wait for something more awful. Now, the question, people I meet in Poland, when I come to Poland, and who know who I am, they ask me, well, could you tell us what is the situation there truly, what really it is there? And I think then that, well, you listen to my reports from Ukraine, and do you think I write something else, or I tell the TV something else than I really think, right? Do you think I have two versions, one for the TV and the other one for private friends? No, that's not right. I wonder why people tend to think that way. Now, when we hear about, you see a cry of a murder, mass murder, and then somebody tells you, well, that probably is a fake news. When I went to Narva on the border with the Russian border, 85% of people there are Russians. Most of them speak Russian as mother tongue. They are citizens of the European Union or NATO stance, and they keep claiming Russian propaganda and spreading it. When I asked them, well, what happened in Ukraine? And they said, those NATO members said, well, it's Ukrainians are destroying some towns, and so on and so on. Many people said that. They were not living in Russia, they live in one of our countries, and discussion and with people like that, you cannot, it is hopeless. You cannot convince them that things are different than they believe. I am one of the authors of Stop 8.org platform. We try to kill all Russian fake news, and I often have a sense that, well, we are telling stories to people who know better than us. And if they don't, they will not believe us anyway. And that's frustrating for every journalist, because then you might think, well, why am I here? What I'm doing? Don't you think that Russian propaganda is made of stone? It's crude. It's not sophisticated. You know, sometimes you can see people who are supposedly killed, and then in the next news reel they are shown as people who are doctors or something else, like actors. Well, Russian propaganda uses a lot of methods, including those crude methods. It's one of those. It's one of the efficient methods. Russian propaganda also takes the form of the texts like which try to disqualify Western news. They sometimes criticize Russia itself, and they want to persuade the listeners that nothing is true, everything is relative, and they want to produce an audience that will not believe everything. They will doubt in any news and facts that reach them. Now, the Russians also have that defensive mechanism in them. Those people just don't want to stand on the side of the murderers and criminals, so they have to deny the facts, however obvious they are, and stand on the side of those who claim to be the good ones. And that's how they may have some little conscience, but it's too weak for them to it's too weak. It does not win in those mentalities. And a lie repeated 100 times becomes truth. How is it in the Czech Republic? Because in Poland, most of the media listeners and readers know which side is right, which is wrong, and they know that the Russian propaganda is full of lies. But in the Czech Republic, is it as easy as in Poland to reach them with true news?
Pretty much all of the serious press, either public broadcasting service or private medias, are on the side of Ukraine, let's say it openly. There is some segment of population that listens to those very often very strange websites that usually mix all sorts of conspiracy theories, from COVID through the beginning of the universe to the war in Ukraine. So it mixes really everything. And you have some 10 to 15% of population that just believes this. And I personally think that the fight against disinformation and fake news, it's a lost cause, because these are the 10 to 15% of people who believe all sorts of conspiracies, and you have no chance to convince them. I mean, no way. So you can make thousands of conferences when we smart people will laugh at how stupid it is, but it doesn't change anything. So, yeah. This is just a lost cause. But then, of course, you have, let's say, slightly smarter arguments, which are, I would say, this a la Kissingerian arguments. We should respect the zones of influence. This was a mistake to move NATO to the east. We promised to Gorbachev something, but we didn't fulfill. Blah, blah, all this stuff, and of course Maidan. Yeah, Maidan was a coup d'état. It was orchestrated from the West, and it was something which was not smart to do in the backyard of the Russian bear. So that's a smarter sort of propaganda, but it's at least something you can debate about, not like the previous one. But still, the huge majority of the population, and I would say it's between 70–80%, is supportive of Ukraine. The support was surprisingly big, especially in the first weeks and the months. We accepted 250 to 3,000 refugees in a matter of weeks. None of them was living in some sort of camps. Everyone was accommodated. People took them in their houses. Many of them are working already. The government is supporting Ukraine with arms, with financial aid, with diplomatic aid. And so far, this is not a problem. It's getting problematic with, of course, the rising costs of living and the energy crisis. We had a 70,000 strong demonstration in Prague last Sunday against the government. But it was mainly about the rising cost of living. But of course, all these, bizarre political groupings used it and misused it also for some sort of pro-Russian and Ukraine propaganda. So we will see. So far, I'm still quite optimistic, but a lot of might change if the winter will be really dead hard as some predict.
Dostałem właśnie informację, że Oleksij Honcharuk, czyli autor 15 filmów dokumentalnych o wojnie
15 films about wars, is with us online. Can we hear you?
Chciałem zapytać o pana ocenę
Good afternoon, good evening.
Właśnie czy polskich, czy amerykańskich,
Polish or American reports. Do you think that the way in which mass media in our countries present the situation in Ukraine is adequate? Is it true? Is it genuine or not? And if are the mass media acting all together? Yes, I think they are, and I think that all honest journalists in all countries always look at the developments from their own points of view. Ukraine is our problems, the Czech Republic, the United States, Poland have their own problems. When explaining or reporting on the developments in Ukraine, I think they are doing well. From the very first days after the outbreak of the war, we have seen a full-fledged war, hostilities, which actually started in 2014, not just now. And we do notice and appreciate international support. And when we want to defend ourselves in this information war, I think we are doing it well. Of course, this Russian propaganda is counteracted and counterbalanced in your countries too. But TV channels and radio stations and other media are doing their job properly too. I think the Ukrainians appreciate the efforts of the European community for its support. Of course, truth is important, but look, there is no 100% truth during wartime. Just look, I came from the frontline zone yesterday. I came back from, and there was a film about the 1st Tank Brigade. That film was shot there, and being an officer, I am defending my point of view and the point of view of my country and my brothers in arms. So we use arms, and we use drones, and we use cameras, and we are covering the developments. This, I mean to say that there is no 100% pure truth during wartime. What we need is to find a balance in the news that are reaching the people. We have to evaluate the developments that we witness, so that the people who are not as close to these developments, to the front line, to the hostilities, so that they can know what actually happens. Well, yes, sometimes it's difficult to make sure what's right, what's wrong, what's false, what is not. The soldiers also always check the news reports, because this is an unprecedented war in every district in Ukraine, every place, town and village in Ukraine cannot afford having a single mouse to be against Ukraine. No, that cannot be tolerated. And whenever there is some critical leak of information, the Russians immediately fire the missile to that place, because they suspect there is some commands, some stuff located there, and they want to kill it. So we are enormously grateful to the European community and to the journalists who pass on the information to their people. There is a lot of good news from Ukraine recently, but the question is how much the counteroffensive staged by Ukraine can be, what is the chance for it to be successful? And do you think that Ukrainians will manage to defend their country and defeat the Russians and regain their land before the Russians do something awful? Well, everybody believes in our victory, but the main problem here is the price of this victory. We are now having to do with a very well-armed enemy, owing to the air forces and artillery. Because quite recently the main chief commander, Valery Zaluzhny, and the former commander of the paratrooper units, they wrote an article in which they described all the prospects and options for this war. And we can show all that here. The war starts to take more time now. It's longer than it could be. But we should not expect a very quick victory, because the enemy captured vast areas and territories. If we want to free those lands, to liberate them, we need a lot more weapons. because that weapons would be able to push the enemy out of our country. But of course, we all hope and believe in the victory. The thing is, how long we will have to be strong and steadfast. We have our moral victory because we fight for our own land, and they are invaders. Well, of course, we've got the prospects. We've got experts who know how to estimate certain things, how to calculate that, but they will never publish their knowledge until the final victory. Yes, the war may last until 2023. Will the journalists be able to fight so long? And will the West, we will have a big conference of donors to the reconstruction of Ukraine scheduled for October, and they will discuss that because it's, some nations may be fed up with inflation and things like that, and how long they will support you. Well, this is our biggest headache because we need the people to believe in our army and to continue fighting until the end. Because, in 2014, people suddenly become fed up and tired with war, and then this invited the Russian invasion, in fact. Because if you step back, like we did between 2020 and 21, it always invites the enemy to move on, forward. Now, let's say Kiev. Kiev is the mother of the Russian lands, which is the south of the area. But the Russian Moscow is a neighbor with whom you cannot make any deals, any agreements. There's no way to reach that with the Russians. No memorandum, no agreement. No, they will never, even if they agree that they will not attack us anymore, they will break that promise and do it again. These are the Kherson, Kharkiv districts where the Russians want to have a referendum so that they can call it a Russian land. We have to resist it. And of course, the politicians must also be strong enough to understand that once Ukraine falls and is defeated and falls, the Russians will move forward. They will never stop. We need a constructive unity. We must be very patient. We must strongly believe in our forces and spirit, even if it takes some years. It's not easy, but we know from history that this is the only way to achieve a totally, really free Ukraine and bring some peace to the world and stop aggression, of course. Do you, sir, believe that Ukrainians will eventually manage to defend the country? At the end of the conflict, we can always see defeated Russia, but when and how, no one knows. I am educated as political scientist, so I tend to think about many scenarios, not just one. I cannot say, yes, it'll be a quick victory and that's it. No. We have seen over many years how was that conflict in two places. and we thought it would never spread. We didn't think of any greater war. And if anyone was saying, "Oh, the war is coming," others would not listen to them and would say, "No, no, no." And today we are now buying the picture shown by Ukrainian media. But look, the Ukrainian journalists are in even more difficult situation. We want to be objective, and they are living there with their families. So I cannot imagine us being in their position, but when we cover Ukrainian developments, we have an impression that Ukraine has won a long time ago. And if you look at what the experts say after last February, we might wonder why this war is still going on. It should have been ended some time ago, right? Some people believe in Putin dying very soon. Others believe in other solutions. But if not, this war will probably take quite a long time, which is exhausting not only for the Ukrainians. Our Ukrainian friends are 100% right. Ukraine is not the final goal of Putin. His goal is the great Russian Empire, and Poland is part of it. So let's pray to God not to experience that. Is this awareness of Mr. Putin's goals? Do the people in the States and in the Far West are aware of it? And the fatigue caused by the economic problems, will it not be stronger than the willingness to help Ukraine? What if they change their mind, saying that, oh, it's not our war, let's forget about it?
Well, I think the mood in the United States, while obviously their economic difficulties, they certainly obviously don't compare it to here to Europe, nor does the potential of a harsh winter. They're not having the same conversations. So the mood and the conversation in the United States is not totally intertwining the war in Ukraine with the economic difficulties. And so therefore, I think still for now, the support without question remains for Ukraine. Certainly politically, both political parties in the United States support the continuation of supporting Ukraine militarily and economically. So we'll see if things change over the next few months. But at the moment, for that part, I don't think things will change. What I do think is that there's a possibility that, depending on what happens on the ground, that if for some reason and the Ukrainians are able to start taking more territory back, the Russians feel like they're not going to be able to defend enough, and Putin decides at one point to say, like, okay, now it's time for a peace conference, but they haven't, obviously, Ukrainians haven't gotten Crimea back or even major parts. The question will be what happens, and will the West, in a desire just to end this war, force Zelensky to capitulate and end by saying, if you don't sign a peace agreement, we'll stop supporting you. I think that's a possibility that could happen, depending obviously what, it's all in Putin's hands, but the Ukrainians might start to win and then might not be able to complete it. It's very similar to what happened to the Bosnians while the Dayton Peace Accord was going on. On the ground, they were taking back all their territory and then were told to stop. And that's why Bosnia today is a dysfunctional partition country, because they weren't able to reunify it militarily.
Sądzi pan, że Ameryka I kraje zachodnie
States and the West will get involved in terms of military involvement in the conflict in Ukraine eventually?
I think politically, within the confines of the border of Ukraine, the political on both sides is that absolutely will not happen. But if something happens here or elsewhere, then I think obviously the United States will support Article 5 of NATO.
Matthias, ostatnie 5 minut I
The last 5 minutes for you, Matthias. What is your expectation or kind of prediction of how long that war can be, from now to until 2030 or 32. Well, that would be a disaster. Do you think that Ukraine is doomed to that long war, and what could be its end?
Well, of course, a lot of things can happen, but I'm afraid that this war may really take a few more years. It's very difficult to imagine that the Ukrainians will be able to push the Russians from all of the Ukrainian territories, including Crimea, which is their goal. I mean, every Ukrainian I talked to, they were talking about, not about peace, but about victory, and victory means a total liberation of Ukrainian territory. I wish this happens, but it will be very, very difficult. And of course, any sort of ceasefire, as it is pushed by, for example, Chancellor Scholz, will be a disaster for Ukrainians because it would freeze the front lines and will make it very difficult, to liberate the territories in the future. Being not an Ukrainian, if I try to look at it without any emotions, if they liberate Kherson and probably some more territories, and if they leave some part of occupied Donbass and part of the Kherson and Zaporozhye region, this will be, the glass could be half empty or half full. It's still victory because they defeated the Russians, who obviously wanted to control over all of Ukraine, but it's a defeat because they didn't liberate the whole of the country. But they got the most people of these territories, so pretty much everyone who was pro-Ukrainian left or is trying to leave these territories. It will be very painful for them to live without it, but it's one of the possible options that Ukraine will be, cut in the terms of territory. But on the other hand, it will be a country with absolutely pro-Western population, where all the remaining pro-Russian parts of the population would be behind the front line. But I can't imagine them to somehow agree formally to it. So the thing could happen like in the Balkans between Serbia and Kosovo, or like in Cyprus between the Turks and the Greeks, that there will be a unofficial border. None of these countries will recognize it, but life will somehow goes on. But a lot of depends on the state of Russian economy. A lot of depends on how the sanctions, how effective the sanctions will be in the future. A lot of depends on the energy prices. Basically, probably the most. This is something what brought down in the 80s Soviet Union in the same way as the war in Afghanistan or the Ronald Reagan Star Wars. Because when the energy prices will go down, if it will happen, this will cost tremendously the Russian. So a lot of things that we don't know that might happen not. But in any case, I'm afraid we are looking forward for quite a long time of military operations, probably even in terms of years rather than months.
Czy Czesi też się boją tego, że ten konflikt może się
Are the Czechs also afraid that these hostilities might spread over some other NATO country or maybe all Europe? Are they afraid of that?
Well, I think that the majority of the people doesn't think that Russians would invade any NATO country. Also, the Russians don't have the capacity to do it. But I'm always trying to explain to everyone that no one was expecting till February 24 that the Russians would attack Kiev, and that the Russian mentality is that they basically don't have clear goals of these operations. So if tomorrow, if they would have the chance, they would attack Kiev again. And if they would have the chance to occupy Lviv, they will occupy Lviv. And if they will have chance to occupy Uzhhorod on the very border of Slovakia, they will do it. And then they will find out that there is a small Ukrainian and Ruthenian minority behind the border in Slovakia, and they might, say that they need to be liberated from the terrible Slovakian rule. So nothing is excluded. It is deep in the Russian mentality, and I think the Narva, as Pavel mentioned, is a good example where they can, of course, say, oh, there are 85% of the Russian population, they are oppressed by these Estonians. Let's liberate them.
So it's nothing what is far away from the Russian thinking, but thanks God, I think they have enough troubles now in Ukraine to start something like that.
And with this pretty optimistic conclusion, we may conclude and put an end to our debate. Thank you very much. Thanks to the panelists, thanks to the audience for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to wish you a very enjoyable evening. Thank you.
Prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc. Za chwilę zaczynamy ostatni panel edycji konferencji Europa Karpat. Prosimy o sprawne zajmowanie miejsc. Bardzo prosimy wszystkich panelistów o zajęcie miejsca na scenie. Prosimy też szanownych.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would kindly ask you to take your seats. We are just about to start last panel.
Starsi panowie dwaj, już szron na głowie, już nie to zdrowia w sercu ciągle mają.
Mnie się w twoim wieku nawet nie śniła ta wojna domowa od wielu wieków trwa.
Proszę państwa, biało-czerwoni walczą z sprawcami największej sensacji chyba w historii światowego futbolu. Habemus Papam!
Szanowni Państwo, witamy Państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again at the studio of the 34th edition of Europe and of the Carpathians Conference on its 8th of September. Thursday, we are in Karpat, that's the third day of our conference, and we are part of the Economic Forum, and we will have another last debate, panel 14, because the program has been so rich that we have got 14th panel, Ukraine and what comes next, reconstruction, transformation, human resources. And it's 138th day of Russian invasion against Ukraine, and we think that the most important forms of assistance is humanitarian, military assistance, but we also need to think about strategy of reconstruction of the state of Ukraine. And there are two elements, key elements, which we should take into account. First, as Marta has mentioned, Wojna has been lasting for almost 200 days. And however, the war started 8 years ago, as a matter of fact, when Russia invaded Crimea. And the second important thing is that the Ukrainians are not only defending themselves, they are defending all Europe. They stand for all Europe, and Poland has been supporting Ukraine from the very beginning as main friends of Ukraine, and the time has come to be supporting Ukraine in this war, to consider its reconstruction. And Mr. Jerzy Kwieciński is the moderator of this panel. He is vice president of the management board of Bank PKO SA Poland. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Cordial welcome extended to you. And as you have heard, it is the last of the panels at the conference Europe of the Carpathians. And we believe that it is one of the most important topics we are going to be discussing at this panel. And ladies and gentlemen, before I introduce my respectable guests, our panelists, please let me say 2 words from myself. Ukraine is defending bravely and courageously. Ukraine is defending not only their own country, Ukraine is defending Poland and Europe. And it does it very effectively and very bravely. And the assistance comes from many sides, many countries, and Poland belongs to the countries which support Ukraine to the strongest extent in this struggle. And Ukraine has started counter-attacking, Russia, and no one of us knows when this war will end. The war may take yet another couple of months. But we believe that reconstruction is a very important topic, which must be raised today, not only the issue of current assistance and aid for Ukraine, but assistance for Ukraine in the process of reconstruction. So what I want to emphasize, also transformation of the country. Why? Because Ukraine, in the year 2014, had clearly said that it wants to join the European Union, and it was one of the main reasons, if not the most important reason, of initiation aggression, Russian aggression against Ukraine, aggression which lasts until today. And this assistance for Ukraine will be boiled down not only to physical reconstruction of destructed buildings and infrastructure, but it will be also very important in the process of transformation of the country, in the process of preparation of the country for the EU membership. We believe that Poland should play a key role in this process as it does support Ukraine in military actions. Poland should be ambassador of Ukraine in the process of striving at full-fledged membership of Ukraine in the European Union. This is what we are going to discuss today. And let me start with presenting our guests, our panelists. Member of Parliament, Mr. Andrzej Szejna, is on his way, and he will join us in a very short time. We have got Mr. Władysław Ortyl, Marshal of the Head of the Podkarpackie region, and Professor Tomasz Grosse from the University of Warsaw. Mr. Mikhailo Hariv from Ukraine. We may say that he's a Mr. Europe in Ukraine, a strong supporter and promoter of Ukrainians entering the European Union structure. And Professor Jan Malicki does not require being introduced because he's been promoting Polish-Ukrainian cooperation for many, many years and has organized very many important meetings between Poland and Ukraine. We have got persons who are here with us in the room, but we will have also guests online. Ołena Szulak, Deputy of the Verkhovna Rada, Chairwoman of the Party Servant of the People from Ukraine, Mr. Taras Steckiw, Deputy of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and very important guest, friend of Poland, but also friend of Ukraine, Mr. Daniel Fried, former ambassador of the United States in Poland, and at present is cooperating with the Atlantic Council at this moment. We're going to have many panelists, so please do not take longer than 4 minutes, because this is the last panel, and I wouldn't like to have it prolonged because of not only of the audience here in the room, but also those who are there online. If you allow me, I would like to start with Professor Jan Malicki, a supporter of cooperation between Poland and Ukraine, and also a person who is very strongly committed to our initiative, Europe of the Carpathians. Thank you very much. Sir, I'm not going to object that I am really deeply committed and heavily involved in these matters, and I I think in a general sense, when I think about it, in a sense concerning my commitment, my involvement, Ukraine is part of the larger area. And generally speaking, I am very happy that Poland as a country has so massively been supporting Ukraine and has been committed so much to assisting Ukraine, and the fate of all region is decided there in Ukraine. And at present, the citizens of Ukraine, the Ukrainian military forces, Ukrainian army, to the surprise of all of Europe, took everything on their own shoulders, and so I will start my intervention with the statement Ukraine and what next. So and what comes next. And I participated in the discussion on the program. Well, Ukraine and who next? One could say not, but who comes next? But it may sound like a joke, but it's not hilarious whatsoever, because I will repeat, 102 years after the Battle of Vistula, on Vistula River, then near Siewierny and Donetsk, there is a new Battle of Warsaw, and and I am addressing this to the Polish citizens rather. Somewhere there is Radzymin in Ukraine, another Radzymin. If the Radzymin is able to stand, we will have 2 generations for living in peace. But if not, then we will have to ask a question which we have asked ourselves many times: who is able to carry guns and who can be used in wartime? So what can I be useful for? Reconstruction, transformation, human resources. Unfortunately, when we look honestly at this problem, the competences of persons like myself are very limited. I'm not able to construct. I'm not a builder, so my role within the project discussed in Przemyśl, associated with establishment of the Institute of Collegium Carpathicum. So I am going to create a school for prompt education of human resources, but for state level and local authorities level staff or human resources for Ukraine. There is wartime there in Ukraine, but of course we need to support them directly, but we need to help them for their future. We need to help them prepare their human resources for the future. Ukraine is a huge country, and needs will be really very big. And this will be not just courses, but postgraduate studies. But this college, European College, Carpathian College, will be created in such a way that the education will be possible on the line Przemyśl, Warsaw, and Western Europe, and maybe America, because technically speaking, it is possible, because wonderful panelist Daniel Fried agreed to participate in this school project. So on this line, Przemyśl, Warsaw, and online, we plan to educate also others, not only citizens of Ukraine, but maybe also from Belarus, maybe from Georgia, from Moldova, or other countries. The school itself is going to be offering courses and teaching in English with the intense courses of the Polish language. But the general assumption is to assist Ukraine to prepare young and new human resources for managing the country. Thank you very much, Professor. Professor has mentioned a very important theme which we want to support within the initiative of the Europe of the Carpathians by creating the Institute of the Carpathian and utilizing the human resources and capacity we have got to support Ukraine. Now I would like to ask Professor Tomasz Grosse to present the point of view from geopolitical perspective concerning the activities we plan to undertake. Professor is eminent expert in European politics and also Eastern politics. How does it look like, on the how does it refer to the map of Europe or the map of the world? Because we know that also practically all the countries worldwide have been involved in this process. Thank you very much, first and foremost, for good words and for having invited me to this panel. And I will start with the following. The war may take another couple of years, yet another couple of years. And in this connection, the experts are of this opinion, one may conclude like that, at least based on the budget of most recent budgetary decisions of the Congress of the United States, if military support for Ukraine is concerned. So it is difficult to reconstruct the country when the war is pending and war is in its course. So the first perspective, well, because war is not going to be a blitzkrieg or a fast-going war, it may take a long time. So I think that the Marshall Plan we think about in a perspective of reconstructing Ukraine, so must be treated as a second priority, which it doesn't mean that we are going to forget it, but we will have more time to gather force, strength, and to create institutions to be ready as soon as we need to reconstruct Ukraine. So the top priority in this perspective, the first priority at this very moment, it seems to me that we need to supply the Ukrainians with armaments, and we need to offer Ukraine financial support in order to let Ukraine cope with the current tasks associated with maintaining the country and the military efforts. During this time, certain things can be done as well while preparing for the second step. And I am very happy that Professor took the floor as the first one, speaking about about preparing or educating human resources, because we need to prepare human resources, which in the second phase will be indispensable, will be necessary. We need to prepare projects, institutions, funds, know-how. We have got very huge experience and expertise here in Poland. Poland is located very near Ukraine, and not only Poland, but all the countries of participating in this project of Europe of the Carpathians, because of the vicinity, may become the backup or in the first phase for preparing structures, human resources, and know-how in order to be able to enter the second phase pretty quickly and to start reconstruction of Ukraine pretty soon after the war is ended. So, of course, war is pending not only among ourselves, not only we here speak about that, but we know that these discussions have been carried on in Brussels. The initiative is also undertaken by Germany. The Germans plan to organize big conferences concerning reconstruction of Ukraine. And what I would like to say at the very end of my intervention, speaking strategically, both in the first and the second phases, and convincing our allies to get committed to this project's implementation. Here I mean first and foremost about the United States of America. We need to to combine the reconstruction of Ukraine, strengthening of Ukraine, with strengthening of associations and connections, relations of Ukraine with the Central Europe and with the project of the 3 Cs, the 3 Cs initiative. Ukraine, to be strong, must be tightly associated, tightly connected to the region, and thanks to that, it will be able to accelerate its accession, its EU accession, because I think that the 3 Cs initiative and support Ukrainian integration with Central Europe is a window of opportunity and great, which is opening, and great chance supporting the accession project. It is not alternative, but it is support. In other words, if we think about funds, institutions, it is not only because of the vicinity of Poland or other countries participating or committed to this project, Europe of the Carpathians. We need to utilize the vicinity and the capacity, and also the kind attitude of these countries, which has been demonstrated during the migration, the refugees crisis. But not only that, strong Ukraine, reconstruction of Ukrainian potential capacity may be realized by strengthening cooperation and integration of Central and Eastern Europe within the 3Cs initiative. And it seems that it is also beneficial from the point of view of future acceleration of Ukrainian joining the European Union. Thank you, Professor. In your intervention, you repeated the word cooperation so frequently, and we see that the initiative of the Europe of the Carpathians is the best example of that. Ukraine is very strongly present in our debates, and for many years. And I would like to refer to another theme, Poland. During this brief time, Poland have received several times more refugees than the European Union during the storm invading Europe from Northern Africa, from the Middle East. But we were able to cope with that, and this stream was going through Podkarpackie Voivodeship, and Przemyśl became a symbol, a city symbol of the place which was receiving the refugees. And important role was played by local authorities, voivodeship local authorities, and authorities of the cities, receiving cities, like, for example, Przemyśl. But what we can observe, what we can see, will be very important in the reconstruction process is the aforementioned cooperation. The fact that we have been successful in organizing ourselves resulted from the fact that we have got good experiences and expertise and institutions, not only on central level, but also on local, regional levels. And it seems to me that it is a very good forecast for the future, because future means preparing human resources and means preparing programs, means preparing plans, and then fully fledged implementation of the plans. Mr. Speaker of the Parliament, Mr. Marshall, how do you perceive the role of our local authorities in this process? Yes, indeed, situation was as follows. The four areas associated with officials of the voivodeship office and the local authority structures, NGOs, and society. In these four areas, there was wonderful synergy observed, and sometimes even which was not using sometimes official or special channels. It was just a process. It was a phenomenon. And I think that we, the Poles, living in the Podkarpackie region, I think we had the inspiration of the huge movement of solidarity from the past. But then, in the regional perspective, in the local authorities' perspective, one must state that you need to remember that the humanitarian aid, which de facto is not developmental in a far-reaching end, we are getting used to the situation which is there. So we cannot help, people being killed all the time. So the needs are there, and everything remains valid. But what is essential from the point of view of development of transformation, so I think that regional local authorities, all local authorities participate had participated in the process of utilization of pre-accession funds, and we also, on the regional level, we have been utilizing huge assistance from Europe, from the funds which were flowing into Poland. More than 40% of funds in Poland are being absorbed by institutions managing the funds, like local authorities. So it is done on the regional level, so it is decentralized. And so full competences concerning programming and preparing different types of strategic documents, operational documents, and utilization and control of and absorbing the funds and utilization of the funds in the process of creating, of implementing investments. So we are ready for the process of conveying good practices, both for preparation and implementation, and also project-wise thinking, preparing projects, and local authorities are prepared for that. And from the point of view of Podkarpackie region, we have got our friendly regions in Ukraine. We have got very good personal relations, which are very essential in the process of communicating and granting the aid. And although we are aware that Podkarpackie region is an innovative region, and which is proven by statistics, and if we look at us from outside, but we are aware that if Ukraine is to be reconstructed, it cannot be reconstruction of what there was in place, with the example of infrastructure or entrepreneurship, or but it will be something which must be a kind of jump and going forward, and the implementation of new solutions, innovative solutions in all the areas of economy and social development. And once again, I will reiterate that local authorities, and also including local authorities of the Podkarpackie region, are prepared for that. Good practices, good examples may serve these activities associated with accession to the European Union in many areas. Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. We can see that from the Polish side there is a full understanding of the needs which there are, both associated with the war, both current and future, associated with reconstruction and with transformation. And I would like to invite our foreign guests to take the floor to join us in our discussion. And it is worthwhile to state that the massive destruction is really enormous, and we have not seen such war or destruction in no places worldwide since World War II. The destruction is estimated to, if reconstruction costs are concerned, it is between $600 billion until $1,000 billion. Ukraine itself speaks about the figure of about $750 billion US dollars. So it's many times exceeds the funds which we have received from the European Union by several times. So it is a huge challenge, and the reconstruction process constitutes a huge challenge. But as I have mentioned, we believe that it is extremely important to utilize this money as well as possible. Not only it should be utilized not only to physical reconstruction, but to transformation of Ukraine in such a way as to let Ukraine, during reconstruction, to get prepared for joining the European Union. And I will say, not very modestly, that in Poland we have got very good experiences, and we are ready to share our expertise with the Ukrainians. But how do the experts from Ukraine and from the world see it? I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mihailo Kari, who has been dealing with European problems for 30 years, and at the same time he's the head of the special foundation established for transformation, for this goal, for transformation of Ukraine. Well, I would like to thank all of you very much. I would like to thank Poland very much. I would like to thank European of the Carpathians I would like to thank America and our friends abroad who assist Ukraine during the war, who assisted geopolitically, and I am sure that we are going to win together. We are going to come to win with our common enemy, and I believe that we are going to do everything together in terms of reconstruction of Ukraine. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that all of you now, all of you are following the occurrences in Ukraine, and first and foremost, we must win in the war. This is the most important task for the time being, and I would like to thank our American friends who especially, and quite recently there was an article in the newspaper in which our American friends, American experts, geopolitical experts and the military experts wrote an article which proved to be a bestseller in Ukraine. America should provide weapons for Ukraine and before it is too late. So I am very happy that one of the authors of this article participates in our session, and we started working on together with Marek Kuchciński and also cooperating with the Sejm. And we are happy that there is a team gathered here, the team which is able, in a position organizational and intellectually, to carry out this project, to accompany this transformation project. I would like to say that the persons with whom we are cooperating are experienced, really experienced, and then they convey their expertise to Ukraine. And our team is working on new concept of knowledge, which is indispensable to carry out transformation processes, and also the system of knowledge transfer and modern technology transfer. And we will have to adopt a completely different approach, and we are ready to appoint special persons who will participate in the transformation process. We have been cooperating with the Supreme Council, and we have been able to cooperate with Mr. Stefańczyk, the chairman of the Supreme Council, and Mr. Kuchciński has prepared a report which we are using. And the role of the Parliament in the transformation process. In 15 pages of the report, it is stated what the Polish Parliament was doing and what logic was behind all that. And we are addressing it to our officials. We are oriented towards our journalists, business people, and this is a project which will be very needed in Ukraine, for Ukraine. And I would like I would like to mention that very important is to take care of the transatlantic cooperation, and also our parliament and the civic society, everybody are looking looking forward to European integration. We must win. We must have peace. For the three previous issues, it is the most essential, and we need to take care of that. And I think that together, the team of Polish people, the team composed of the Polish people, of the Americans, of friends of Ukraine, even at this forum, we were discussing the initiative of organizing the video conference between the chairpersons of the committees for foreign affairs of parliaments of Lithuania, Poland, and the United States. And for this goal to support, with this aim to support our parliament to organize work and activities in this respect. And we are going to continue our work thereof.
I also believe that our friends who will now take part in the discussion, and I'm happy that Dan Fried is with us, and representatives of the Słowo Narodu party. I hope that we are not only going to win, but we'll also build a beautiful Ukraine, which is going to be part of the North Atlantic cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Hari referred to cooperation between parliaments. We are happy to see this cooperation going on because it will help to better prepare this program we have discussed before. But let me refer to one good activity taken up by Ukrainian parliament deputies during the February aggression on the country. On the other hand, we remember the visits to many countries, including the United States, how important it was, those visits, to convince those parliaments about what happens and to convince the mass media in those countries about the actual state of affairs. So I think this will also play its role in preparing this program, raising funds for them, and the implementation of the program proper, and building the right structures that will be in charge of it. I can see Madam Ołena Szulak, head of the Nation's Servant Party. Please join our debate. Welcome, dear colleagues. I appreciate this opportunity to take part in this forum among so dignified panelists. Yes, we talk about reconstruction now, and I'm sure that in the center of that reconstruction we must place a human being, and because the human beings, people have to be in the very core of this reconstruction. You know, many buildings, houses, and apartments were just ruined and devastated. Many people had to be displaced. Over 6 million Ukrainians are out of the country as refugees, and many of those are in Poland now. So all the Ukrainian nation is grateful to Poland for the support received from that country. And now we believe that the Polish economy might even benefit from the fact that so many Ukrainians have emigrated to Poland, because there are many of them got a job there. Some of them started their own businesses in Poland, or they just work in Poland. I know that some European countries are doing quite a lot for the Ukrainians to integrate them into their own societies. Well, some 30 to 35 millions of Ukrainians may end up outside the country, but I'm afraid that if that happens, we will not succeed in restoring, rebuilding the country. because the financial burden on those who stayed in Ukraine would be too heavy. That's why we think that Ukraine, being a responsible partner and a market, represents more value to Europe than those job seekers who went to Western Europe and to Poland. So I think right today we wish to have to see more initiatives in Western European countries, initiatives supporting those Ukrainians who would like to go back home to their motherland and to take part in restoring life and rebuild the country. I believe we will achieve a full-scale, vast reconstruction of the country, but we need millions of highly qualified people in different professions and skills, because that is vital for a safe and successful restoration of our towns and lives. What we are doing now in the parliament in order to rebuild Ukraine and to bring our people back home is to introduce decentralization of the reconstruction process, because it is going on only thanks to an active commitment and participation of people who stayed back home. All those occupied districts, which are spotted with ruined buildings, they will have their own reconstruction programs adjusted to the local specificity, and we have decided that it's the local governments who will lead this reconstruction, because they are there at the grassroots, and they will know best what to do to have the life and buildings and infrastructures rebuilt after the war. And I'm sure they will develop such programs at the level of the local government. And the second thing is to build better places in which we can focus on providing security and comfort to the residents, because we are not going to rebuild only those destroyed things. We will build new ones, nice ones, comfortable ones, and safe ones. So as regards the in line with all the ecological requirements, environmental requirements, and another important priority is, well, security, of course. We are now reviewing the security systems in place, because Ukraine must also think and ensure the reconstruction of its security across all its territory. And at the level of the government, we have adopted a number of laws that allow building a database or a catalog or register of the lost and destroyed property. And that database will include all the information, including the construction works going on and started in construction. It will allow the public control over all the phases of the country restoration, so that the people and the sponsors will be able to influence the decisions to be adopted. We understand that if we're going to have a decentralized reconstruction of the country, it must be, because it's extremely important. We must strengthen the role of local governments in Ukraine. This process must go on because only at the level of local communities people are able to carry out good projects. But unfortunately, the efficiency in different municipalities will be different because we have different communities and local governments. Of course, they keep learning, they are trained, but anyway, cooperation at the local level will strengthen our local communities. And Poland's experience is vital to us because Poland has managed to build a very good local government system with local governments. These authorities are highly independent, self-reliant, but apart from that, we need expert support from experts, international experts who know how, and I think Ukraine will also need the help of several thousand foreign experts in engineering, management, and other fields. And I think we have already some international expert companies who have come to Ukraine and are now working there. But we will need more, many more. And we expect and we hope, very much hope for such support from European Union countries, hope of this type. I hope I have briefed you quite nicely about what we think about it, what are the economic and financial factors involved in the reconstruction. But let me tell you just one last thing, the psychological side of the whole process, because we strongly believe that Ukraine will be rebuilt, not by words and words written on paper. We will rebuild it out there, in the field, in the towns. When we travel across Warsaw, we stop over there, I always see before my eyes the Polish capital ruined, flattened during the war, but it has been rebuilt so nicely today. And the Poles used the most advanced top engineering and construction knowledge to rebuild their capital, and I hope we will do the same. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your detailed account on what this approach to reconstruction is in Ukraine and about the need for expert support from international experts. And I would like to continue this line, Mr. Tarasetsky, would you, Deputy to the Supreme Board, would you please tell us how the Ukrainian institutions are prepared for that process? Because it's going to be a true, real challenge, a big challenge. Because if you're going to spend several $100 billion on this reconstruction, plus, amidst the transformation and preparation of Ukraine to EU membership, so what institutions in Ukraine, apart from the government and the parliament, how are they prepared for this process? Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to this audience, and I'm happy I can say a few words about what happens next in Ukraine. The war was started by Russia against my country 8 years ago. It's a great tragedy which caused huge problems and troubles. This war generates problems and new opportunities as well. Ukraine today, the war is still going on, but Ukraine already now has a chance to speed up its development. It has an opportunity now to become a Western country. We can modernize our economy already now, even though the war is not ended yet. We could introduce a true democracy here in the east of Europe, in the space previously occupied by Soviet communism. That would be an unprecedented fact in the Euro-Asian geographical space. But I do not quite love the term reconstruction or rebuilding. Of course, we have to do it, but it's not, this word does not adequately explain what we are going to do. Transformation would be a better word for what we're going to do. In the south and east of Ukraine, 30% of our economic potential was ruined to rubble. And when the war ends, we will quickly understand that we not only have to rebuild the apartments and houses built in the 60s under Soviet Union, we will have to replace it with new, super comfortable, smart buildings, smart towns and cities. And in Mariupol itself, we are not going to rebuild the old Azov, because technologically it was obsolete and ecologically dangerous. But we will rebuild Azovstal as a modern, advanced steel plant. And we have to start designing the process right now. Because the winter is coming, we have to survive the winter, but at the level of the government and the National Security Board, we have to start drafting plans how to carry out this transformation process. We have to make these plans full of detail, because it's not enough to say that we are going to spend so many $1 billion. No, we have to learn from the experience of countries in the West and Western institutions, because they have the necessary experience, and we have to hammer out our projects out of all that. When we mention Marshall Plan, yes, but it's going to be a transformation plan in Ukrainian realities and environment, with respect for Ukrainian nature and specificity conditions. Because the special situation in Ukraine is that we are still on the border of civilizations, and we will stay there, and that being close to the division line between different civilizations will continue. So for one thing, we've got the Western model, and on the other side, we have the Eastern model. And we must understand that Ukraine should, and it can, take the right good place in the global economy, owing to our defense industry. We will also produce weapons, arms. We can manufacture rockets, missiles. We could join the most advanced space industries. We can build all sorts of industrial clusters. So Ukraine has certain advantages, and they have to be taken. And if we measure all these abilities, potentials, and resources. And the Ukraine, I think until 2030-32, Ukraine will be able to catch up with many other countries of Central Europe. Maybe we'll catch up with Poland, because Poland is our example to follow, definitely. Thank you very much for your contribution to this panel. I love what you have said about transformation and reconstruction. These terms, maybe we were not using these terms quite correctly, but we are not talking only about rebuilding the ruined and buildings. We are talking about restoring the residential functions of cities and villages. And we're talking about new solutions which are already present and working in Europe, and which we can say now, which were quite right to adopt. In 1980, when we started our process, our countries were economically quite similar. The economic potential of Poland and Ukraine were almost the same. Now it's different. Ukraine is in war, right? But even last year, before the war, the Polish economy was 5 to 6 times stronger than Ukrainian economy. And that means that the Polish transformation and political transition was successful. And of course, we want to share its experience with others. And Mr. Ortyl stressed that. And we also want to support Ukraine in this transition process. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not incidents that I left the contribution of Ambassador Daniel Fried to the very end. Some people may remember, but Mr. Fried used to be one of the authors and fathers of the Polish success. Owing to his work, Poland joined the Euro-Atlantic structures, it joined the NATO, and Mr. Ambassador is now not only an advocate of transitions in this part of Europe, but he also plays a great role as the ambassador not only of Poland, but of Ukraine too, in the United States. Mr. Ambassador, what is your opinion on what we are talking about here, on the arranging and organizing this huge program, not of the reconstruction alone, but transition, preparing Ukraine for joining the EU and NATO structures? Thank you very much, Minister. But I must say that the Poles were the authors of their success. We in America, who supported Poland at the beginning of its transition shortly after 1980, we trusted in Poland. And the Poles did what was to be done at the moment. And the Polish success is the result of the work and solidarity of 2 generations of Poland. The Polish transition, as you have said, was successful, and that transformation is a perfect model and example to follow by Ukraine. These are quite similar countries. They have the problem of internal transition is similar in both countries, and the Russian threat is different because Poland used to during the Polish transition was done under Mr. Yeltsin and of Gorbachev and the beginning of Yeltsin, and Ukraine has got Mr. Putin in charge at the Kremlin. There was a great report written by Marshall Fund, Designing Ukraine Recovery. This report was published a few days ago, and it was sponsored by the German government, which will organize the conference for the restoration of Ukraine. Maybe that conference will take place a month from now. When I mentioned this report written by the General Marshall Fund, I mention it because it shows the main line of thinking in Berlin and perhaps in Brussels too. The report has includes very good passages. It speaks of restoring the Ukraine. Of course, it speaks of the financial side. It speaks of involving the Western institutions for the cause of this restoration. The weak side of the report is that it speaks too much about the Marshall Plan. Well, clearly, it's the General Marshall Fund. They have to remember the Marshall Plan, but they do not speak enough about the transition after 1989, which is the Polish, Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian model. The report lacks some knowledge about the potential role Poland could play as a great friend of Ukraine and as a friend who has experience in such type of transition. Mr. Harry is right to say that it's not just the rebuilding of old houses is to be done. What we need to do is the internal transition in Ukraine, so that Ukraine is prepared for joining the EU. This is the most important goal. I believe that the best thing to do is for the Ukrainian government, when it negotiates with the EU, the Germans and the Americans, to tell them quite strongly and clearly that Poland and the Baltic states must have a strong position in Western organizations when rebuilding and transforming Ukraine in the near future. Germany and Brussels except some of the officials in Brussels who have come from democracies as they were after 1989. They do not have enough experience. They think that the internal problem of Ukraine is just corruption. But it's not the point. No. The point is to carry out a systemic transition. And Poland proves that this transformation is possible. And the Polish model is a good model to follow by Ukraine. Of course, the Ukrainian conditions are a bit different in details, but generally, the Polish model is good, and Poland, and especially Poland, must sit at the same table when the West will organize the plans and help for Ukraine. The relations between Poland and Ukraine are at the high level, the best relations perhaps in all the history. We have to use this fact, to take advantage of this fact, to build alliance between Ukraine and Poland, and Ukraine with Central Europe, and an alliance so that Ukrainian road to Europe and the European Union is a success. And much depends on Lithuania now. Mr. Putin and Russia are not winning at the moment, but it would be premature to say that Ukraine has won. The future is not clear yet, but Ukraine, I think, will succeed, and the time comes when the transition will be practically feasible, and when Ukraine joins the Europe, it will put the end to Russian Empire forever. I appreciate the invitation to this conference. I apologize for the technical difficulties. I would prefer to be with you there in Poland, not just online, but thank you for listening to me, and glory to Ukraine. Your words were very important. The words of a person with a tremendous, huge experience in all that was happening in this part of the world today. Thank you for your support for Poland and for Ukraine and for Europe. Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Daniel Fried actually summarized our debate, but I will now ask Mr. Shejna to do some summary of what we Poles and Ukrainians can jointly work to not only to become partners and cooperating nations and to be EU members together. Yes, of course, it's worth to observe at the very beginning that we are linked not only by the sense of values, humanitarianism, and the world we live in, and the new relations must be built according to the rules that we know for ages, and which are destroyed by Russia today. Well, of course, restoration, rebuilding, renovation. Well, the war has not been ended yet, and we are discussing these things quite rightly. We're discussing about things to come in future. We have to talk about the ways we're going to plan the regaining Ukraine and how to do the Ukrainian transition, because the problems they had before the war, during the war, they were not changed during the war. They did not disappear. The war just added some new problems, and these problems often are in the very, very basic things. Well, we can often hear voices that let's avoid a situation like I'm going to mention, that the war offered an opportunity for Ukraine to restore its legal, economic, and political life. It's heavy industry, it's energy industry. Well, certainly it makes sense to reach for advanced technologies, cybersecurity, renewable energy sources. That's what makes sense. Not to rebuilding obsolete industries is not so so desirable. And these things have to be done, and the support was offered across any difficulties. But the membership of EU must be prepared. When Poland joined the EU, before that, Poland had done a lot of hard work, and Ukraine has to do the same. It cannot be done overnight, just like that. Any fast track is impossible. Or Lufthansa green card that allows you to skip the line. And I agree with what Mr. Ambassador said. We do have a huge experience in this field. And not all regions of Ukraine are hit so strongly by the war. So when you're taking an economic point of view, we must remember that there are still many economic relations and ties and bonds untouched, and they should be first to get involved in this process of transition. Some things have to be rebuilt from the lowest level. Basic things sometimes, like to repair a lift in a destroyed block of flats. Well, we talk about $70 billion, or sometimes we can hear a bigger amounts of money mentioned, but the damage is so dramatically huge that the restoration of the country will take, well, a decade, I think. But the question which comes to my mind in this connection, without saying that the Polish know-how, Polish business and Polish people and the Polish government support these changes in Ukraine. But first of all, we have to ask, where will the money come from? It's not enough to say that we will sell away the Russian oligarchs' yachts and their property. No, it must be well prepared, thoroughly planned plan. Perhaps something Europe has done, like the Economic Reconstruction Fund. This is something we should prepare to provide to Ukraine. I mean, one country offers this much, the states will offer this much. No, it's not this way. It's not that type of raising money. We must have a plan of we have to plan Ukraine's reconstruction as using tools like credits and subsidies. Supreme Board member present here draw our attention to an important aspect of the problem. We have invited and accepted many refugees to our homes. Some of them went further on to other countries, but 5 million young Ukrainians, women and children, are staying in Poland now. And it is very important for Ukraine to see those people coming back. Otherwise, Ukraine may run into a serious demographic problem. Money does not solve everything, and Poland or the United States will not solve that problem. Yes, there is war going on there, and probably somebody was killed there. It's hostilities, right? People are shooting, and missiles are being fired. But the demographic problem is vital it's vital for the reconstruction of the country. I think our time is up, so let me just say that this is the task, as Mr. Ambassador also said, very responsible and important for Poland, and all that happened in Ukraine and its transition was also the merit of our previous presidents, Mr. Kwaśniewski, Mr. Lech Kwaśniewski, and also, I have to admit, the present President of Poland, Mr. Andrzej Duda, has also done a good job. Thank you very much. I think we are not closing this debate on the Ukrainian reconstruction and transition. I think this debate will continue among experts. It was also discussed and on international forums. Poland and the other countries of this region, like Lithuania, we are prepared and ready to join this process very actively on the principles of good cooperation between parliaments, institutions, governments, and experts. And I think that our further meetings as part of the Europa of the Carpathians will also be carried on. Great thanks to our panelists for their participation here in Karpat, and also our guests who to us online. Please allow me not to put the full stop now, but I will invite Mr. Marek Kuchciński here to come and close the Europa of Carpathians conference.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to ask colleagues from Lithuania to accompany me, members of Lithuanian Seimas, who since the very first days of freedom, of Lithuanian freedom, since 1990, has been working for Lithuanian Seimas, and we want to present to you. We would like to present you the message which we were able to formulate during our work, and the message which has been signed already by 50 representatives of the clubs of Europe of the Carpathians, and also panelists, and I would like to read it aloud and then 2 words of comment. Message of the programming country of the European of the Carpathians Club to people of culture, politicians, and other opinion-making communities of Central Europe on the 6th of September 2022 in Karpat. 5 brief points for states and nations of the European Central Europe. The unity of Europe is a very important value, and which must be cherished and strengthened. Secondly, the attack against Ukraine and war cannot lead to deepening of the existing divisions between the countries of the European Union. 3, countries of Central Europe more and more frequently experience being treated as objects and besides treaty manipulations instead of support, solidarity, and respect for the principle of equality. And initiatives favorable treated in Brussels concerning federalization and ban on the principle of unanimity of the European Union prove the increasing willingness to dominate by the big countries over the other nations treated as other Europe. And 4, only by cooperating based on principle equal with equals and with full respect to cultural differences and national traditions with the ability of fair distribution of goods and mutual tolerations, European Union will be attractive for all its present and future members. And 5, we are in favor of strengthening of dialogue and cooperation in all the Central Europe, starting with the countries located on the Adriatic and Black Sea up to the countries located on the Baltic Sea. And within the clubs of the Europe of the Carpathians to multiply the capital of mutual trust and to work efficiently for attainment of common goals. And here I would like to read the politicians, representatives of science, culture and other communities, opinion making from 8 countries who have accepted the content of the message which we have presented to you. From Bosnia and Herzegovina, Professor Franko Topic, from Czech, Maciek Zilno and Alexander Bondra, from Lithuania, Emanuelis Zingeris, from Russia, Vladimir Ponomariev, from Slovakia, Paweł Makczala and Jan Budacki, Martin Frons and Marian Suplata. Ukraine, Aleksander Mereszko, Mihailo Kari, Taras Stecki, and greetings to you, Markian Malski and Ruslan Kuryk, Mykola Kniarzycki, Ołena Szulak and Ołena Kopańczyk. From Hungary, Zsolt Nemet and Penes Andreas Nagy. From Poland, Marek Kuchciński, Ryszard Terlecki, Zdzisław Krasnodębski, Maciej Szymanowski, Krzysztof Szczerski, Jan Malicki, Marek Pęk, Jerzy Kwieciński, Bronisław Wilstein, Antoni Macierewicz, Piotr Naimski, Władysław Teofil Bartoszewski, Małgorzata Jarosińska-Jedynak, Barbara Bartuś, Jan Draus, Piotr Pilch. We have not had an opportunity to ask the panelists, and it is up to your decision to sign it. You know, the decision is up to you. It's more than 50 names of panelists and members of the Programming Council of the Europe of the Carpathians clubs, which we undertake the initiative to have this message in form of an open letter to be sent to all the opinion-making communities, not only in Central Europe, but with the intention and request to initiate creating the big group of people who have got one goal, strengthening of cooperation, supporting for all the countries, especially Ukraine, in the process of transformation, understood also in other terms mentioned here. At present, the present Europe of the Carpathians has been devoted to this very goal. And when we spoke about issues concerning our heritage and also hard politics, economic development, and some understanding of what is linking us together and what system of values joins us together, so links us together. And we would like to thank you very much. I would like to thank the panelists and once again my colleague from other part of the Commonwealth of both nations, colleague Najmoch Zilgians, will be given the floor right now. Mr. Marshal, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your energy and for the fact that we are here not for the very first time. This bloc, people are not against geopolitical, ideas are not organized to be against. But first thing which we have done, we have had 32 years of discussions about the past. And when the past, the heritage of the Central Europe, the heritage of the Baltic states was accepted, and when we went through different tensions, and Professor Malicki went through all these processes when we were together in Lublin in 2 years. So we have got all the rights to think about the future. When the future was, and now we need to do it as follows. There are economic problems, and the energy problems should not be the problem number one. And Ukraine, the regime, the fascist regime, Russian regime, what it is doing against our friends. So economy should not be number one. Maybe for Mr. Schroeder, economy is number one, and for other real politicians. But we know that Ukraine should be number one. The moral standpoint of the free nations who have initiated these activities, like Dan Fried, who was with us during this Baltic appeal to NATO, and it was 18 years ago. And this revenge for the 90s, when before the solidarity, the Lithuanian Sąjūdis and the movement in Ukraine were doing everything possible, and then they want to take revenge for what we have done. We did in the 90s. For 32 years, it is the revenge taken against revolutions, carried out by ourselves against the communist regime and against the Soviet life. We have not become Soviet people, and the Ukrainians did not become Soviet people. And what it is all about, I would like to thank the Polish party, not only for what you are doing here. Marek, I've got to say that there is no camps for immigrants, from refugees from Ukraine. People from Ukraine live in Poland at homes with families, with Polish families, and this is why you are number one in Europe. You are moral power. You are a moral power or ethics power. And we want to thank everybody who fought for independence, for freedom, for what you are doing, and you are doing what Solidarity did in the 80s. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes our meeting. And thank you very much, Mr. Minister Jerzy Kwieciński, and panelists, and all the present ones, and those with whom we had online connection. We are concluding the Europe of the Carpathians conference. You are kindly invited to cooperation, also to our German friends. Let them join us and everybody else in order to let us speak good about Europe, not only Eastern Europe, but we need to think well about ourselves and we invite you to a subsequent conference, Europe of the Carpathians. If everything goes well, we will get back to Yaremcze. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the studio of the European of the Carpathians, the studio of the conference. Studio of Europe of the Carpathians, of the 34th Conference of the Europe of the Carpathians is saying goodbye to you. The 34th edition of Europe of the Carpathians is history now, and here in Karpacz, the capital of Karkonosze, Europe of the Carpathians was first in Sudety, and it is metaphorical term, and metaphorically is referring to the Eastern and to the Central Europe, and I'm sure that it will provoke many debates, many occasions to meet. Thank you. Yes, indeed, we have had 3 days of talks and exchange of opinions and points of view, perspectives, and not always unanimously expressed, but our conferences, Europe of the Carpathians, are interesting because we are exchanging our feelings, our perspectives, and this is what enriches the dialogue and our talks. And it has been the 34th edition of the conference, Europe of the Carpathians. We do hope that there will be many more. Thank you very much, both for those who are with us in the room and those online, who are Sebastian Merison and Marta Arteminska. Say goodbye to you. Thank you. We wish you a very nice evening.
Tak, tak, jeszcze.